Good morning, everybody. You are streaming live now from Fox on this Tuesday, April 26th. Thank you so much for starting off your day with me. My name is Regina Gonzalez, live with you from Orlando, Florida. I'll be with you for about the next 2 hours, bringing you all of the latest top stories, breaking news, and some live events that we are expecting to our desk here in just a little bit. We've already had some internationally as we monitor the Russian invasion into Ukraine, day 62. We've got some high-stakes meetings happening overseas, and we'll get to that information in just a bit. We've also got live events happening here in the United States. Some off the top of my head, we do have the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial continuing in Fairfax County, Virginia at 10 a.m. Eastern time. And then we're also expected around 9 to get a live update from NASA regarding the Crew 4 launch. We've got another crew of astronauts planning to head to the International Space Station. That launch has been delayed several times, so we're going to bring you the latest on that here in just a moment. But as always, we do want to run you through some of the major top stories that we are following on this Tuesday morning, beginning with major news that we first broke to you yesterday. Tesla CEO Elon Musk reaching an agreement to buy Twitter for approximately $44 billion. That is a huge amount of money, but not for him. He's trying to change certain things about the social media platform. And what is he going to change? When can we expect those changes? Well, be sure to stick with us at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time, and really throughout the entire day, we are going to have experts join us to talk about these changes, talk about why Elon Musk is so into buying Twitter right now. Obviously, he wears many hats, so we'll get you the very latest information as we follow this story this morning. Also, as promised, we are following the latest when it comes to the Russian invasion into Ukraine. This is actually footage from a very high-stakes meeting that happened just minutes ago. We got this feed into our desk, no longer live, but we did record some of this for you. This is Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres. We're meeting with Vladimir Putin, Russian President Vladimir Putin, and other Russian counterparts in Moscow today. He was set to arrive this morning, and he was first, actually, I'm sorry, this is actually in Turkey, excuse me. This is where that meeting is taking place. Now, he's meeting with Russian counterparts and Vladimir Putin, and then he's expected to head to Ukraine to meet with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. That meeting is set for Thursday. Now, this is all happening while the United States has top officials over there as well. U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin will meet with officials from other countries today in Germany to discuss long-term security needs in Ukraine. Now, this comes after he and Secretary of State Antony Blinken unveiled a new $713 million military aid package for Ukraine. Some Ukrainians saying that more is needed and fast. And again, Russia's top diplomat, we're also learning this morning, is actually warning against provoking World War III because Ukraine is seeing such major aid from numerous countries. He's also adding that the threat of nuclear conflict should not be underestimated. So we'll get you more details on all of this information in just a bit, but that is some of the major angles we're following out of the Russian invasion into Ukraine, again, entering day 62. Also, major news that we are getting on a case that we've been following right here in our own backyard in Orlando, Florida, but this is actually going to come from St. Louis, Missouri. That is where 14-year-old Tyree Sampson is from. This is the 14-year-old who tragically fell to his death on that Orlando freefall drop ride in Icon Park, which is a huge tourist area out here. We're actually going to hear from his mother and his father for the first time since he fell to his death. We're also learning more about that wrongful death lawsuit that was filed by the family just yesterday. So they're kind of going to be reacting and responding to the lawsuit that was officially filed yesterday. And we'll have some more information on what those pages include there in the lawsuit here on Live Now from Fox. And we actually do have Fox 35 Orlando's Ray Vieda. He is in St. Louis, Missouri, specifically covering this story, so we're expecting some live reports from him throughout our morning as well. So again, these are some of the major top stories that we are following here on Live Now from Fox. And to dig deeper, we're going to start with Elon Musk. So it is huge news that the world's been following the world's richest man making a big-time buy of one of the world's biggest tech companies. Now, this is something something that Fox Business Network's Kelly O'Grady has been following since the very beginning, since he was first named Twitter's largest shareholder. So she's going to be bringing us the latest nuts and bolts on this major news that first broke yesterday. Let's listen in.
It's a tech deal making headlines not just in Silicon Valley, but around the world. Billionaire CEO of Tesla and SpaceX, Elon Musk, purchasing Twitter for a whopping $44 billion. Musk releasing a joint statement with Twitter that reads in part, quote, "Free speech is the bedrock of a functioning democracy, and Twitter is the digital town square where matters vital to the future of humanity are debated." After Musk's initial offer, Twitter's board of directors adopted what's known as a poison pill that could have prevented a takeover. The board warmed to Musk's proposal after he provided more information on how it would be financed. Despite a fortune of more than $250 billion, Musk could have to sell shares of his current companies to come up with the money.
Yes, Elon Musk is currently the richest man in the planet, but the vast majority of his wealth is tied into shares of Tesla and SpaceX.
Musk has voiced a desire to reopen the platform to more voices and relax content restrictions, tweeting Monday, quote, "I hope that even my worst critics remain on Twitter because that is what free speech means." Though he acknowledges the need to abide by U.S. law on the limits of free speech, he says he'd be, quote, "very reluctant to delete tweets or ban accounts."
I think ultimately this is really going to be a 12, 18-month project to try to transform Twitter.
A 2021 Fox News survey found that only 26% of voters trusted social media companies to make fair decisions about what does and does not get posted. In Los Angeles, Kelly O'Grady, Fox Business.
All right, thank you to Kelly O'Grady for that report. We're going to get her live here with us in just a little bit. We're currently working on that right now. But in the meantime, as she mentioned in her report, what changes could be coming to Twitter with Elon Musk's deal, and when could we see those changes? Well, this is something that our very own Daytona Everett with LiveNOW from Fox spoke to an expert on when the news first broke. So I do want to play for you her full segment here on LiveNOW from Fox this morning.
CEO Elon Musk reaching a deal to buy Twitter for $44 billion. The company's board has initially adopted a poison pill defense that would have made a takeover pretty expensive, but they decided to negotiate after Musk updated his proposal to show that he had secured financing. Under Musk's leadership, he's promising a more lenient approach to policing content, saying Twitter is not living up to its potential as a platform of free speech. So the one person that we thought to bring on, the co-founder, Mike Mathis, of First and 14th Institute. Mike, thanks for being with us here on the show. We always appreciate it. This has been the talker of the last weeks, the last month, probably over the past year. Censorship has been a conversation majorly, and we've talked about it before, not in this capacity. But with the acquisition from Musk here, how do you potentially see Twitter changing for users?
Well, Musk has promised to make some improvements, and if he follows through on those, they'll be important. For example, he said he's going to ask human users to be authenticated to make sure they're real people. And by the same token, he says he will work to eliminate or reduce the spam bots, which are these automated, Twitter accounts that just spam people with responses or try to embarrass them and, send nasty comments, all of that kind of thing. And he says he'll be fair to all users. So I think if he follows through on that, conservative users who have been unhappy with Twitter will come back and could potentially improve the business. As a business, Twitter has not added value as a company literally since their IPO in 2013. And at the same time, we've watched Facebook and YouTube, Google, and other companies, increase their value tremendously. So I think there's every opportunity for Elon Musk to improve not only the user experience, but also the business for Twitter.
So here's the thing, though, which is my thought. Just like any politician promising a lot of things, saying that they're going to put all these changes into place, do you think it's actually doable? Do you think that Musk will be able to follow through with a lot of these initiatives?
Oh yes, he'll be able to do it. I mean, one of the things he's doing is he's going to make it a private company, which means he doesn't have to deal with quarterly reports of financial progress. That means he can take a longer time frame in terms of planning product improvements, and he may have to make a lot of changes, you know, in the key people in the company in order to make it more equal and free as a platform and consistently applied rules. He can make it more transparent, so the rules are published, and therefore it'll be a lot more straightforward for users and Twitter to, when they have disputes about content moderation, they can see the rules as long as they're transparently published. You know, one of the problems today is it's not transparent, and when Twitter boots somebody off of the network or shadow bans them, which means they just lower their reach or the viral reach, people don't know why that happened. And so those are all improvements that I think Elon Musk can make for Twitter's experience.
Well, one notable person booted off of Twitter, former President Donald Trump. There's a lot of speculation swirling around whether or not he'll be allowed back on Twitter, and if he would even rejoin. What are your thoughts?
I think he would rejoin. I don't know, but I predict he will be allowed to rejoin. You know, he has a massive audience. It would be a huge news event for Twitter. I think Trump would like to go where the audience is the biggest. You know, he's looking for a big megaphone. I think this, if Trump is allowed back on Twitter, it will have, you know, a crushing blow to the business concept of Truth Social and Getter and some of the other platforms that have been launched in an attempt to attract those users who are kind of disenchanted with the kind of liberal bias of Twitter and other platforms. So if Twitter welcomes back these conservative users, for example, Mark Levin announced today he's coming back to Twitter. And if they let Trump back, I would be shocked if Trump doesn't take them up on that opportunity to go back and kind of say, you know, I told you, you should have never booted me off in the first place. It's unfair, and, you know, to use it as his personal megaphone.
Well, you mentioned other platforms right there with some major changes possibly in the future for Twitter. Do you think that this will have an effect on Facebook, on Instagram, you know, on all of these other spheres that everyone's on as well?
It will, especially if it's successful. If Elon is successful and Twitter grows and people become comfortable with the transparency rules that he's talking about, that will put pressure on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, you know, Reddit, all the platforms will have to look at that. You know, the industry is talking about standards to try to have people, the different platforms all follow similar rules in terms of transparency and how they handle user disputes. The other thing that just happened this week, which is huge news, is Europe just passed something called the Digital Services Agreement. And this is kind of similar to the principles that Elon is talking about, but all of the platforms that operate in Europe will be required to make their algorithms transparent. They'll be required to not target advertisements to users based on things like religion and sex and things like that. And they will be required to remove illegal or criminal content. So there's a lot of changes coming to this industry, you know, obviously from Elon Musk and Twitter, but also from Europe passing these new rules, which will have a big effect on these global platforms.
Well, I want to highlight from the White House today, the press secretary, Jen Psaki, was asked about this deal with Musk here, and she said, no matter who owns or runs Twitter, the president has been long concerned about the power of large social media platforms, the power they have over everyday lives, has long argued that tech platforms must be held accountable for the harms that they cause. This is the response from the White House here with Musk. Do you think there's going to be any changes with new ownership?
Changes from the White House? I think the White House did not express similar concerns when Jeff Bezos bought the Washington Post. or the fact that Mark Zuckerberg controls, Facebook effectively. So I think the industry, and the reason, as you know, the First and 14th Institute is created, the industry does need some guardrails, and all of the platforms need to follow consistent rules around content moderation and equal treatment for all users, and being transparent with their rules and their enforcement actions, and having a independent appeals mechanism. So I do think there will be movement on this. I've been very active on Capitol Hill. In fact, I was just there last week. And I predict, after the midterm elections, there might be some activity on this topic in Congress, at least.
Well, we'll be watching that here on Live Now from Fox. Mike Mathis with the First and 14th Institute. Any last thoughts on this today?
I'm excited. I think it's a great day. Elon Musk is saying the right thing, so we'll see if he follows through and makes Twitter more fair and transparent, as he's talking about.
Yeah, exactly. The follow through is key. Well, thank you so much for your expertise. We'll talk to you soon.
All right. Thank you.
Tesla CEO.
All right, a huge thank you to Daytona Everett, speaking with that expert on the latest surrounding this multi-billion-dollar deal. Elon Musk buying Twitter and planning on changing a lot about the social media platform. So what are those changes? What can we expect? Well, Daytona kind of broke that down for us just a little bit in that interview, but be sure to stick with us throughout our morning at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So in just a little bit, I'll be speaking live with Fox's Alexandria Hoff from Washington, D.C. She is following this story for us this morning. And then at 9:15 a.m. Eastern time, we will also be speaking with another financial expert about what will cost billions of dollars when it comes to Twitter, and more information as well. So again, stay with us. We'll have multiple segments regarding this major top story here on Live Now from Fox throughout the morning and even throughout the day once our colleagues in Phoenix are hosting the show for you as well. Some of you are going to see a commercial. When we return, we are going to bring you the latest on the Russian invasion of Ukraine, officially entering a day 62. If you're just tuning into our coverage, this is some video that I showed you a little bit earlier when we first launched. We've got the United Nations Secretary General in Turkey meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin, as well as other Russian counterparts regarding the invasion. He's called for ceasefires amid multiple humanitarian efforts within the last couple of weeks, and they have not been answered, or they've been ignored. And then after this, he's planning on heading to Ukraine to speak with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. We've also got Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin meeting with NATO counterparts in Germany. He and Secretary of State Antony Blinken were in Ukraine yesterday for the very biggest high-stakes visit when it comes to U.S. officials over there while the war rages on. So we'll get the very latest on what is happening as far as the U.S.'s response to this invasion, the United Nations response, and what is going on there on the ground here on Live Now from Fox. Stay with us. streaming live now from Fox on this Tuesday, April 26th. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you from Orlando, Florida. As promised before that quick 2-minute commercial break, I do want to shift our focus to the Russian invasion into Ukraine, officially entering day 62. And we've got several major talking points when it comes to what's going on the ground over there, and our own U.S. officials overseas meeting with counterparts about this war. But as of right now, when it comes to what's happening on the ground, we know that Russia unleashed a string of attacks against Ukrainian rail and fuel facilities today, striking crucial infrastructure far from the front line of its eastern offensive. Meanwhile, the U.S. is reaffirming its commitment to help Ukraine win the war following the highest level visit by American officials to Kyiv since the invasion began. We had Secretary of State Antony Blinken as well as Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin over there just yesterday. So to break down everything we've seen over the last 24 hours, we've got Fox News national security correspondent Jennifer Griffin reporting from Ramstein, Germany. She did travel over there with them.
In the highest level visit by senior U.S. officials to the capital, Kyiv, Secretary of State Antony Blinken and Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin met with President Zelensky and key members of his cabinet for 3 hours to discuss what more the U.S. can do to help him.
A sovereign, independent Ukraine will be around a lot longer than Vladimir Putin's on the scene. And our support for Ukraine going forward will continue. It will continue until we see final success.
As Austin and Blinken made their way to the president's compound, several explosions struck oil depots 45 miles inside Russia. Indications suggest Ukrainian missiles struck the key supply site. Russia retaliated with strikes on 5 railway facilities in central and western Ukraine, including one in Krasny outside Lviv. Blinken revealed the 2 secretaries traveled by train to Kyiv. Defense Secretary Austin announced more military training and $300 million more in U.S. military assistance to Ukraine's government.
We want to see Russia weakened to the degree that it can't do the kinds of things that it has done in invading Ukraine.
Secretary of State Blinken announced steps to reopen the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv.
We will have American diplomats back in Ukraine starting next week.
I'm thankful to the U.S. people and personally to President Biden for the powerful, sincere support we are getting.
Without the U.S. government on the ground in Ukraine, it is unable to see where billions of dollars of U.S. aid is going and whether it is actually getting to the front lines, to units that have been trained on some of the more sophisticated equipment.
We did have a very good discussion with the President and Minister of Defense on the necessity to make sure that that those weapons are tracked and as best possible to make sure that they're protected from falling in the hands of adversaries.
The visit marked a strong show of solidarity with the Zelensky government, a message to Putin that Ukraine is not going anywhere, nor is the U.S. Tomorrow, here at Ramstein Air Base in Germany, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin will host 30 ministers of defense. He and General Mark Milley will be seeking more military aid for Ukraine. Traveling with the Defense Secretary, Jennifer Griffin, Fox News.
So that report was filed by Jennifer Griffin just last night, but had some really great information regarding how the visit went between Secretary of State Blinken, Secretary of Defense Austin, meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and pledging more aid to their military. Meanwhile, it's another major angle that we're following here on Live Now from Fox, day 62 of the invasion of Ukraine, seeing a very ominous warning made by Russian leaders. So Russia's foreign minister, Sergei Lavrov, warned Ukraine against provoking World War III, while adding the threat of nuclear conflict should not be underestimated. Now, this comes as Russian forces attacked rail and fuel installations like Jen just broke down for us, and that was away from the front lines. Now, U.S. officials have been rushing weapons to Ukraine and believe Western aid is making a difference in the war. But again, just a very, very spooky, to say the least, warning from Russian leaders. They have said that if they saw the world helping Ukraine, that there could be very critical consequences. So we're hoping here that that is just a threat, but it is something that was said by Russian officials, so we wanted to bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, each and every day we have brought you more video from the ground down there in Ukraine as the war continues to rage on. So that's exactly what we're going to do right now. This is actually some drone video released by a military arm of the self-proclaimed pro-Russian Luhansk People's Republic yesterday, showing the complete destruction of a village in the Popasna region of the Luhansk Oblast. Now, this footage shows this neighborhood in ruins, as well as troops wearing LPR patches on their uniforms on the ground. The governor of this area said yesterday that enemy troops had temporarily occupied this neighborhood and that fighting near the village continued. So again, this video just really showing you the raw depiction of what the war has done to some of these really small neighborhoods. It's important to say that a lot of these neighborhoods are not even that big. And we're continuing to bring you some more footage that we've gotten here this morning. This is some video as rescue crews continue to dismantle debris at an apartment complex in Odessa following a strike that killed at least 8 people the previous day. Now, among the 8 reported victims were a 3-month-old baby, her mother, and her grandmother. Officials and locals reporting that to us here on Live Now from Fox. Ukraine's ambassador to Germany actually criticized the German government on Twitter in the wake of the deaths. He said that while the German government had been hesitating over heavy weapons for Ukraine, that Russia is allowed to murder women and children every day, like this young mother with her baby and the rocket fire in Odessa. That was a direct quote from him. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky also referencing the deaths in a video statement. So again, just really showing you the true depiction of how war has upended and claimed the lives of so many innocent civilians. Also more video coming to our desk this morning. This is footage released from the Azov Regiment describing that soldiers were visiting families here and children in the basement of a steel plant in Mariupol over the weekend. Now, in a 2-part video, which they called Forgotten by the World, but not the Azov, soldiers from the battalion can be seen speaking to residents of the steel plant, which has been used as a shelter for residents in the city for quite some time now. Now, in an earlier Twitter post, the battalion said hundreds of civilians were sheltering at the steelworks. Among them, he said, people of all ages, but mostly women, children, and families of Mariupol defenders and military members. Now, on April 21st, Russian President Vladimir Putin told his defense minister to halt a final assault on this plant. So really just wanted to show you the video from inside here on Live Now from Fox. Now, I do want to quickly head out live to Germany. We have just gotten this feed to our desk, so I am not quite sure if this is in English right now, but we did just get a feed coming in as the German Defense Minister, Christina Lambrecht, is holding a news conference after meeting senior military officials at a Ukraine security consultative group. So I'm going to pop this feed up for us here and we'll listen in to see if it's English.
Ich nutze jede Möglichkeit, bei dieser Konferenz diese Gespräche zu.
Okay, so as you could hear, she is speaking in German to some media and reporters out there. But again, this is coming in live from Germany. This is who we are and what we do. Even if it's not English, we like to show you what is happening in the world, raw and unfiltered, especially as so many people have been meeting due to this invasion. And we'll continue bringing you all of the feeds that we get here on Live Now from Fox. I also do believe that we did just get a little preview of a joint news conference that is going to be held by the UN Secretary General and Russian diplomats. We do know that today the Secretary General was meeting with Russian counterparts in Turkey, and he's also expected to meet with Russian President Vladimir Putin. This all happening before he flies to Ukraine to meet with President Volodymyr Zelensky. So if we do see them stepping up to the podium here shortly, we will bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered. Meanwhile, talking about how so many lives have been upended by this invasion, obviously we've been focusing on the nearly 5 million refugees that have already escaped their homeland in the past 2 months. But this war is also greatly impacting the lives of animals. So this is something that Fox News correspondent Marion Rafferty is taking a closer look at, because there's also been extraordinary efforts to keep zoo creatures safe in the midst of this conflict. Let's listen in.
Ukrainians running for their lives as Russian forces amplify their devastating offensive across residential areas in the war-torn nation. Still, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says he's confident Russia will not win.
If you want to restore an old empire, you will lose. And if you went against Ukrainians, you will lose.
President Zelensky reports Moscow has fired more than 1,100 missiles at Ukraine since the war began back in February. The increased fighting prompting additional evacuations in Kharkiv. But now more people are turning an eye to the welfare of animals, also caught in the crossfire. The owner of this private zoo in Mariupol is refusing to leave his animals behind. His team is working to strategically care for the animals in between missile strikes. So far, no workers have suffered casualties, but several Russian blasts striking near the zoo have killed at least 5 camels, 4 ostriches, 6 monkeys, and 1 leopard. Meantime, therapy dogs in this humanitarian center in eastern Ukraine are helping to settle the fears of displaced children. Volunteers are using the pups along with group activities like singing, dancing, and drawing to offer kids a sense of normalcy. While more light is being shined on the well-being of animals during the war, the conflict is making it difficult to evacuate larger creatures, causing some zoos to consider euthanizing animals if they can't be safely relocated. Marianne Rafferty, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Marion Rafferty for that report. Don't go anywhere. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. But when you return, we are expecting a major update today from the family of 14-year-old Tyree Sampson. He is the teenager who tragically fell to his death from that drop tower ride right here in Orlando, Florida, at Orlando's Icon Park, which is a huge tourist district here. There's lots of rides, lots of games, restaurants, and things to do. Well, we actually do have a Fox 35 Orlando reporter out there in St. Louis, Missouri. That is where Tyree and his family were from. He was actually visiting Orlando at the time with a family friend, and we are actually going to hear from his mother for the first time in just a couple of hours as she reacts and gives more detail into the wrongful death lawsuit that was officially filed against Icon Park and ride officials after this tragic incident happened. When we come back, we are going to give you the nuts and bolts of what was seen in that lawsuit that was officially filed just yesterday. We're also going to be bringing you the latest when it comes to the testimony that we continued to see yesterday in Fairfax County, Virginia, with actor Johnny Depp. And we've also got a new development in the Rust movie shooting, the deadly shooting that claimed the life of a movie production assistant. That is when Alec Baldwin pulled the trigger while on set of the movie in New Mexico. We've got new body cam footage released from that day. So we'll have all this for you here when you return from this quick 2-minute commercial break. You are streaming live now from Fox on this Tuesday, April 26th. You're hearing the voice of Regina Gonzalez, continuing to bring you all of the major top stories that we are following here this morning. We do want to let you know that we are monitoring this press conference that's going to be happening any moment now out of Moscow. That is where UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres is going to hold a news conference after meeting with the Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. Now he is expected to meet with Russian President Vladimir Putin in Moscow as well. He did land in Turkey just yesterday to begin this trip. He'll be meeting with Russian counterparts today, and then he'll be making his way to Ukraine to meet with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. That meeting is set to happen on Thursday. So again, we are going to continue monitoring this for you here on Live Now from Fox. But as promised, in the meantime, we are continuing to follow another major story that we're going to get another development on live here in just a couple of hours. So this is a picture of Tyree Sampson. He is the 14-year-old who tragically fell to his death on the Orlando freefall drop tower ride in Icon Park. Now, his family just yesterday filed a wrongful death lawsuit, and today we are expected to hear from his mother for the very first time since this happened. We did have his father speak on multiple news platforms after this happened, but we have not heard from his mom yet. So in the meantime, as we wait for that update, and we're going to have some live updates from our Fox 35 Orlando team. They actually have a reporter in St. Louis, Missouri, where we're expected to hear from the family. But right now, I do want to give you the nuts and bolts of what was seen in that more than 60-page lawsuit that was first filed just yesterday. Let's listen in.
Well, it all starts at the top. You know, this was manufactured by a company that tried to make the most thrilling and yet dangerous ride without safety features, such as including a seatbelt and true warnings about heavier riders riding it.
Attorney Michael Haggard filing this 65-page wrongful death lawsuit on behalf of Tyree Sampson's family. He's the 14-year-old boy who fell to his death from the Orlando freefall amusement ride last month.
And then, as we all know from the state's investigation, Slingshot adjusted these seats, added no safety measures. A simple seatbelt would have absolutely prevented this incident from occurring. So it's a long line of errors from top to bottom that really show how culpable all these defendants are together.
The lawsuit claims negligence and strict liability, names 11 defendants, everyone from the ride manufacturer to the owner of the ride to the property where the ride sits. Haggard says Tyree's family is adamant about finding out who is responsible for their son's death.
We haven't talked to any of the defendants' employees, and that's why we filed a lawsuit. There's going to be a lot of depositions in this case so that we not only get to the bottom of what happened to Tyree, but that we can then take that to federal regulators and Congress to try to get some legislation so this never happened.
Ken Martin is a ride safety analyst and consultant. He's been an expert witness on cases like this and feels this will go beyond a civil case.
Do you think there should be criminal charges in this case?
Most definitely. I mean, we're talking, I mean, this is negligence, okay? Let's use strong words. It was a homicide, okay? Plain out, it was a homicide. And we have multiple people who participated in that.
And be sure, again, to stick with us at 7:15 and 8:45 a.m. Eastern Time. We're going to be touching base with Fox 35 Orlando's reporter who was sent out to Missouri to follow the major press conference that we are expecting to get from Tyree Sampson's mother regarding this lawsuit. And we are working to get a confirmed time on when that press conference is going to happen. We will absolutely be streaming it for you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, I do want to shift gears here to another lawsuit and major case that we have been following since it first happened. We've got police in New Mexico releasing the images and body cam video that were first seen when they headed to the Rust movie set after actor Alec Baldwin pulled the trigger on a gun that ended up injuring one person on set and killing another. So our Fox team is bringing you that body cam footage and bringing you the latest on this investigation. Let's listen in.
It went across her chest.
And it came out the back and went into him.
You want air flight?
Body camera video shows the frantic scene as first responders raced to try and save cinematographer Helena Hutchins last October on the set of Alec Baldwin's movie Rust. Hutchins was killed. Director Joel Souza was wounded but survived. The Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office in New Mexico releasing this video and everything it has collected so far in its investigation, including crime scene pictures, witness interviews, video of Alec Baldwin after the shooting and before, while he was rehearsing his scene, drawing the gun from his clothing and pointing it at the camera. Eventually, the gun fires a live round. Sheriff's deputies talking to Baldwin afterward.
You were in the room when someone was shot?
Holding the gun, yeah.
Mr. Baldwin, who's the director on scene?
The guy that was shot.
Investigators telling Baldwin not to talk to anyone other than law enforcement.
Okay. I'm happy to stay right here and do everything I need to do.
Well, my lieutenant just wants you to stay away from everybody and not to talk to nobody, so I was...
Wait right here.
These are the pictures of the gun Baldwin used. Hannah Gutierrez, the armorer for the movie, who is responsible for maintaining and supplying weapons on the set, appears to be in shock when questioned by authorities.
I'm the armorer, or at least I was.
Later, during formal questioning, investigators read Baldwin his rights.
If you decide to answer any questions now with or without a lawyer, you have the right to stop questioning at any time or to stop questioning for the purpose of consulting a lawyer.
So my only question is, am I being charged with something?
No.
Baldwin then tells investigators what happened.
We've done this for 2 weeks and we did it the right way every day.
All right, very chilling to say the least when it comes to seeing that footage that was taken on scene there when this incident first unfolded last year. And we are going to continue following this investigation for you on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, I do want to turn our attention to a major story that we are continuing to follow here this morning after we first broke the news to you just yesterday that the world's richest man is officially taking the helm of one of the world's most influential social media platforms. Tesla CEO right here, Elon Musk, reaching an agreement to acquire Twitter for approximately $44 billion. So this is something that we've got Fox News' Alexandria Hoff covering today for us in Washington, D.C., and she is joining us live right now to talk more about it. Alexandria, good morning to you. I hope you're doing well. Definitely a major story that we've had here for quite some time now, and we've been following it for weeks. So to break down what we saw yesterday for viewers just getting up to speed, what happened with this deal being reached? Because originally Elon Musk was named their largest shareholder. He was trying to get on, or he was on the board, but he didn't want to be on the board. So take us through the timeline of what we saw leading up to yesterday.
Yeah, and I will say this is a pretty swift action considering how large this purchase is. Musk had all along maintained that $54.20 a share was his best and final offer. There was a lot of back and forth there, but it seems in the end that the stakeholders and the shareholders in this put pressure on the board to accept his offer. So again, we've come to approximate $44 billion deal, moving Twitter into private ownership, which is a big deal, and he has a lot that he wants to do with this company.
Yeah, and when you talk about the private ownership, I want to dig a little deeper into that because what does that necessarily mean and why is that a big deal?
Yeah, so it just means, and Jack Dorsey had said it just a couple of weeks ago, is that an issue with Twitter is that it's public, it's always been for sale. So it comes down to a lot of the decision-making that this company, rather than relying strictly on a board, Elon Musk will likely have a whole lot of more ownership over decision-making when it comes to what's on and off the platform. But one of the big points that Elon Musk has been pursuing has been this free speech absolutism, so that he wants to be far less restrictive of who is on and off the platform. He wants algorithms to help make things a little bit more fair. And he also wants to get those bots, which we see on Twitter. We know they're fake accounts. They're super annoying. He wants them off.
I know. I'm also here for an edit button, if that is a possibility, because I've been waiting for that for a really long time. When you talk about these changes, Alexandria, obviously this just broke yesterday, but what are we looking at as far as when we could see some of these changes? Is it going to be immediately or a little bit more down the road?
We have been hearing some word, even among some colleagues here at Fox News, of accounts being reinstated. It's interesting because the acquisition is not going to be finalized, at least for the next 3 to 6 months. So on the company end, there was an all-hands-on-deck meeting yesterday with staff, some of them who had been vocally disappointed or disapproving of this acquisition, but lots of questions about what they can expect in terms of how the business will run over the next couple of weeks. But we have learned that apparently they were told there will be no changes. It'll be business as usual for the next 3 to 6 months. But there are also reports coming out, and this is really interesting, that Twitter has disengaged the ability of many staffers to change anything having to do with how the platform works. So they don't want somebody who is not feeling so good about this to go in and kind of mess up the software, supposedly.
Yeah, I mean, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Now, I want to talk about stocks for a minute, Alexandria, because yesterday, I believe, Twitter stock spiked 5.66% after this news first broke. So really off the bat, what did we see as far as reaction from the market, and what are economists predicting that we'll continue to see?
Well, the market overall has been lagging, but this Twitter movement, I think it was expected by many just because of the attention that this has received. It's still not at the $54.20 a share, and some have been wondering when it will reach that. So that's why these stakeholders, I think, were so eager to move forward with this deal. Something interesting that that financially related certainly is the big question of how Elon Musk plans to make money with Twitter. That has been, this company is 16 years old now. From the very start, even as it was gaining popularity, the big question was, could they ever achieve the level of ad revenue that, let's say, Facebook does? They haven't been successful in that. So we will wait and see just how good of an investment this is for Elon Musk.
Yeah, definitely. And my last question to you, Alexandria, is the reaction and support, or maybe not support, that we have seen on social media and from other major business people. What has that been looking like since this first broke?
Well, first of all, Jack Dorsey, one of the founders of Twitter, he tweeted out his support. He said that that creating a platform that is maximally trusted and broadly inclusive, which is Elon's goal, Jack Dorsey said that that is the right one. Conservatives are largely celebrating this deal, free speech advocates. But then on the left, and Democrats, you do see some concern. There's Senator Elizabeth Warren. She tweeted out her disappointment, saying that this was a danger to democracy. The NAACP released a statement, too. They were speaking to how free speech can be wonderful, but hate speech is unacceptable. And there has been this outcry for Elon Musk not to allow former President Trump back onto the platform. To that, the former president said, while he is glad for Elon, he is a fan, he does not intend at this point to return to Twitter.
Yeah, well, certainly a lot to keep up with when it comes to all of the users. Exactly. You know, we first broke that last year when he was banned. So we'll continue to see how this plays out. But we really appreciate you joining us here live and breaking all of this down for our viewers. We hope that you have a great day, and we'll be talking with you again soon.
Thank you so much for having me. Have a great one.
Absolutely. All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. Be sure to stick with us throughout our morning and throughout our day. We'll be touching base with more Fox News correspondents, Fox Business contributors, as well as our own financial experts to talk more about this multi-billion-dollar deal, what changes could be coming to Twitter, and when we could see those happening. Also, the continued reaction from people across the globe. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to switch gears here and take you back out inside of a courtroom in Fairfax County, Virginia. That is where actor Johnny Depp took the stand once again yesterday in his multi-million-dollar defamation lawsuit against his ex-wife Amber Heard. That is expected to get underway once again live here at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. We'll be streaming it for you raw and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. But in the meantime, when you come back, we'll break down everything we saw inside of the courtroom just yesterday. You are streaming live now from Fox. It is Tuesday, April 26, 6:55 a.m. here on the East Coast. But regardless of where you are watching us from, thanks so much for starting off your day with us. We are continuing to bring you all of the latest developments on top stories we're following here in the U.S. as well as around the globe. And this has been a big one. We brought you live inside of the courtroom in Fairfax County, Virginia, as actor Johnny Depp continued to take the stand in his multi-million-dollar defamation trial against his ex-wife Amber Heard. Well, the testimony that we saw yesterday had jurors hearing texts and audio recordings reflecting on Depp's often contentious relationship with Amber Heard. So we do have Fox News correspondent William LaJuness bringing us the latest this morning on everything we saw just yesterday.
Actor Johnny Depp taking the stand again Monday in Virginia as his defamation trial against ex-wife Amber Heard enters week 3. Monday, during cross-examination from Heard's attorneys, jurors listened to recordings of Depp talking about escalating tensions between the couple during their marriage.
Because the next move, if I don't walk away or just go out for a little while, it's just gonna be a bloodbath, and like it was on the island.
Depp is suing Heard for $50 million in damages, alleging that Heard falsely portrayed him as a domestic abuser in a 2018 op-ed in the Washington Post. Though Depp acknowledges a history of drinking and drug use, he says he was never physically abusive with his ex-wife.
Even if I had done an interview to try to explain myself, it turned into a hit piece. So my mouth was shut.
Though Depp was never directly named in the piece, the actor says the hit to his reputation made it difficult for him to land new movie roles.
Mr. Depp, how did you feel when you learned that you were being dropped from the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise?
After that long relationship, and quite a successful relationship, certainly for Disney, that suddenly I was guilty until proven innocent.
The trial is expected to last several more weeks. Amber Heard will have the opportunity to testify as well. In Los Angeles, William LaJuness, Fox News.
And again, we will be streaming that trial for you here on Live Now from Fox. It is slated to get underway in Fairfax County, Virginia at around 10 a.m. Eastern Time. Meanwhile, going from Fairfax County, Virginia, right in the same area in the DMV, here's a Live Now look at the White House in our nation's capital, because we are continuing to follow the pushback against Biden's Title 42. Well, there was a major development surrounding that made just yesterday, a court granting a temporary order which blocks the Biden administration from lifting the policy. Now, earlier yesterday, a group of House Republicans got a first-hand look at the border and heard from agents about some of the challenges that they're facing. So Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera has more details on their trip and everything regarding this story from Washington, D.C.
Supporters of Title 42 are celebrating a victory after a federal judge temporarily blocked the Biden administration from lifting the pandemic-era policy.
There's policies that work from the previous administration. Address it.
Missouri, Louisiana, and Arizona initially sued the administration earlier this month for deciding to end the policy on May 23rd. The order, which allows for the quick deportation of migrants, was first issued by the Trump administration in March 2020 to prevent the spread of COVID.
If Title 42 is removed, according to the Biden administration, it would mean 18,000 people a day coming across the border, which would in turn annually mean there would be more than 6 million people coming across the border.
A group of Republican lawmakers led by House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy highlighted the surge in migrants during a tour of the southern border on Monday. But more Democrats are becoming worried lifting Title 42 would lead to an even bigger influx. A concern also felt by Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, per an Axios report.
I'm not going to get into private conversations, but I think, again, it's important to note this is a CDC decision.
Despite the division, many Democrats are still determined to end Title 42.
There's ample vaccines available. There is the ability to test and quarantine that work. And so Title 42 should be lifted.
The body of a Texas Army National Guard specialist who went missing after trying to save migrants from drowning was found Monday. The White House extended its condolences and stressed the need to fix the, quote, broken immigration system. In Washington, Mallory Rivera, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Madeline Rivera for that report. It is officially 7 a.m. Eastern time, and well, you could see all the times we've got going for zones across the United States. Regardless of where you are watching us from, thank you so much for starting off your Tuesday morning with us. It is April 26th, and my name is Regina Gonzalez, joining you here live from Orlando, Florida, as I continue to bring you all of the top stories, breaking news, and even some live events that we are already getting into our desk to start your morning off. So what are the major stories that we are following today? Well, if you are just tuning into our stream for the last several hours, and really for the last several weeks, I should say, we've been following the latest news surrounding Elon Musk's new venture when it comes to social media giant Twitter. Well, yesterday, the Tesla CEO reached an agreement to buy Twitter for approximately $44 billion. And what's he trying to change? When can we expect those changes to get underway? Well, stay with our show and our hosts here, because throughout the morning and throughout the day, we're going to be joined by Fox Business contributors, as well as our own financial experts. Just a couple of minutes ago, I was also joined live by Fox's Alexandria Hoff. We've got multiple reporters and experts following the latest on this story, and we'll continue to bring you the latest information and analyzation on what changes we could see to Twitter, how soon, and why is he even doing this to begin with. We'll have all that for you here throughout your day. We're also following the latest news when it comes to the Russian invasion into Ukraine, officially entering day 62. Several things to follow here. We've got Secretary General Antonio Guterres in Moscow as we speak. He first met with Russian counterparts, including Sergei Lavrov, and he is expected to meet with Russian President Vladimir Putin. Now, I actually do want to let you know that we are monitoring a press conference live right now out of Moscow. We are expected to hear from the UN Secretary General as well as the Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov any moment here. We are not entirely sure if it's going to be dubbed in English, but if it is, we will certainly bring it to you live, raw, and in its entirety, because we have been following this invasion, every development since the very beginning. And important to mention that this is all coming as we've got our own U.S. officials overseas talking about the war, meeting with counterparts. We had Secretary of State Antony Blinken and Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin meet with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky yesterday in Kyiv. It was actually the biggest and closest, highest stakes meeting as the war rages on. They were literally front and center in the capital of Kyiv. And we do know that today, Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin is expected to make some more remarks in Germany. He's going to be discussing long-term security needs in Ukraine following that visit with Zelensky. And it was there yesterday that they unveiled a new multi-million-dollar military aid package for the Ukrainian military. So we'll continue to analyze their visit from yesterday and bring you the latest on what's happening there today here on Live Now from Fox. Also, a major story that we are following right here in our own backyard in Orlando, Florida. Today, we're expected to hear from 14-year-old Tyree Sampson's mom for the first time since he fell to his death from a drop tower ride in Orlando just last month. We're also learning more about the wrongful death lawsuit filed by the family. So we've actually got Fox 35 Orlando's Ray Vieta. He is in St. Louis, Missouri. That is where Tyree and his family are from, and that is where this news conference is going to be taking place a little later. We're again expected to hear from the teen's mother for the first time since this has happened. His father has joined certain news platforms since this has happened, as well as other family members and the family friends that he was with. He actually wasn't with his parents at the time that this tragic incident happened. He was visiting Orlando for his spring break with a family friend. So we are working to get an official confirmation on a time of this news conference, and when we get that, we will absolutely bring it to you here live, raw, and unfiltered. Meanwhile, I do want to head back out to the latest when it comes to Elon Musk buying Twitter for $44 billion. Like I said, we've got Fox News correspondent Alexandria Hoff covering this story from Washington, D.C. So let's get the very latest from her here this morning to start off the top of the hour here.
Musk had maintained that $54.20 a share was his best and final offer, and that is what stockholders will receive. After much debate, Twitter's board agreed to the deal yesterday that will take the company private. Elon Musk launches into a new frontier. The founder of SpaceX and Tesla, who describes himself as a free speech absolutist, announced his Twitter acquisition, saying, "Free speech is the bedrock of a functioning democracy, and Twitter is the digital town square where matters vital to the future of humanity are debated." He added on the platform, "I hope that even my worst critics remain on Twitter because that is what free speech means." Musk aims to relax content restrictions, increase public trust, and rid the platform of spam bots. Twitter founder Jack Dorsey shared his endorsement, writing, "Elon's goal of creating a platform that is maximally trusted and broadly inclusive is the right one." While conservatives are largely celebrating the $44 billion deal,
they're going crazy over an electric car maker who supports free speech.
Democrats have shown reservation.
No matter who owns or runs Twitter, the president has long been concerned about the power of large social media platforms.
Senator Elizabeth Warren expressed her disappointment, writing, "This deal is dangerous for our democracy." The NAACP's president released a statement that included, "Mr. Musk, free speech is wonderful, hate speech is unacceptable." They also appealed for Musk not to reinstate former President Trump's account, which was suspended after the January 6th Capitol riot. Trump has so far said he applauds Musk but has no intention to return to the platform. Twitter held an all-hands-on-deck meeting yesterday with some staff threatening walkouts. It was shared that the company will continue with business as usual until the acquisition is finalized, which could take up to 6 months. In Washington, Alexandria Hoff, Fox News.
And Alexandria Hoff showed you some of the reaction to this business venture there in her report. But we did want to take you some of the tweets that we've also seen here on Live Now from Fox. So this coming from Elon Musk himself, full statement there, a portion of it, I should say, saying free speech is the bedrock of a functioning democracy, and Twitter is the digital town square where matters vital to the future of humanity are debated. I also want to make Twitter better than ever by enhancing the product with new features, making the algorithms open source to increase trust, defeating the spam bots, and authenticating all humans. Twitter has tremendous potential. I look forward to working with the company and the community of users to unlock it. And then you can see he had some of his own emojis saying yes. He also said, "I hope that even my worst critics remain on Twitter because that is what free speech means." So really a huge push for free speech there. We've also got some reaction from Senator Elizabeth Warren, not in agreement with this deal. She said this deal is dangerous for our democracy. Billionaires like Elon Musk play by a different set of rules than everyone else, accumulating power for their own gain. We need a wealth tax and strong rules to hold big tech accountable. So again, we got mixed reaction there from this business venture. Then we've got a positive and supportive tweet from Senator Marsha Blackburn saying that this is an encouraging day for freedom of speech. I am hopeful that Elon Musk will help rein in big tech's history of censoring users that have a different viewpoint. So as Alexandria Hoff said, we actually spoke with her live a little bit ago, and she said that a lot of conservative Republicans are in support of this venture because of the free speech aspect. You even got a Republican governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, saying bring Twitter to Texas to join Tesla, SpaceX, and the Boring Company. So again, some mixed reaction there. Jeff Bezos, billionaire Jeff Bezos and Amazon CEO. Interesting question. Did the Chinese government just gain a bit of leverage over the town square? Interesting there. Also saying my own answer to this question is probably not. The more likely outcome in this regard is complexity in China for Tesla rather than censorship at Twitter. We've also got him saying, but we'll see. Musk is extremely good at navigating this kind of complexity. Also got Kevin Jonas Brothers, saying, will we now get the edit tweet option? This is what I'm here for, because I have said to our own social media team, I feel like when I tweet something, there's always some sort of typo because I'm rushing to get news updates on. So if we could get an edit button, an edit option here for the first major source of business, that's what I'm here for. So again, just wanted to show you this reaction here on Live Now from Fox, as again, we monitor this news that first broke yesterday. And be sure to stick with us, because throughout our show, we're going to be joined by more live guests, including Fox Business contributors, financial experts, talking about what could possibly cost $44 billion. So stay with us for those live reports that our very own Gabby Amato and Mackenzie Stasko will have for you in just a little bit. Meanwhile, as we shift gears to another top story that we are following for you here, I do want to let you know we're continuing to monitor this feed for you here on Live Now from Fox, coming out of Moscow. Any moment now, we are expecting a press conference from the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres, holding a news conference after meeting with Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. Now, he's meeting with Sergei right now, he just met with him, I should say. Then he's expected to meet with Russian President Vladimir Putin. Now, he's doing this today, and then he will slowly make his way to Ukraine and is expected to sit down with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in about 2 days. That meeting is set for Thursday. So again, we're very closely following what's going on there overseas. Now, this all happening as we had our own U.S. officials overseas meeting with Zelensky in Kyiv for the biggest high-stakes meeting that the U.S. has had since this invasion first began. It has officially entered day 62 today. So we do have Fox national security correspondent Jennifer Griffin overseas with them. We have Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin expected to make some more remarks from Germany today regarding the aid that the U.S. is continuing to provide for the Ukrainian military and how the NATO officials really out there can also continue supporting them as well. But as we follow this story, let's get the very latest on how their visit went just yesterday here on Live Now from Fox.
In the highest-level visit by senior U.S. officials to the capital, Kyiv, Secretary of State Antony Blinken and Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin met with President Zelensky and key members of his cabinet for 3 hours to discuss what more the U.S. can do to help him.
A sovereign, independent Ukraine will be around a lot longer than Vladimir Putin's on the scene. And our support for Ukraine going forward will continue. It will continue until we see final success.
As Austin and Blinken made their way to the president's compound, several explosions struck oil depots 45 miles inside Russia. Indications suggest Ukrainian missiles struck the key supply site. Russia retaliated with strikes on 5 railway facilities in central and western Ukraine, including one in Krasny outside Lviv. Blinken revealed the 2 secretaries traveled by train to Kyiv. Defense Secretary Austin announced more military training and $300 million more in U.S. military assistance to Ukraine's government.
We want to see Russia weakened to the degree that it can't do the kinds of things that it has done in invading Ukraine.
Secretary of State Blinken announced steps to reopen the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv.
We will have American diplomats back in Ukraine starting next week.
I'm thankful to the U.S. people and personally to President Biden for the powerful, sincere support we are getting.
Without the U.S. government on the ground in Ukraine, it is unable to see where billions of dollars of U.S. aid is going and whether it is actually getting to the front lines, to units that have been trained on some of the more sophisticated equipment.
We did have a very good discussion with the President and Minister of Defense on the necessity to make sure that that those weapons are tracked and as best possible to make sure that they're protected from falling in the hands of adversaries.
The visit marked a strong show of solidarity with the Zelensky government, a message to Putin that Ukraine is not going anywhere, nor is the U.S. Tomorrow, here at Ramstein Air Base in Germany, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin will host 30 ministers of defense. He and General Mark Milley will be seeking more military aid for Ukraine. Traveling with the Defense Secretary, Jennifer Griffin, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Jennifer Griffin for that report. As you heard her say, that report was filed yesterday, but had a lot of useful information on their visit. And again, we are expecting Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin to meet with more allies and military members out there in Germany. And he is expected to make remarks a little bit later this afternoon. So we will certainly bring those to you live, raw, and unfiltered when we get them, because that is who we are and what we do. It's the cool thing about our show. When major news breaks and major press conferences like this happen overseas, we are able to let you watch it in full and really make your own judgment on what is happening there as the invasion officially enters day 62. Do want to let you know also that we're continuing to monitor this feed for you here this morning coming out of Moscow. We've got the United Nations Secretary of General just meeting with the Russian foreign minister, and he is expected to meet with Russian President Vladimir Putin at some point today. So we should be getting a press conference here very shortly on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, it is another major story that we are following here today. We're expected to hear from the mother of the teenager who was tragically killed when falling to his death from a free fall drop ride right here in Orlando, Florida. He was with a family friend visiting at the time for spring break, and he's actually from St. Louis, Missouri. So we are going to hear from the mother in Missouri today, and we've actually got our very own Fox 35 Orlando's Ray Vieta in St. Louis, kind of previewing what we could expect and breaking down what we saw in the wrongful death lawsuit that was officially filed yesterday. We broke that to you here right on Live Now from Fox. So when we come back from this quick break, we are going to touch base with Ray live from St. Louis, so don't go anywhere. You are streaming live now from Fox on this Tuesday, April 26th. You're hearing the voice of Regina Gonzalez with you live from Orlando, Florida. This is a very tragic story right here in our own backyard that happened just last month that we've continued to follow for you here on Live Now from Fox. It's certainly garnered national attention. And we've got a new development happening today, and we've had some new developments over the last 24 hours. So today we're expecting to hear from 14-year-old Tyree Sampson's mom for the first time since he fell to his death from a drop tower ride in Icon Park just last month. We're also learning more about the wrongful death lawsuit that was officially filed by the family. So important to mention that Tyree was visiting on his spring break, and he's actually from St. Louis, Missouri. Well, that is actually where we have Fox 35's Ray Villeda joining us live with special coverage from St. Louis, again, where that family is from. So we do want to welcome him on to our show here. Ray, good morning to you. Really a lot to uncover here, but that lawsuit certainly places blame on a lot of entities. So can you kind of elaborate for our viewers here?
That's right, Regina. So the lawsuit is 65 pages long, and as you mentioned, it names at least 11 defendants, including the owner of the ride, the manufacturer, and the property that it sits on in Orange County at Icon Park. As you may recall, the 14-year-old fell to his death late last month from the Orlando freefall ride in Icon Park. A report showed that the seats that the ride had been altered before it was inspected to fit larger riders. It showed Sampson was not properly secured before he slipped out and fell to his death. Engineers say that an average opening for restraints is 3 inches, but Sampson's was as much as 7 inches. His family's attorney said to us yesterday that this could have been prevented if the manufacturer had put a $22 seatbelt, an added restraint on that ride, preventing that fall. We also heard from the attorney for the slingshot itself. I'm going to read you in part what that statement said. It read in part, Orlando Slingshot continues to fully cooperate with the state during its investigation, and we will continue doing so until it has officially concluded. We reiterate that all of the safety protocols, procedures, and safety measures provided by the manufacturer were followed. The attorney spoke to us yesterday for the family, for Tyree Sampson's family, and he told us they don't want to settle. They are adamant they want this to go to trial because they have a lot of questions they want answered. Those questions being, why did this 14-year-old die unnecessarily, falling about 100 feet to his death from that ride? So we expect the mother to be emotional as she is set to speak at around 11:30 Central Time here from St. Louis, Missouri, where they are from, where he was visiting from. That family heartbroken, of course, to have lost their son in such a tragic way. Regina?
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I do want to reiterate to our viewers, Ray, and perhaps you could take us some of what we've heard from the family, because this is the first time that we are going to hear from the mom. Obviously, such a tragic loss. No one should ever have to bury their child. But we have heard from the father at some points on certain news outlets. And I do believe, you know, cousins were in town here in Orlando. Can you kind of walk us through what we've seen from the family thus far?
Well, the family was taking a vacation. Tyree was with a friend of his. They were taking a vacation to Orlando. He's an honor roll football player, student here in St. Louis, Missouri. They were there at Icon Park. They had actually been turned away from a couple of rides because of his size. He's roughly 380 pounds. And so that's something else that's brought up in this lawsuit, that he shouldn't have been on that ride in the first place, because according to the guide, the manuals for that ride, the maximum weight is around 280, 287 pounds, and he was roughly 100 pounds over that weight. So this was one of the few rides that he was allowed to get on during his trip to Orlando, and of course we know the tragic outcome of that. So we have heard from his father. Of course everyone is heartbroken, but this will be the first time that his mother speaks out and talks to us about what she's been going through this last more than a month now, since the loss of her son, her 14-year-old son, an honor roll student, a football player who had a long life ahead of him, tragically cut short.
Yeah, and you know, Ray, you are standing in the middle of his hometown. You know, since you've gotten there, have you been able to speak with anybody who may have known him? And, you know, I know obviously this happened right here in Orlando where you and I work, but what has it been like being where he is from?
Well, I'll tell you this, we were not the only ones to arrive here from the media. There is a lot of media here in town. A lot of people want to know how that mother is feeling. It will be the first time that we hear from her. So what we're seeing is there's a lot of anticipation wanting to see what Nakia Dodd has to say about this whole situation that has tragically changed their lives. Again, she's scheduled to speak at roughly around 11:30 this morning here in St. Louis, Missouri.
All right, well, Ray, we certainly appreciate you joining us to kind of give us a little preview of what we could expect. So we will be touching base with you again here a little later in our show. But until then, thank you so much, and we hope you have a great day.
You too. Thank you.
All right, everybody, Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. We will be streaming that update for you here live, raw and unfiltered. Again, the first time that we are going to hear from Tyree's mother since this tragedy first unfolded. So we will continue to bring you all of the latest developments out of St. Louis here on Live Now from Fox throughout the day. And at around 8:45 a.m. Eastern time, our very own Mackenzie Stasko here with Live Now from Fox is also going to be touching base with Ray once again. Like he said, lots of media in town, very curious to hear what the family will have to say after filing that more than 60-page wrongful death lawsuit just yesterday. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, I do want to continue on with some more coverage of the Russian invasion into Ukraine. Again, we are continuing to monitor this feed coming in from Moscow. This has been up for about 20 minutes to a half hour now, so not really sure if this is happening on schedule here, but we are expected to hear from the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres holding a news conference after meeting with the Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. Now, it was Sergei Lavrov who actually warned that Ukraine could be provoking World War III. That was a statement from him himself. And we also do know that the UN Secretary General, after meeting with President Putin in Russia today, will then head to Ukraine to meet with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky on Thursday. So this all happening while we have the United States' officials over there to talk about the war as well. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin planning on making some more remarks from an air base in Germany later today to talk about the military aid that they're continuing to send to Ukraine as this war officially enters day 62. So when we come back, we will have a segment with our very own Andrew Kraft and Hal Kempfer. He has joined our show basically every day to talk about the latest developments in this war. So we'll have that for you when we return.
Expert Hal Kempfer. Hal, hope you had a great weekend. Good to see you. Let's talk, though. You and I had spoken on Friday about who we thought would go and when this high-level meeting would take place. It has since taken place. It's getting a lot of play. One thing that's getting a lot of attention, especially in foreign policy circles here in the United States, is this comment that Lloyd Austin made answering questions about Russia. And he essentially, and I'm paraphrasing here, said he wants to see a weakened Russia. Now, whether or not that is stated U.S. policy, we can talk about, but that was something for the Secretary of Defense to say it is the goal to weaken Russia.
Andrew, that may be one of the reasons that he went. was to deliver that message. As a pretty strong message. It actually indicates a shift in policy. There's a lot that you can put under that phrase "weakened." We've said the same thing in other countries, the Middle East, dealing with Iraq and other countries about, stopping their ability to pose a threat to their neighbors. This is typical language. Weakened in the way that the context in which he described it, was they can't do something like they did in Ukraine again. All right. That implies, number one, they're not going to succeed in Ukraine. They're going to get kicked out. And number two, that in the process of kicking them out of Ukraine, that their military will be so debilitated, so destroyed, not just defeated. North of Kyiv, the Russian forces were defeated. We're looking at the eastern and southern portions of the country. The language I keep hearing is that they won't just be defeated, they're going to be destroyed. In other words, they will not have the ability to conduct military operations. The attrition will be so great that they're no longer effective as military units in any way, shape, or form. And I think that's what the goal will be, that basically they will be so decimated by the time they get done that they literally will not be able to pose a threat to its neighbors. Keep in mind, when this thing started, 75% of the operational combat ground units in Russia were surrounding Ukraine. That's what went in, and it went all in. I mean, they all went in. Now they have a conscript thing going right now, the 1 April draft, if you will, that goes every year over in Russia. They're pulling up reserves from all over. They're grabbing Libyans and Syrians. They're trying to throw everything they can at it. Sustainment's a big issue. And there was another thing that was said today, too, that this is becoming a war of logistics. If more logistics can get to the Ukrainians to defeat the Russians than the Russians can put with their forces, that really will decide the battle.
Yeah, and Hal, just some more diplomatic headlines. Kind of welcome news, I would imagine, to Ukrainians that U.S. diplomatic staffers will come back to the embassy very soon. Those were Antony Blinken's words. To Kyiv, of course, following in the footsteps of so many European allies who are doing the same. Let's talk, though, about this other diplomatic announcement. President Biden finally naming a nominee to be ambassador to Ukraine after all these months. Do you think that will make a difference?
I think it'll help. I like the optics of it. And it's an ambassador, multilingual, the ambassador of Slovakia right next door. Obviously, very conversant in everything that's happening with Ukraine. I thought the choice was a good choice. All right. You have someone who's going to hit the ground running. The other thing is that it was stunning when this thing kicked off that we did not have a named ambassador. We had an acting ambassador, and that was kind of I don't know if you want to say an oversight, but it was certainly a real problem with how we're doing business. So having a named ambassador, particularly at this time, particularly at such a critical juncture in our relationship with Ukraine and also the situation on the ground, I think it makes a lot of sense. I hope that this can move through Senate confirmation very quickly so that we can get this back in place. It was interesting. Friday, we were talking about if Secretary Blinken went, and I think that was our guess. I'm going to tell you, I did not think they would send both. All right. I thought it would be one, yeah. And I thought it was Blinken. So I was half right. It was Blinken, but they sent Austin along too, which I thought was a great idea. And I think part of that was to put more gravitas. It shows the seriousness of the White House on this, that they sent two, are basically the head of our national security team, if you will, which kind of offsets the fact that we literally cannot get the president of the United States or vice president really there logistically. It's just right. It's in the too hard category right now. So I think that was a good call. But we did talk about the fact that when he went over there, one of his duties would be to open the embassy, if you will. And whereas he didn't physically open the embassy, he announced the embassy is opening, which is pretty close to what we thought he was going to do. So I'm really glad to see that. The European Union's opened their embassy. the United Kingdom's opening their embassy. A number of European nations are opening their embassies. And of course, you have the UN secretary who's going to be in Moscow and then coming down to Kyiv. I think the timing of this is well designed, if you will.
Okay. Are you optimistic on that? That was my next question. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres meeting with Lavrov, meeting with Putin tomorrow. And he is going to push. He's going to push Putin to get back to the table. Putin, over the weekend, said he has no interest in doing that. So we could maybe see some movement toward progress, maybe.
Well, the only thing I would say I'm optimistic of is that he's going to get really frustrated meeting with Putin and Lavrov, okay? And then he's going to come down and meet with Zelensky. And frankly, if the goal of this was to strengthen the relationship of the United Nations hierarchy, if you will, with Ukraine, then I think that will be accomplished. But I think really for the Russians, particularly for Putin and everybody around him, whatever they do is dictated by what happens on the ground. And I still don't think they're getting the most accurate picture of what's happening on the ground. I think some of the stuff that we see, we hear, is far more accurate than what is, surprisingly, considering all the resources at his disposal, all the intelligence capability he has. I think what we hear is probably a little bit more balanced and accurate than what he gets. I think his is still shaded by, we're going to win. We're going to take the provinces. We're going to, take the land bridge to Crimea. I think he still believes that the Ukrainians can't stop that from happening. And obviously, the U.S. position, and I think NATO's position, what we're hearing across the board is there's a very strong and growing feeling that the Ukrainians will prevail, that they will push the Russians out. And it's interesting. I noticed a shift in tone. There was a very positive tone about how they thought this thing was going to end.
Yeah.
Positive in a rather certainty. And part of this too is, I think, one thing we don't get all the classified reports on where Russia sits logistically. And I don't think they would be saying that unless they felt very confident that Russian logistics just could not catch up. The other thing too is, with all the shooting of missiles and stuff, it's like, raising the threat, hitting these rail lines and stuff like that. I see that a little bit more. I see it as desperation more than anything else. So,
oh, wow.
Yeah.
Let's talk about that, though. That's a good segue here. Large explosions were reported at a large Russian military base in Bryansk, Russia. This is kind of being chalked up to the part on Ukrainian forces doing it. It's a logistics hub, Bryansk. Also, some of these fuel depots there were on fire. And so we haven't gotten anything confirmed yet, but a lot of sources think it was the Ukrainians. To my next question, though, why do you think we haven't seen more strikes by the Ukrainians into Russian territory over the border? Do you think that is strategic? Do you think they don't want to start an even worse conflagration there in the east? But you would think that would be on the table more.
Two things. Number one, I'm sure those are all considerations. They're obviously in the back of their minds, and they don't want to say it, but in the back of their minds, they're worried that Putin's line between conventional forces and maybe something like a tactical nuclear strike, it's not a clear, bright line as it is in our minds. All right. I'm sure that's in their strategic thinking. But the other side is these are really tough to pull off. For Ukraine, they're not the United States. They don't have all the resources we have. So for them to do these deep strikes into Russia, spectacular, high payoff, if you will, in terms of what they achieve, but they are difficult to pull off, whether you're using missiles or helicopter strikes or some sort of special operations element that goes in there commando style and takes them out. However it's done, they're not easy. There is a certain amount of risk. And so I think it's a little bit of capability too that weighs into that. I think the same problem the Russians have. Why haven't we seen the Russians just launching fusillades of cruise missiles towards Lviv and into Western Ukraine? And why aren't they constantly attacking all the rail lines all the time? And it's because they can't. They don't have the resources to keep up that sort of sustained tempo. So each side has limitations that they have to deal with.
That leads me to my next point as well, because you and I have talked so often that Putin might have his sights set on other regions, not just Ukraine. And over the weekend, there were several explosions reported outside the Ministry for State Security in this region that a lot of Americans, myself, I had never heard of this region, Transnistria. This is a Russian-occupied breakaway state in Moldova. Do you think Moldova is next? What's going on here?
It's a breakaway state that has Russian troops on the ground. All right, they actually have Russian forces there. And what's interesting is Lukashenko did this thing at the beginning of the war where he was briefing his battle staff, and he had this big map up, and down in the corner you saw these big red arrows, and one of those red arrows went up from Odessa into Moldova, into that very region. And everyone who looked at that, and you know, it's kind of funny because a lot of people are saying, was he being tricky? Was this some sort of made up thing where he was trying to make us think that the Russians intended to invade Moldova, but they didn't? I think it was just an oversight that they had that on there because that was part of the original Russian plan, was to sweep across the south, take Odessa. I think they wanted to do a big amphibious assault in conjunction with a westward overland movement. And then from there, they would pivot and go up to Moldova. And that's what the map dictated. So I think it's been there since the very beginning. I think Moldova assessed when they looked at this that they've been on the list of things that Russia wants to do since the very beginning. It makes sense. It fits the rhetoric. It fits the goals. It fits everything that Putin says. The problem is they have to take Odessa in order to do that pivot. And that's where they're stuck. They're not making a lot of progress. Interesting things happen. Number one, they took out over in Kherson. There was a very successful strike this weekend that took out the command post for one of the combined arms armies, killing 2 generals and seriously wounding a 3rd. So now the general kill count has gone up to 10. Just a stunning number. And it took out a combined arms army headquarters, which means that they're not going to be able to do a lot in terms of complex operations at that level for some time until they reconstitute. The other thing was there was some sort of Russian special operations group with a lot of demolitions that was going into that area that was doing a deep insertion to do a bunch of sabotage operations. They got uncovered by the Ukrainians, and by reports, about half the unit was wiped out, and they had to retrograde and leave out of there. So they have not been having a lot of success in that region. The Ukrainians have been pushing back in a lot of areas. So they're having a tough time with the overland thing, with the sinking of the Moskva, with now knowing that there's Neptune anti-ship missiles down there that are ready to take out any ships that get close to shore. I don't see an amphibious operation going on down there. They're not making movement across the land. So even though that's on the list of what they want to accomplish, physically accomplishing that goal is going to get more difficult. And if they start getting pushed back in eastern Ukraine and in other parts of southern Ukraine, you might see Moldova start to shift a little bit. All right. I kind of, one of the things we've been talking about is the collapse of the periphery, if you will. Already this weekend, we saw some stuff show up where they were talking about the Kuril Islands that the Soviet Union took at the end of World War II, Japanese islands to the north. All of a sudden, that's being discussed, along with the discussion of Russian forces in Georgia. Kazakhstan was in the news today talking about what if there was another thing like happened in January where the Russians had to come in and prop up the government. You know, basically, if the Ukrainian situation stays the same, the Russians may not have the ability to do that.
Yeah.
They may not have the ability to prop up Lukashenko in Belarus in case there was mass protests and the threat of a potential overthrow in Minsk. There's just a lot of second, third order effects are coming out of Ukraine. And the Moldova thing may really shift how the Moldovan government views Russia and views this entire situation. So don't be surprised if a month or 2 months from now, we may be looking at a reordering, if you will, across the map.
Yes, and for those of us who need to brush up on our geography, Moldova sits behind your right shoulder
here.
there.
Yes. Yeah, right there. Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry. I'm trying to get my left and right because I got the opposite view of my camera. So,
No.
Yeah.
Hal, always so good to talk to you, and we'll do so each and every day this week, and we thank you.
О тех решениях, которые были оглашены.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. So thank you to our very own Andrew Kraft. And as always, Hal Kempfer, a former counterintelligence officer, joining us nearly every day to talk about this invasion. We had been monitoring this feed for quite some time now. This is a press conference happening between Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov and the United Nations Secretary General Guterres. They are meeting in Moscow right now. Guterres expected to meet with Russian President Vladimir Putin. We do want to let you know that we were hoping this would be dubbed in English or have an English translation, but it looks like it is going to be in full Russian, but wanted to let you know that it is happening. When we do get more information on a translation here and what this meeting entailed, we will certainly bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to switch gears back to another major story that we have been following at the U.S.-Mexico border. A tragic update regarding a National Guard soldier who tragically drowned while rescuing a pair of drug smugglers along the border. His body was found. We also had House Republicans visiting the border yesterday to speak with patrol agents on the challenges that they face getting put in danger's way, just like this gentleman here. So when we come back, we're going to get the nuts and bolts of what happened here with this soldier and the investigation into that, and then we'll hear in full from House Republicans. So don't go anywhere. Streaming live now from Fox on this Tuesday, April 26th. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you from Orlando, Florida. We are continuing to run you through all of the top stories that we're following here to start off your day. And I do unfortunately want to bring you a tragic update to an investigation into a National Guard soldier who drowned while rescuing a pair of drug smugglers along the border. His body was found, and the tragedy occurred against the backdrop of non nonstop incursions and the prospect of even more happening if COVID-related asylum rules end next month. That is Biden's what is known as Title 42. So Fox News correspondent Bill Malugin has more from Eagle Pass, Texas on this investigation and what we saw yesterday. We also had House Republicans at the border speaking with Border Patrol agents.
A somber scene in Eagle Pass, Texas today, as the flag-draped body of a missing Texas National Guard soldier is recovered from the Rio Grande days after he disappeared. 22-year-old specialist Bishop Evans is believed to have drowned after jumping into the river on Friday morning in an effort to save the lives of 2 illegal immigrants who Texas Rangers say were smuggling drugs. The discovery of his body came as House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy and a delegation of House Republicans visited Eagle Pass today.
It's about those that live here. It's about those that serve here. It's about those that work here. It's about Bishop Evans.
This border was secure. The administration changed. His executive orders changed. And what we have now found that you've had more than 2 million people come across this border.
Today, Border Patrol gave the GOP delegation a tour of the river, not far from where Evans' body was found. It's also where Fox News captured dramatic video this morning showing Mexican authorities trying to physically stop migrants from getting into the Rio Grande. They were unsuccessful as the migrants ran right past them and jumped into the river, eventually crossing illegally into Eagle Pass. In the same location, a different group of migrants ran down the riverbank, evading Mexican police and jumped into the water, some of them with toddlers. 2 U.S. Border Patrol boats later had to rescue them, with one of the migrants refusing to hand agents a child, while others swam away from the boats. All of this in one small city at the border, ahead of the repeal of Title 42, something Leader McCarthy noted as we rode along with him during his visit. And what are your thoughts on the fact that President Biden ostensibly has never been at the border in his life?
You know, that is very telling. He's been in office more than 40 years and never been to the border. How can you understand it?
And on Monday evening, in response to a lawsuit from Arizona, Louisiana, and Missouri, a federal judge issued a temporary restraining order which will block the Biden administration from dropping Title 42. However, it is only a temporary ruling, and things can change when both sides meet in the courtroom next. Reporting in Eagle Pass, Texas, Bill Malugin, Fox News.
All right, everybody, we are going from the border out to Moscow in Russia, where we are hearing from the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres. This is in English, so we want to listen in after he just met with Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov and is expected to meet with Vladimir Putin today. Let's listen in live on Unfiltered.
That we face a crisis within a crisis in Mariupol. Thousands of civilians are in dire need of life-saving humanitarian assistance and many of evacuation. The United Nations is ready to fully mobilize its human and logistical resources to help save lives in Mariupol. My proposal is for a coordinated work of the United Nations, the International Committee of the Red Cross, and Ukraine and Russian Federation forces to enable the safe evacuation of those civilians who want to leave, both inside the Azovstal plan and in the city, in any direction they choose, and to deliver the humanitarian aid.
All right, it does appear we lost that feed for you here on Live Now from Fox, but I do have another way to bring it to you. Let's continue to listen in.
And this is not just about what is happening in Ukraine, as we are seeing shockwaves around the world. The dramatic acceleration of the increase of the prices for food and energy that was already taking place in the last year are causing enormous suffering to hundreds of millions of the most vulnerable people worldwide. And this comes on top of the shock of the continued COVID-19 pandemic and the uneven access to Russia and for the world. And it's very important, even in these moments of difficulty, to keep alive the values of multilateralism. We need a world that is multipolar, with multilateral institutions, and those multilateral institutions must abide by the UN Charter and by international law. And abiding by the UN Charter and by international law, recognizing full equality among states, they hopefully will be an instrument that will allow us, once again, to come together as humankind and address the dramatic challenges we face, from climate change to epidemics and to many others, and in which the only war we should have would be a war of those that put the planet at risk.
Уважаемые коллеги, переходим к вопросам. Пожалуйста, India Today.
Good afternoon. I am Geeta Mohan from India Today. I have a question each from both the leadership, beginning with the United Nations Secretary General, sir. Mr. Guterres, sir, there are allegations and counter-allegations regarding genocide, war crimes, human shields, as also reports of chemical weapons and biological weapons being used. You spoke about contact group and humanitarian corridors. You also spoke about investigations. Will the United Nations look at independent investigations, creating a team, an investigating team, to look into the facts on the ground? And my question to the Foreign Minister, sir, both sides, whether it's the United Nations or the international community, are looking at negotiated settlement and ceasefire. Should Russia look at a negotiated settlement? Is there a country or an organization that could act as a mediator? Who would Russia consider as a mediating agency? Thank you.
Well, the UN Secretariat has not the power to do investigations of that kind. We have the International Criminal Court, we have the different mechanisms that exist in the human rights system, namely commissions of inquiry. It is not my intention to promote an investigation myself. I have not the authority for it, but I think it's very important to have independent investigations in order to have full credibility and full accountability.
Да, что касается адресованного мне вопроса, я сначала хочу сказать про те позиции, которые мировое сообщество занимает, и как ООН должна руководствоваться этими позициями, наряду, конечно же, с неприходящими принципами Устава ООН, прежде всего принцип суверенного равенства государств, о котором я уже сказал. Господин генеральный секретарь сослался на резолюцию Генеральной Ассамблеи, которая осудила Россию, провозгласила то, что происходит на Украине, вторжением, нарушением суверенитета, территориальной целостности. Напомню, что за резолюция голосовалась, она не была консенсусной. Многие страны жаловались нам потом, что их заставляли, буквально заставляли, ловили послов в кулуарах ООН. Наши американские друзья умеют этим заниматься. И прямо грозили. У кого-то счета в Америке, в каком-то банке, у кого-то дети в университете учатся. Я не утрирую. Это было. И мы это знаем. Но, тем не менее, резолюция не была принята единогласно. Несколько десятков стран отказались ее поддерживать. И я, конечно, понимаю, что любая резолюция Генеральной Ассамблеи должна быть мандатом для секретариата. Вот секретариат излагает свои подходы. Но точно так же и резолюции Совета Безопасности должны быть для секретариата священны, особенно резолюции, которые принимаются консенсусом, когда все 15 членов голосуют за конкретное решение. И вот именно консенсусом в феврале 2015 года был одобрен документ под названием «Минский комплекс мер», в котором прямо говорится о необходимости прямого диалога между Киевом, Донецком и Луганском для того, чтобы урегулировать все имевшиеся тогда проблемы в рамках территориальной целостности Украины. Надо было всего-навсего выполнить обязательства, под которыми подписался сначала и президент Порошенко, потом и президент Зеленский, и предоставить особый статус Донецкой и Луганской провозглашенным республикам, обеспечить амнистию, обеспечить по согласованию с ними поправки в Конституцию Украины в контексте децентрализации, но при сохранении территориально целостной Украины. И там было необходимо тоже по согласованию с Донецком и Луганском организовать выборы. Я не припомню, чтобы секретариат ООН каким-то образом реагировал на прямой, грубый саботаж этих минских договоренностей со стороны Киева. Хотя вроде бы резолюция Совета Безопасности, причем консенсусная, они являются частью международного права, резолюция Совбеза. Поэтому мы сегодня говорили об этом. И честно, мы давно друг друга знаем. У нас добрые товарищеские отношения. Я считаю, что такого рода разговор невозможно пытаться откладывать и откладывать. Мы сейчас находимся на таком этапе развития международных отношений, когда наступает момент истины. Либо мы все смиримся с тем, что кто-то в одиночку с группой своих сателлитов решает, как будет жить человечество, либо человечество будет жить на основе устава ООН. Вот, собственно говоря, очень простой выбор. Никто не хочет никаких войн, Боже упаси, но предъявлять аргументы, требовать ответов от тех, кто нарушает устав ООН, обязательно надо. И я вас заверяю, что все больше и больше стран, особенно стран со своей историей, со своей культурой, цивилизационным наследием своим, хотят занимать именно такую позицию. Потому что когда-то этот разговор должен быть неизбежен. Я очень надеюсь, что именно ООН с ее корнями в уставе, в величайшем документе всех времен и народов, сыграет такую катализирующую роль в развитии такого честного, повторю еще раз, диалога, без ультиматумов, без угроз и без попыток силой решать проблемы, в том числе и силой финансовой, экономической, какой там еще обладают наши западные коллеги, злоупотребляя своим положением в мировой системе, я считаю, уже просто беспредельно. Что касается переговорных решений, да, мы за переговорные решения, как вы знаете, мы сразу же после того, как в начале марта президент Зеленский предложил переговоры, согласились, но то, как себя вела украинская делегация на переговорах, как вел себя уже сам президент Зеленский, отказываясь подтверждать то, что неделю назад они получили наши новые предложения, я об этом говорил неоднократно, это, конечно, удручает. Судя по всему, переговоры их особо не интересуют, они полагаются на то, что сейчас, как им обещали те, кто призывает не дать России победить, и наоборот, те, кто призывает победить Россию и разрушить Россию, что они будут эту линию продолжать путем накачки Украины вооружениями в огромных количествах. И если это будет продолжаться...
All right, everybody, it does appear as though we are not able to get a translation from this press conference coming out of Moscow, Russia, where we do have the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres, who is speaking in meeting face-to-face with Sergei Lavrov in Russia right now, of course, speaking about the ongoing war in Ukraine. Time here on the East Coast is just past 8 o'clock in the morning. We are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Good morning and welcome back into Live Now from Fox. My name is Mackenzie Stasko, joining you live from our studios in Orlando, Florida. The time here on the East Coast is just past 8 o'clock in the morning, and we of course do want to bring you up to speed with all of the top stories we are following here today. Right now we do have a live feed coming into our desk. This is of the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres, who is meeting face-to-face with Russian Prime Minister Sergei Lavrov right now in Moscow, Russia. It does appear as though this feed is coming to us in English right now. It is switching back and forth from English to Russian. So, of course, we will continue to dip in and out of this as soon as we do get those translations back. But another top story we are following today, of course, if you haven't heard, the world's richest man, Elon Musk, has reached an agreement to buy Twitter for about $44 billion. Coming up in about an hour, we will be speaking to a financial expert about that story that we are following, where we do know Elon Musk has decided to buy Twitter for $44 billion. And as we've been reporting to you this morning here on Live Now from Fox, today is day 62 of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Again, you are taking a live look at the feed we are following from Russia with Secretary General Antonio Guterres, who is there right now meeting with Sergei Lavrov. And later today, he is expected to meet with Russian President Vladimir Putin face to face. Also, here in Orlando, the free fall accident that happened back in March, we are expected to hear from the family of Tyree Sampson. They are expected to speak on filing a wrongful death lawsuit in that situation. So again, just a few of the top stories we are following here on Live Now from Fox. As we mentioned, this press conference is currently in Russian and not in English, but as soon as we get that back, we of course will bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, we do want to get back to some other news that we are following pertaining to the ongoing war in Ukraine. Russia's top diplomat, Lavrov, which you just saw there on your screen, is warning Ukraine against provoking World War III, while adding that the threat of nuclear conflict, quote, should not be underestimated. This comes after U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken and U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin met with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in Kyiv, Ukraine. Blinken there said Washington has approved a $165 million sale of ammunition for Ukraine's Soviet-era weapons, and will also provide more than $300 million in financing to buy more supplies. U.S. officials have been rushing more weapons to Ukraine and believe that the aid is making a difference in the war. But Lavrov has said that Russia, quote, has a feeling that the West wants Ukraine to continue to fight and, as it seems to them, exhaust the Russian army and the Russian military-industrial war complex. Lavrov added that weapons supplied by Western countries, quote, will be a legitimate target. And as we also reported to you, Russia unleashed a string of attacks against Ukrainian rail and fuel facilities, striking crucial infrastructure far from the front line of its eastern offensive. Meanwhile, the U.S. is reaffirming its commitment to help Ukraine win the war following the highest level visit by American officials to Kyiv since the invasion began. Our Fox News national security correspondent Jennifer Griffin has more from Germany.
In the highest level visit by senior U.S. officials to the capital, Kyiv, Secretary of State Antony Blinken and Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin met with President Zelensky and key members of his cabinet for 3 hours to discuss what more the U.S. can do to help him.
A sovereign, independent Ukraine will be around a lot longer than Vladimir Putin's on the scene. And our support for Ukraine going forward will continue. It will continue until we see final success.
As Austin and Blinken made their way to the president's compound, several explosions struck oil depots 45 miles inside Russia. Indications suggest Ukrainian missiles struck the key supply site. Russia retaliated with strikes on 5 railway facilities in central and western Ukraine, including one in Krasny outside Lviv. Blinken revealed the 2 secretaries traveled by train to Kyiv. Defense Secretary Austin announced more military training and $300 million more in U.S. military assistance to Ukraine's government.
We want to see Russia weakened to the degree that it can't do the kinds of things that it has done in invading Ukraine.
Secretary of State Blinken announced steps to reopen the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv.
We will have American diplomats back in Ukraine starting next week.
I'm thankful to the U.S. people and personally to President Biden for the powerful, sincere support we are getting.
Without the U.S. government on the ground in Ukraine, it is unable to see where billions of dollars of U.S. aid is going and whether it is actually getting to the front lines, to units that have been trained on some of the more sophisticated equipment.
We did have a very good discussion with the President and Minister of Defense on the necessity to make sure that that those weapons are tracked and as best possible to make sure that they're protected from falling in the hands of adversaries.
The visit marked a strong show of solidarity with the Zelensky government, a message to Putin that Ukraine is not going anywhere, nor is the U.S. Tomorrow, here at Ramstein Air Base in Germany, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin will host 30 ministers of defense. He and General Mark Milley will be seeking more military aid for Ukraine. Traveling with the Defense Secretary, Jennifer Griffin, Fox News.
Jennifer, thank you for that report. And on that very same topic, our own LiveNow's Andrew Kraft spoke with a former U.S. diplomat about what came out of that meeting. Let's go ahead and listen in to their conversation.
We were covering this highly anticipated trip by Secretary of State Blinken, Secretary of Defense Austin to Kyiv in Ukraine over the weekend. Here's a photo of both of them meeting with President Zelensky. Joining me now to discuss this even further, what came of the meeting, former diplomat Brett Bruin. Brett, good to see you. It's been a while since we've talked about what's been going on within Ukraine. Do you think much came of this meeting? We knew a high U.S. ranking delegation would visit. Was it too little too late?
Well, I think it was important symbolism. Obviously, having such senior U.S. officials on the ground in Kyiv helps to send a strong message both to Putin and to those Russian troops fighting now on the Eastern Front, but also it is a big morale boost for President Zelensky, for Ukrainian troops, for the Ukrainian people. So that was welcome, but as you said, there are obviously still a number of unmet expectations, and I believe President Zelensky has laid them out, including tougher sanctions on Russia to stop holding some of those cards back and to put them on the table, as well as additional weapons, albeit that, another $700 million in U.S. arms and U.S. economic support is important. The last thing I'll say, Andrew, is I think we need to start discussing, we need to start asking for a massive investment, a Marshall Plan-esque investment, rebuilding both Ukraine, but also, for that matter, other vulnerable former Soviet republics like Moldova and Georgia.
Yeah, of course, and we heard from Zelensky last week. He was speaking virtually to the World Bank board of directors, saying that he essentially was requesting from them about $7 billion a month just to keep Ukraine afloat, essentially, because so much of the infrastructure, so much of the economy has been decimated because of the war. We also got some news, though, on the diplomatic front as well, especially regarding the U.S. Embassy possibly moving back to Kyiv very, very soon. Do you think that's going to happen in the next couple of days, Brett?
Well, Secretary Blinken is promising U.S. diplomats will be on the ground. What that means in practical terms is, for now, they're crossing over on a day-to-day basis over from Poland to Lviv. Honestly, I think we ought to have our folks back in the embassy in Kyiv. One, it is a reinforced structure. It is as safe a building as you can get. And I think it's important both from a symbolic, but also from an intelligence and operational standpoint. And look, our people can live, and I did for a number of days in those embassies. We ought to have people back in Kyiv. The flag ought to be flying again over the U.S. embassy there.
Yeah, and of course, this comes on the heels of other major European powers saying that they are going to be bringing their embassies back to Kyiv. I think the latest last week, the UK announced it will do that. In fact. But also, we got some other diplomatic news as well. The name of a possible new ambassador to Ukraine. The Biden administration has not put forth a name for that position until just a couple of days ago. Who is that nominee now, and what do we know about her?
Yeah, she's coming over, currently ambassador to Slovakia, a career diplomat, certainly somebody who brings in the experience, which, as we've talked about before, not all of President Biden's ambassadors to some of those key posts have that same experience. It's good to see. It is quite late. We needed to have an ambassador on the ground this time last year. I think it is certainly important to get her confirmed as quickly as possible. But also, I think it brings more scrutiny to this question of who we are sending overseas, especially to places like London, Paris, Berlin, at such a critical time for our security, for the stability and safety of Europe. I think we need to have experienced hands and not amateur diplomats.
Of course, and her name is Bridget Brink. Like you said, she currently serves as the ambassador to Slovakia. Before we go, though, I just wanted to get your thoughts and opinions on some of these other European events that happened in the last couple of hours, that being the French presidential election, Macron having a pretty decisive victory against Marine Le Pen. Is this quite the broadside to Putin, that one of the major upholders of liberal Western democracy reelected to another 5-year term?
Well, and let's not forget, for the audience following at home, that Putin has bankrolled, allegedly, and there's certainly a lot of evidence, financial trails from the Kremlin to Marine Le Pen, the French far-right candidate. So it was more than just a reinforcement of a strong European leader. It was a repudiation of what Putin has done several times now in French elections as well as elsewhere. I think also, I mean, this was a big victory. It was not a eking out of a victory. And while it may be somewhat narrower by a few percentage points than the 2017 victory, that is certainly to be expected. And it gives Macron a mandate. I think without question, Macron is now the president of Europe. He is the leader of the European Union. He inherits that crown from Angela Merkel. He is now the person that Putin has to contend with on the European continent.
And Brett, just last question. We're in day, I believe, 61 since the war began, a little over now 2 months since the invasion started. You've been following it so closely. Are you somewhat optimistic about Ukraine's role in all of this as a fighting force, and what will you be watching this week?
You know, it's interesting. We heard from Ned Price, former State Department, current State Department spokesperson, just yesterday on the BBC Today show that they're now talking about Russia losing this conflict. You heard from Secretaries Austin and Blinken in Kiev that the Ukrainians seem to be getting an upper hand here. That being said, I don't think we can discount the underhanded, the unfair tactics that Putin is capable of, both in Ukraine, but I continue to sound the alarm that he is going to look for ways to hit Europe as well as the United States with some of those asymmetric attacks, whether it's on our politics, our economy, and we've got to have our guard up because Putin is going to try to get his revenge.
Brett Bruen, as always, we appreciate your insight into all of this. We'll talk to you again.
You bet.
And a big thanks to our own LiveNOW's Andrew Kraft for that conversation, who again has been speaking with Hal Kemper throughout this ongoing war in Ukraine. We do want to completely switch gears and take you to a story that we first broke to you here in Orlando, Florida. We have learned that the parents of a 14-year-old boy who fell to his death while on the Orlando Freefall ride back in March have filed a wrongful death civil lawsuit. We are expected to hear from Tyree Sampson's mother later today. It's a 65-page civil suit that claims negligence and strict liability and also names at least 11 defendants. We do have some special coverage coming out of St. Louis, Missouri, where the Sampson family is from. Our Fox 35's Ray Vieta is joining us live again with that special live coverage from St. Louis, Missouri this morning. Ray, that lawsuit does place blame on a lot of the entities in the park. Can you tell us a little bit more about the situation?
That's right. It lays blame to the manufacturer, the owner, and even the property that it sits on. As you mentioned, this is the 65-page lawsuit. 11 defendants named in it, as you said. It claims negligence and strict liability on behalf of those people who owned, manufactured, and where that ride sits. Now, the 14-year-old, as you mentioned, fell to his death from the Orlando freefall ride in Icon Park a little over a month ago. A report showed that 2 seats on the ride had been altered after it was inspected to fit larger riders. It showed Tyree Sampson was not properly secured before he slipped out and fell to his death. Engineers say the average opening for restraints is 3 inches, but Sampson's was as much as 7 inches. His family attorney says they want answers, and they're adamant they will not settle. They say they want this to go to trial so that they can get those answers. Now, I do want to read to you a statement from the attorney for the Orlando Slingshot. It reads in part, Orlando Slingshot continues to fully cooperate with the state during its investigation, and we will continue doing so until it has officially concluded. We reiterate that all safety protocols, procedures, and safety measures provided by the manufacturer were followed. We are expecting to hear from Nakia Dodd around 11:30 Eastern Time. She is the mother of Tyree Sampson here in St. Louis, Missouri. Of course, Tyree was visiting from St. Louis when this tragedy happened. He is described as a football player, honor roll student who was kind-hearted and had a long life ahead of him, a life that was tragically cut short when he fell from that ride more than 100 feet more than a month ago. So, of course, the story continues to develop, and we will be at that news conference when she will speak for the first time publicly, and we'll bring it to you as it happens. But for now, we're live here in St. Louis, Missouri. I'll send it back to you.
All right, our own Fox 35's Ray Vieta live there in St. Louis, Missouri, where that family is from. Ray, thank you so much for that live report. We, of course, always appreciate your coverage.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, we do want to take you out to the White House, a live shot of the White House here on Live Now from Fox. And as you heard Ray say, we, of course, will bring you that live press conference as soon as we get it. In the meantime, we do want to take you out to Moscow, Russia, where we do have another live feed coming into our desk that we want to bring to you right now. We do have the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres, who is meeting with Russia's Prime Minister Sergei Lavrov. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Outside its territory and
Welcome back into Live Now from Fox, everybody. My name is Mackenzie Stasko. It is just before 8:30 in the morning here on the East Coast, and today, if you didn't know, is day 62 of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. We do want to bring you some video of this situation, which we, again, have been following from the get-go. Again, day 62 of Russia's war in Ukraine, and we did just hear from the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres, who is expected to meet face-to-face with Russian President Vladimir Putin a little later today. But we did just get a briefing within the past 30 minutes or so from Kyiv, Ukraine, the latest update from Ukraine's defense ministry about this war. Let's go ahead and listen in.
But to hear that no casualties are reported and the damage to the infrastructure is minor. In your opinion, were the Russians targeting the railway or did they miss? Well, yesterday the railway seemed to be the intended target. When they would miss, like when they missed the Oblast state administration premises, we sustained a hit on a neighborhood school, which is just 100 meters away from the Oblast State Administration. They called it the military target, and this is what I said, that it is true that the school is a legitimate military target because the children who will study there will become proud fighters and will repel the Russian troops from ever invading Ukraine, just as the Ukrainian troops are repelling the Russian troops in the front. The Russian army is better armed. They are purportedly the second strongest army in the world, but they choke up on our patriotism. So our school will also bring up the future military leaders. 1,700 objects have been destroyed, and most of them are residential houses. 86 are educational facilities. 2 schools have been razed to the ground, one in Zhytomyr, one in Obrich. There are schools, 22 sporty facilities, 3 centers for administrative services, 20 industrial sites. There are 54 civilian casualties, including 4 children. There were times when entire families were massacred by a direct hit of an aviation bomb. These families died in their homes in Ovrich. It was a true tragedy to see a vehicle standing next to a non-existent house when there was no means of taking DNA samples, when the family with 2 children perished in the house, and there's little that remains of the house or of the people that lived in it. So every school will bring up military leaders. And this is the ultimate result of the Russian aggression. Tell us about the situation on the Belarus border. Zhytomyr has a long stretch of the border with Belarus. We have 250 kilometers of the state border with the Republic of Belarus. And let me tell you that the patriotic spirit of our nation and the preparation made in Zhytomyr have served to prevent the Russian invasion from the territory of Belarus. The situation remains calm on our stretch of the border. The armed forces of Ukraine are monitoring the situation. We cannot report a threat of invasion from Belarus, and the defensive actions that we've been making on the Ukraine-Belarus-Russian border have not ceased for an hour or for a day since the beginning of the Russian invasion. We've continued digging fortifications along the border, and we will continue doing it to prevent what happened in Chernobyl area. Some territories, because of the entry through Chernobyl, 9 settlements came under the Russian occupation, but now the situation is fully controlled. It's reassuring to hear from you. Zhytomyr has been hit. And how are you restoring the infrastructure these days? We are working to restore the infrastructure that has been damaged along the border of our oblast with the Kyiv oblast. Active hostilities took place. Malin community was worst affected by the hostilities. The invaders stationed in Kyiv region and used their artillery to shell Malin community. If we take the 9 settlements, they came under Russian occupation. They were later cleared. We are now rebuilding the infrastructure. We are rebuilding people's homes that were destroyed by the shelling. We are now currently replacing the roofs, the windows. We are restoring the power supply there. We are providing humanitarian relief for the people afflicted who were under the occupation and those returning to their homes. And most importantly, we are carrying out the demining operations as the enemy has left minefields. And these are the mined forests. The many forested areas have been mined. What was the intent of mining the forest? It must have been to prevent the Ukrainian troops of chasing them out. Russians detonated the bridges as they withdrew. No one was chasing them at the time. So this was a military treachery, because they saw the innocent civilians on the ground. They were under no threat, but the Russians would destroy the bridges in their wake. We are restoring the connection with the settlements. We are putting up temporary bridges, and we are rebuilding the permanent bridges to bring life back to these settlements. Can you tell us about the Zhytomyr highway to Kyiv, the major highway? It is operational. The Kyiv region was afflicted to a greater degree. In Zhytomyr, only some fighting was seen. One area, the first area on the border with Kyiv region, saw active fighting. It was the along MO6 highway. So this section is intact. I would drive to Kyiv, and I had to bypass Bilohorod-Kabait. I came to witness the atrocity committed in Kyiv. This was the Zhytomyrsky district. We saw such atrocities in the northern areas of the region, but the center remained intact, our Zhytomyr region. So the highway is passable, to give you a short answer. That's fine, and that's good to hear. Please tell us about the humanitarian situation in the region. Are people coming back home? Indeed, people are returning home. Zhytomyr used to be a transit humanitarian hub for a time, because we are positioned the way we are. We were passage for Makariv, Borodyanka, Irpin people. They all passed through Zhytomyr. This was the first Ukrainian stronghold for people leaving those areas, and people were given medical aid, humanitarian relief. We provided food for them. We gave them clothes. I'd like to say that 90,000 internally displaced people are currently staying in Zhytomyr. Of them, 25,000 are children. We've provided them with all essentials. We've given them medical care. Currently, we are considering the possibility of building a temporary mobile town, the same as was provided by the Polish Republic in Lviv. We'd like to have the same for 325 people. We'd like to have the same one in Zhytomyr. So we are helping the internally displaced people. We are working with the global initiatives of the United Nations. We are discussing the aid needed by the people who've been afflicted by the war. This is a very important initiative, as not all the people have homes to return to, as their homes have been razed. Other residents of Zhytomyr, a city and region, are they going back home, and have many left? Do you have any data on that? Zhytomyr region at the peak of hostilities, and that was when the enemy was staying on approaches to Kyiv, attempting to occupy. At that time, Zhytomyr resembled the map of Ukraine. We had a small section, the 9 settlements, under occupation on the border with Kyiv region. There were active hostilities, and the armed forces of Ukraine fought the aggressors and repelled them, preventing their incursion into the country, preventing the encirclement of the city of Kyiv. Therefore, some regions stayed in the rear under continuous missile shelling. Zhytomyr sustained 90 missile attacks from the beginning of the full-scale war. Half the oblast, half the region was prepared for war, but it was at high alert readiness state. But this territory was also our rear that provided the manpower, the equipment, provided the first aid. So Zhytomyr is a miniature Ukraine encapsulated in a region. Thank you. Vitaly, we know that Zhytomyr is a very important region for Ukraine because of the role it plays in agriculture. So tell us about the sowing campaign and its progress. Well, unfortunately, we will not be able to maintain the performance of the past periods. The region was developing dynamically. In the last 2 years that I've become the governor, the oblast has seen steady progress. As for the regions that saw the hostilities on the area, on the border with the Kyiv region, even in those times, we met with the agricultural producers in Novograd-Volynsk and Berdychev, and we urged them to start the sowing campaign because the war is on, but it is just as important to assure the food security of our country. Therefore, I'd like to tell you that the sowing campaign is at its peak. Currently, over 25% of the planned areas have already been sown. We will be sowing more buckwheat, more fodder crops. The Monsanto company, the Monsanto Seed Company, which has a representative office in Zhytomyr, and the Bayer company offered help to the agricultural producers and offered 143 tons of corn for 150 farming companies. Currently, we are urging the companies who come from the occupied territories to come and work in Zhytomyr. Thus, in 2020, Zhytomyr was deemed as a region that is most favorable for business. This was an estimate of independent expert, and this still holds true today. The oblast government, the local governments are prepared to help businesses on the ground. So if the companies are still considering the relocation, we'd like to tell you that we are happy to welcome you in Zhytomyr, and we'll help you conduct business, and you'll have full governmental support here. Vitaly, thank you for finding the time to join us, for share these developments with us. It's good to hear so many good news from you. We had the head of Zhytomyr Oblast Military Administration with us, Vitaly Bunechko, and with him Krasnookey from the
From Fox, if you haven't heard, the world's richest man, Elon Musk, is taking the helm of one of the world's most influential social media platforms. We, of course, are talking about Twitter. Now, Tesla CEO Elon Musk reached an agreement to acquire Twitter for approximately $44 billion. Fox News correspondent Alexandria Hoff is in Washington with more.
Musk had maintained that $54.20 a share was his best and final offer, and that is what stockholders will receive. After much debate, Twitter's board agreed to the deal yesterday that will take the company private. Elon Musk launches into a new frontier. The founder of SpaceX and Tesla, who describes himself as a free speech absolutist, announced his Twitter acquisition, saying, "Free speech is the bedrock of a functioning democracy, and Twitter is the digital town square where matters vital to the future of humanity are debated." He added on the platform, "I hope that even my worst critics remain on Twitter because that is what free speech means." Musk aims to relax content restrictions, increase public trust, and rid the platform of spam bots. Twitter founder Jack Dorsey shared his endorsement, writing, "Elon's goal of creating a platform that is maximally trusted and broadly inclusive is the right one." While conservatives are largely celebrating the $44 billion deal,
they're going crazy over an electric car maker who supports free speech.
Democrats have shown reservation.
No matter who owns or runs Twitter, the president has long been concerned about the power of large social media platforms.
Senator Elizabeth Warren expressed her disappointment, writing, "This deal is dangerous for our democracy." The NAACP's president released a statement that included, "Mr. Musk, free speech is wonderful, hate speech is unacceptable." They also appealed for Musk not to reinstate former President Trump's account, which was suspended after the January 6th Capitol riot. Trump has so far said he applauds Musk but has no intention to return to the platform. Twitter held an all-hands-on-deck meeting yesterday with some staff threatening walkouts. It was shared that the company will continue with business as usual until the acquisition is finalized, which could take up to 6 months. In Washington, Alexandria Hoff, Fox News.
Alexandria, thank you for that report. We do want to bring you straight to Elon Musk's response on Twitter itself, saying that free speech is the bedrock of a functioning democracy, and Twitter is the digital town square where matters vital to the future of humanity are debated. He also said, "I also want to make Twitter better than ever by enhancing the product with new features, making the algorithms open source to increase trust, defeating the spam bots, and authenticating all humans." He went on to say that Twitter has tremendous potential and that he looks forward to working with the company and the users to unlock it. We also have some other reaction from Musk saying that, "I hope that even my worst critics remain on Twitter because that is what free speech means." And from Senator Elizabeth Warren, as you heard in Alexandria's package, "This deal is dangerous for our democracy," according to the senator. She went on to say that, quote, "Billionaires like Elon Musk play by a different set of rules than everyone else, accumulating power for their own gain. We need a wealth tax and strong rules to hold big tech accountable." And Senator Marsha Blackburn, though, expressing her support, saying that, quote, "Today is an encouraging day for freedom of speech. I'm hopeful that Elon Musk will help rein in big tech's history of censoring users that have a different viewpoint." And finally, Texas Governor Greg Abbott saying, "At Elon Musk, bring Twitter to Texas to join Tesla, SpaceX, and the Boring Company." So that's just some of the reaction. We also have a tweet coming in from Jeff Bezos saying, "Interesting question. Did the Chinese government just gain a bit of leverage over the town square?" And he went on to say that, "My own answer to this question is probably not. The more likely outcome in this regard is complexity in China for Tesla rather than censorship at Twitter." Adding that, "But we'll see, Musk is extremely good at navigating this kind of complexity." And Kevin Jonas, we will now get asking Elon Musk if we will now get the edit tweet option. Of course, that is what a lot of people have been hoping for. As we've reported to here on Live Now from Fox, one of the changes Musk suggested he could make is adding that edit option. And on this very same topic, our own Live Now's Daytona Everett spoke with the co-founder of the 1st and 14th Institute to take a deeper look at the impact of Musk's acquisition of Twitter. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Tesla CEO Elon Musk reaching a deal to buy Twitter for $44 billion. The company's board has initially adopted a poison pill defense that would have made a takeover pretty expensive, but they decided to negotiate after Musk updated his proposal to show that he had secured financing. Under Musk's leadership, he's promising a more lenient approach to policing content, saying Twitter is not living up to its potential as a platform of free speech. So the one person that we thought to bring on, the co-founder, Mike Mathis, of First and 14th Institute. Mike, thanks for being with us here on the show. We always appreciate it. This has been the talker of the last weeks, the last month, probably over the past year. Censorship has been a conversation majorly, and we've talked about it before, not in this capacity, but with the acquisition from Musk here, how do you potentially see Twitter changing for users?
Well, Musk has promised to make some improvements, and if he follows through on those, they'll be important. For example, he said he's going to ask human users to be authenticated to make sure they're real people. And by the same token, he says he will work to eliminate or reduce the spam bots, which are these automated, Twitter accounts that just spam people with responses or try to embarrass them and, send nasty comments, all of that kind of thing. And he says he'll be fair to all users. So I think if he follows through on that, conservative users who have been unhappy with Twitter will come back and could potentially improve the business. As a business, Twitter has not added value as a company literally since their IPO in 2013. And at the same time, we've watched Facebook and YouTube, Google, and other companies, increase their value tremendously. So I think there's every opportunity for Elon Musk to improve not only the user experience, but also the business for Twitter.
So here's the thing, though, which is my thought. Just like any politician promising a lot of things, saying that they're going to put all these changes into place, do you think it's actually doable? Do you think that Musk will be able to follow through with a lot of these initiatives?
Oh, yes. He'll be able to do it. I mean, one of the things he's doing is he's going to make it a private company, which means he doesn't have to deal with quarterly reports of financial progress. That means he can take a longer time frame in terms of planning product improvements. And he may have to make a lot of changes, in the key people in the company in order to make it more equal and free as a platform and consistently applied rules. He can make it more transparent, so the rules are published, and therefore it'll be a lot more straightforward for users and Twitter to, when they have disputes about content moderation, they can see the rules as long as they're transparently published. One of the problems today is it's not transparent, and when Twitter boots somebody off of the network or shadow bans them, which means they just lower their reach or the viral reach, people don't know why that happened. And so those are all improvements that I think Elon Musk can make for Twitter's experience.
Well, one notable person booted off of Twitter, former President Donald Trump. There's a lot of speculation swirling around whether or not he'll be allowed back on Twitter, and if he would even rejoin. What are your thoughts?
I think he would rejoin. I don't know, but I predict he will be allowed to rejoin. He has a massive audience. It would be a huge news event for Twitter. I think Trump would like to go where the audience is the biggest. He's looking for a big megaphone. I think this, if Trump is allowed back on Twitter, it will have, a crushing blow to the business concept of Truth Social and Getter and some of the other platforms that have been launched in an attempt to attract those users who are kind of disenchanted with the kind of liberal bias of Twitter and other platforms. So if Twitter welcomes back these conservative users, for example, Mark Levin announced today he's coming back to Twitter. And if they let Trump back, I would be shocked if Trump doesn't take them up on that opportunity to go back and kind of say, I told you, you should have never booted me off in the first place. It's unfair, and to use it as his personal megaphone.
Well, you mentioned other platforms right there with some major changes possibly in the future for Twitter. Do you think that this will have an effect on Facebook, on Instagram, on all of these other spheres that everyone's on as well?
It will, especially if it's successful. If Elon is successful and Twitter grows and people become comfortable with the transparency rules that he's talking about, that will put pressure on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Reddit, all the platforms will have to look at that. The industry is talking about standards to try to have people, the different platforms all follow similar rules in terms of transparency and how they handle user disputes. The other thing that just happened this week, which is huge news, is Europe just passed something called the Digital Services Agreement. And this is kind of similar to the principles that Elon is talking about, but all of the platforms that operate in Europe will be required to make their algorithms transparent. They'll be required to not target advertisements to users based on things like religion and sex and things like that. And they will be required to remove illegal or criminal content. So there's a lot of changes coming to this industry, obviously from Elon Musk and Twitter, but also from Europe passing these new rules, which will have a big effect on these global platforms.
Well, I want to highlight from the White House today, the press secretary, Jen Psaki, was asked about this deal with Musk here, and she said, no matter who owns or runs Twitter, the president has been long concerned about the power of large social media platforms, the power they have over everyday lives, has long argued that tech platforms must be held accountable for the harms that they cause. This is the response from the White House here with Musk. Do you think there's going to be any changes with new ownership?
Changes from the White House? I think the White House did not express similar concerns when Jeff Bezos bought the Washington Post, or the fact that Mark Zuckerberg controls, Facebook effectively. So I think the industry, and the reason, as you know, the First and 14th Institute is created, the industry does need some guardrails, and all of the platforms need to follow consistent rules around content moderation and equal treatment for all users, and being transparent with their rules and their enforcement actions, and having an independent appeals mechanism. So I do think there will be movement on this. I've been very active on Capitol Hill. In fact, I was just there last week. And I predict, after the midterm elections, there might be some activity on this topic in Congress, at least.
Well, we'll be watching that here on Live Now from Fox. Mike Mathis with the First and 14th Institute. Any last thoughts on this today?
I'm excited.
And a big thanks to our own Daytona Everett for that conversation, of course, about Elon Musk buying Twitter for about $44 billion. Crazy situation. And coming up in about 15 minutes, we will be talking with our own financial expert about what exactly that acquisition means for stockholders. In the meantime, we do want to switch gears to a major development surrounding Title 42. A court is granting a temporary order which blocks the Biden administration from lifting the policy. Now, a group of House Republicans just yesterday got a first-hand look at the border to hear from agents about some of the challenges they're facing. Our Fox News correspondent, Madeline Rivera, has more from Washington.
Supporters of Title 42 are celebrating a victory after a federal judge temporarily blocked the Biden administration from lifting the pandemic-era policy.
There's policies that work from the previous administration. Address it.
Missouri, Louisiana, and Arizona initially sued the administration earlier this month for deciding to end the policy on May 23rd. The order, which allows for the quick deportation of migrants, was first issued by the Trump administration in March 2020 to prevent the spread of COVID.
If Title 42 is removed, according to the Biden administration, it would mean 18,000 people a day coming across the border, which would in turn annually mean there would be more than 6 million people coming across the border.
A group of Republican lawmakers led by House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy highlighted the surge in migrants during a tour of the southern border on Monday. But more Democrats are becoming worried lifting Title 42 would lead to an even bigger influx. A concern also felt by Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, per an Axios report.
I'm not going to get into private conversations, but I think, again, it's important to note this is a CDC decision.
Despite the division, many Democrats are still determined to end Title 42.
There's ample vaccines available. There is the ability to test and quarantine that work. And so Title 42 should be lifted.
The body of a Texas Army National Guard specialist who went missing after trying to save migrants from drowning was found Monday. The White House extended its condolences and stressed the need to fix the, quote, broken immigration system. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Madeline, thank you for that report. And that Texas guardsman that she was speaking about is this man that you see right here, the body of a Texas National Guard soldier who drowned while rescuing a pair of drug smugglers along the border has been found. The tragedy occurred against the backdrop of nonstop incursions and the prospect of even more if COVID-related asylums rules end next month. Our Fox News correspondent Bill Milligan has more from Eagle Pass, Texas.
A somber scene in Eagle Pass, Texas today as the flag-draped body of a missing Texas National Guard soldier is recovered from the Rio Grande days after he disappeared. 22-year-old specialist Bishop Evans is believed to have drowned after jumping into the river on Friday morning in an effort to save the lives of 2 illegal immigrants who Texas Rangers say were smuggling drugs. The discovery of his body came as House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy and a delegation of House Republicans visited Eagle Pass today.
It's about those that live here. It's about those that serve here. It's about those that work here. It's about Bishop Evans.
This border was secure. The administration changed. His executive orders changed. And what we have now found that you've had more than 2 million people come across this border.
Today, Border Patrol gave the GOP delegation a tour of the river, not far from where Evans' body was found. It's also where Fox News captured dramatic video this morning showing Mexican authorities trying to physically stop migrants from getting into the Rio Grande. They were unsuccessful as the migrants ran right past them and jumped into the river, eventually crossing illegally into Eagle Pass. In the same location, a different group of migrants ran down the riverbank, evading Mexican police and jumped into the water, some of them with toddlers. 2 U.S. Border Patrol boats later had to rescue them, with one of the migrants refusing to hand agents a child, while others swam away from the boats. All of this in one small city at the border, ahead of the repeal of Title 42, something Leader McCarthy noted as we rode along with him during his visit.
And what are your thoughts on the fact that President Biden ostensibly has never been at the border in his life?
You know, that is very telling. He's been in office more than 40 years and never been to the border. How can you understand it?
And on Monday evening, in response to a lawsuit from Arizona, Louisiana, and Missouri, a federal judge issued a temporary restraining order which will block the Biden administration from dropping Title 42. However, it is only a temporary ruling, and things can change when both sides meet in the courtroom next. Reporting in Eagle Pass, Texas, Bill Milligan, Fox News.
Bill, thank you for that report. And as you heard in Bill's story, the soldier was identified as Specialist Bishop E. Evans. He went missing Friday morning after he jumped into the Rio Grande outside of Eagle Pass to save 2 migrants who appear to be drowning in strong currents. Evans left his gear on shore but never returned. His family says that they are devastated, but know he died trying to help save 2 other people's lives, calling him a selfless man with a good heart. This is his family here speaking in Texas yesterday, again describing their late son as a selfless man with a good heart. Let's go ahead and listen in to what they have to say.
Thank y'all for coming. I just want to start off by thanking everyone for their continuous love and support.
My family and I are very appreciative of the outreach and the kind words we have received from the community and the people that know Bishop. We just want to gather you all here this evening to tell you a little bit about who Bishop is. He is selfless, he's loving, he's dedicated.
Live now from Fox. My name is Mackenzie Stasko. It is about 9:07 here on the East Coast, and we do want to take you out to a live feed that we have coming in from officials at NASA. They are providing some updates for us, discussing the pre-launch situation and activities for the agency's SpaceX Crew 4 mission, which is going to be sending astronauts to the International Space Station. The launch is expected tomorrow at 3:52 in the morning. Let's go ahead and listen in.
And there, we're going to prepare, and we're going to get ready. We're going to learn. We're going to develop new things, new techniques, new systems, new technology, so that we can send humans to Mars and return safely. And so this is indeed a golden era of space exploration. I give a great deal of credit to this tremendous NASA team that we have. On behalf of Pam Melroy, our Deputy Administrator, Bob Cabana, the three of us are indeed privileged to offer some little leadership at this time of the golden age.
Thank you so much, Administrator. Bob?
Thanks, Megan. Well, first off, it's great to be home in Florida, and it's really great to be home in Florida for a launch with this beautiful weather. I had a chance to talk with the crew yesterday morning, and they are in great spirits, and they are ready to go. I echo what the Administrator said. This truly is an amazing time here on the Space Coast. What our nation's doing, this partnership we have between government and commercial operations, it's absolutely amazing. And look at the turnaround between the vehicles. This is just an awesome team. Kathy and her team in Space Ops have done an amazing job, and I look forward to the future. And as the Administrator said, we are blessed to be a part of this amazing team. So more good things to come. I can't wait, and I'm really looking forward to a successful launch here and getting Crew 4 up to the International Space Station.
Times on the Space Coast. Kathy?
Well, like we've been talking about over the last few weeks, you know, this takes us, we have to do this one step at a time. and I really appreciate the team doing it one step at a time. We've been carefully getting our vehicles ready and then praying for really good weather. And if you're outside and you're not getting blown over, you know that it's good launch weather. So we're very, very excited to have us setting up for this opportunity tomorrow morning. But we have to, like we were talking about this morning at the launch readiness review, we've got to do it one step at a time, making sure that we are doing it right. And I'm sure you heard that from our joint programs at the pre-launch press conference that we had earlier today. This is the time where you've got to rest and get ready to fly, and still be watching the hardware and making sure you're making the right decision. When you got a 10% probability of violation, that makes it a pretty easy launch decision for us. So now we just got to make sure that we are carefully getting our teams ready to go execute this next step. We're threading the needle a little bit on Station. Station continues to operate and be a busy place even when you got vehicles coming. And so Joel talked already about the Russian EVA that we're working with tomorrow and how we're working into that. And so, like I said before, we're doing it one step at a time, and we'll be making sure that we're making the right steps going forward. I did also want to say last night as we're getting ready for the launch readiness review, we had an announcement over the system saying we're loading propellant at the C-3PF. And so we're also getting our Boeing vehicle ready to go to be coming out and for our flight in May. So it really is, to me, was just exemplified the work that this team's doing, and both teams are making progress on bringing our crewed capability back to this nation and doing it carefully, because this flying safely with crew means that you've got to do it one step at a time. And so you guys, tomorrow morning, we're hoping that you'll get to see a really, really beautiful step, and we'll get our crew safely to orbit. I also wanted to amplify the thanks. This doesn't happen without just an amazing team of SpaceX, the Axiom folks that had done, their work over the last few weeks, and of course the NASA team that's executing this. Thank you. Megan.
Kathy, thank you. Yeah, it's great to see all these fruitful partnerships we've developed. Heidi.
All right. Well, good morning. It's so great to be with you today. I can tell you from an ISS research standpoint, we are super excited to get the Crew 4 vehicle launched tomorrow and to get those astronauts up on orbit. These crew members, for the next 6 months, they're going to be the eyes and the hands of a team of researchers all over the world who are studying how the microgravity environment of space and how the extreme conditions in space impact life the way we know it. And more than that, trying to translate that research into tangible benefits that impact our lives and also that help to expand our ability for future human space exploration. So the Crew 4 vehicle tomorrow is actually going to launch with some research. One of those investigations is a series of investigations, actually. It's looking at the potential to develop a artificial human retina in the future, a process to allow us to do that. That type of technology could eventually be used to replace the damaged photoreceptor cells in the eyes and potentially restore meaningful vision to the millions of people who suffer from retinal degenerative diseases. We also have a lot of research that's already on board the space station, that's already in work. The Crew 3 crew has been working on those experiments. They're going to be handing them off to this crew. Some of those investigations include one called X-Roots that's looking at using hydroponic and aeroponic technologies to grow plants in space. This is a type of system that might be able to be better scaled up in the future for larger scale space crop production. We have a lot of technologies that are being developed and demonstrated in the exploration technology area. So these are the types of technologies that we're going to have to learn and understand and make in order to sustain us once we go beyond the low Earth orbit on a long-term basis. One of those areas is in regenerative environmental control and life support. So that's things like being able to recycle almost all of our air and water and other consumables on orbit. Very important for future space exploration. And also, you know, the crew members themselves, when they come up on orbit, they become the test subjects. And so we're learning an incredible amount about how the human body reacts and adapts in a microgravity environment. And that's the type of research that is going to be important for future space exploration, but it also helps us on Earth to understand how our bodies change in that type of environment. So that's just a couple of the several hundred investigations that this crew is going to be a part of while they're on orbit. And we're excited to get started. Megan?
Heidi, thank you. And last but not least, Josef.
No, thank you. Thank you also for being at this press briefing. It's really a privilege for the European Space Agency to be here amongst all these accomplished achievements which we have just heard from NASA. Thank you also to Bill and all your colleagues for having us in this team, because I see this really as a partnership for us at the European Space Agency with NASA, which is extremely strong. And this launch of our astronaut Samantha Cristoforetti is one symbol, together with 3 NASA astronauts, of how this partnership is growing and is intensifying. As you know, Samantha is now the 3rd astronaut in a row that is in the space station from ESA. We had Thomas Pesquet, followed by Matthias Maurer, who is still in orbit until a couple of more days, and now to be joined by Samantha Cristoforetti. And this for us is a unique period. It's the first time, or the longest time ever, that the European Space Agency has a continuous presence on the space station. Thanks also really to the good cooperation which we have with NASA, but also I'd like to thank SpaceX for very, very strong cooperation we have there. And this for us and for me in particular is also a very important sign of the reinforced strength we would like to build up in ESA, in Europe, on human exploration. This mission of Samantha and her colleagues for us is an important moment where we would like to also bring the attention of the benefits of exploration to our politicians, our ministers, and our heads of government. Because at the end of this year, I'm putting a very solid proposal on the table for my member states to fund the next phase of space activities in ESA. As you know, we have every 3 years a ministerial conference, and this conference in November this year is setting the tone and the funding of big programs for the next couple of years. And certainly exploration will be a major topic, and the partnership with NASA is a main element of this. In fact, we will have the privilege of having Bill and his colleagues visiting our ESA member states in June this year in order to provide support also for our political decisions in November later this year. Maybe one last word. In Europe, we are reflecting at the moment on our engagement in human exploration. I have got a mandate from President Macron and all the ministers of the ESA and the EU member states to establish a high-level advisory group and really lay out options of where Europe wants to go in the next decade on human exploration. And this is a very wide topic. There's a lot of reflection to be done, but certainly something that I would like to raise the profile for Europe and also being a very strong and even stronger partner to NASA and others in the world in this domain, which for me is crucial. And I'm asked to organize another space summit in November next year, 2023, where these reflections, which will be quite intense for the next year and a half, will be brought to the table for top-level decision makers to see where Europe wants to go in exploration medium to long term. But now we wish of course, all the best luck to our astronauts ready to fly tomorrow morning. I'm very excited about this launch. It's actually my first one as Director General to see the launch if it happens tomorrow morning. I was here for Matthias Maurer, but unfortunately due to the delay, I couldn't stay all the time, so I had to go back and watch it from Europe. But I'm really excited to see tomorrow the 4 astronauts, including our ESA astronaut Samantha Cristoforetti, taking off. So thank you from my side.
Yes, thank you so much. All right, we now invite reporters here in the room and also reporters that we have on the phone to ask any questions. Again, to get to as many of you as possible, please ask one question and then also let us know who you would like to answer that question from the dais here. All right, we have one in the room here.
Hi, I'm Jim Siegel. I'm with NASA Tech, and I have a question for Heidi. I'm very intrigued about the artificial retina experiments and project. So is that box that contains that experiment, is that going up in the trunk? And how long will that experiment last? And when will it be coming back? When this capsule comes back, or is it going to be later, or what?
Yeah, great question. So first, let me start off with a little bit of background about this investigation, because it is very interesting, I agree. So it's a series of 4 investigations that are currently funded. This is going to be the 3rd one out of the 4. We just got the results back from, or we just finished up the 2nd one. It occurred on SpaceX 24 earlier this year. And had some really great results. So the way this process works, they deposit layer after layer of a very thin film of light-sensing proteins, and then that process is really hard to do on the ground because you have Earth effects, which provide Earth gravity-driven sedimentation. But in space, you don't have that, right? You don't have the gravitational effects. So on the 2nd experiment that occurred a few months ago, they were able to get up to 200 layers of that thin film put together. So some great success there. A lot of work still to do. So this investigation launching on Crew 4. I don't believe it's coming back on Crew 3. I'm thinking it comes back on SpaceX 25, but I'm not for sure. But lots of great technology there, and this is the type of investigation, of research that we could see, potentially expanding for a future commercial LEO destination, for a future something like Axiom, one of the space stations in the future.
Thank you for the question, and thank you, Heidi. It's always great to hear the incredible science that we can accomplish because of the ISS. And we have someone on the phone. We have Jeff Faust from Space News. Jeff.
Good morning. Question for the administrator. I know you've emphasized that space station operations have remained normal in recent months despite the geopolitical situation on the ground. But I'm curious, looking to the long term, given the continued bombastic statements by your counterpart, Dmitry Rogozin, do you have any confidence that Russia will remain part of the space station beyond 2024 and agree to an extension of the station to 2030? And what planning are you making in case Russia decides not to extend on the ISS? Thanks.
Yes, I have that confidence. And before I answer the rest of your question, I want to point out what Heidi was talking about with this incredible near zero G environment. There are all kinds of possibilities. She described this very exciting one going on with the retina. We are still, after decades, doing research on protein crystal growth. You can grow crystals in near zero G so much more pure and larger than you can on Earth. And as a result, with various mechanisms, when we bring them back, we can get the molecular structure. And if you can get the molecular structure of a protein, then you can manipulate it on whatever your research is. And so that is a very important part. And it is a part of what we think will be the replacement of the International Space Station with commercial space stations, which will then continue that kind of research and development and eventually manufacturing. Okay, now, Jeff, specifically, I have the confidence because look at the history. In the middle of the Cold War with the Soviet Union, 1975, an American spacecraft and a Soviet spacecraft rendezvoused and docked, and those crews became fast friends forever, so much so when General Alexei Leonov, the commander of the Soviet vehicle, just passed away a couple of years ago. Who gave the eulogy in Moscow? General Tom Stafford, the American commander. And I see that right now. I see the professional relationship between the Russians on board, the cosmonauts and the astronauts. I see the friendliness between the two crews. I see that in the mission control in Moscow and also in Houston. I see that on the exchange of crews that we plan to continue of flying Russian cosmonauts on the space shuttle and American astronauts on the Soyuz. Mark Vande Hei just returned after a year in space. He came back with his crew. Who was his crew? The Soyuz. And they just landed in Kazakhstan. And so despite the horrors that we are seeing with our eyes daily on television of what's happening in Ukraine as a result of political decisions that are being made by the president of Russia, despite all of that, despite a war going on in Ukraine, I see that professional relationship with astronauts and cosmonauts and the ground teams in the two respective mission controls. I see that continuing.
Thank you, Administrator. We also have Jeff Davenport with Washington Post on the phone.
Hi, it's Chris Davenport, the Washington Post. Thanks for doing this. For Administrator Nelson and maybe Mr. Cabana, if you wouldn't mind commenting as well. Mr. Administrator, when you flew on the shuttle in 1986, a lot of people believed that NASA was going to be flying ordinary citizens on a somewhat regular basis, and the shuttle would fly dozens of times a year. Obviously, that didn't happen, but so far this year, SpaceX has launched 15 times, and while most of those are uncrewed, it's a cadence that's really unmatched in U.S. spaceflight history. So I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about the significance of where we are now when you have a private Axiom mission followed 2 days later by a NASA mission and a company that's hitting this cadence while flying on, boosters and spacecraft that are all reused. Thanks.
And Christian, getting ready for the Boeing Starliner to fly. And it's just another means of access to space. And then don't forget Northrop Grumman, which, by the way, is a Ukrainian rocket with Russian engines that delivers cargo to the International Space Station. And having said that, let me say that since Joseph is here, our international participation is very significant to us, indeed to the world community, because here is an area, a domain, where you really see genuine international cooperation. And it's got to be right on with very few mistakes. And we're able to do that. And Joseph told you about the fact that they've had 3 astronauts from the European Space Agency. We've had Japanese astronauts, and it goes on and on and on. Okay, now, Christian, what specifically did you want me to cover?
Well, I wonder if you could just comment on the significance of where we are now in the long road that we're finally at that moment that a lot of people thought we were going to be at when you were flying.
Well, of course, I flew back in the dark ages. And we, at that point, we had visions that we were going to be able to start doing what we're doing. As a matter of fact, I felt like I owed a report to the American people as a result of my experience, and I wrote a book. And And in that book, published in 1988, I envisioned, predicted the things that we're seeing today. Now, little did I know what Bob Cabana had to suffer through after the layoffs, after the space shuttle ended. Little did I envision that we could see this become a multi-use spaceport, so much so that it is now. However, I did have a dream, and that was that all those abandoned launch pads were going to come back to life. And in fact, that is occurring, more so than I even dreamed, because now we're landing them, boosters, back, sometimes 2 at a time, right on landing pads. And so I think this is going to continue. I think we're going to see an increased frequency. I want to give great credit to the Air Force, now the Space Force. I was just with General Raymond yesterday. They have done a tremendous job in realizing that what used to be just a military station is opening up to all of these different possibilities for access to space. That is truly exciting.
And Chris, this is Bob. I'll just add, you know, we are finally, our vision is becoming reality. And I think it's the vision that all of us have. And when you look at science fiction and what people imagine, I truly believe if you imagine it, it can become real. And it's our goal to establish this commercial economy in low Earth orbit. And to see, you know, everyone have the opportunity someday to be able to fly in space and see what those of us that have been blessed to see. It truly is amazing, and it changes your perspective on things here on Earth. So all the suborbital flights, more so the orbital ones, establishing these commercial space stations as we move forward, you know, this Axiom flight being a first step toward getting commercial astronauts into space, working on the International Space Station, soon to have their own module up there, and growing this economy. This is the future, and I believe it's only going to continue to grow and get better. And it's been through the partnerships that we have. It's not government space or commercial space. Our nation's space program is strong.
Thank you both. Let's take a question in the room here, Marcia.
Marcia Dunn, Associated Press for Administrator Nelson. SLS, if I might ask about that. With the extra work required, when's the earliest you can envision the flight being? Is July and August even feasible at this point? And as you all mentioned, everyone's getting used to this lightning speed by SpaceX, not just with the Falcon, but with Starship. Is that an extra burden that you bear with the slips to SLS, having the public perception of how fast SpaceX is moving on this very front? Thanks.
The answer to your first question is yes. And the answer to your second multiple questions is we need to do all of the above. This SLS is the largest rocket ever. It has the capability of putting huge payloads up into space. It is the one rocket that we have that has that capability. Will there be others in the future? I hope so. But right now we are proceeding on, we're going to launch a test flight this year. 2 years, we're going to launch a crew. to the moon, and 1 year thereafter, we're going to land on the moon with the first woman and probably the next man. And so what we have is different capabilities. We don't want to give up any one of those to the exclusion of another. And as space flight becomes more robust, we'll develop new technologies and new rockets. You can see as you look down launch pad row, there are going to be all kinds of new ones going on. 3D printed rockets. You're going to see Blue Origin down there at the tip of the Cape. This is a pretty extensive and varied time. Now, on the timing question, or anything else he wants to answer, let me flip that to Bob.
Marshall, I'll just tell you that Jim Free and his team are evaluating the options. We've got the vehicle back in the vehicle assembly building. Obviously, we're going to solve that hydrogen leak issue in the tail service mast unit. We have a valve on the interim cryopropulsion upper stage that needs to be changed out. There's some other work that needs to get done. We will complete that work, and we still have a lot to do with wet dress rehearsal. So the team is evaluating options. We'll make a decision here in the not too distant future of what the best path forward is. Once we get Crew 4 launched here and we can get the range down, get the nitrogen servicing system online, the new one at Air Liquide, and that's a 2-week downtime to bring that all up so that we're ready to go for wet dress when the time comes. There are 3 options that are being evaluated, and once we have a better technical understanding of where we are, we'll make the final decision on what the plan forward is and when we'll launch. But no, absolutely, August, there are options that still get us there. So the important thing now is, we got to do this right. And, you look back on slips during the shuttle program on that first shuttle flight. It's a big rocket, a lot of new equipment, new systems on the ground side and on the flight side. And this team is an amazing team. We're going to get it right, and we'll launch and get that test flight out of the way. I think it's going to be, I can't wait to see that big rocket lift off.
Let's go to a question from Irene Klotz from Aviation Week. She's on the phone. Irene, are you there?
I am. Thanks very much. Good morning. My question is for Dr. Osbecker and also for Senator Nelson. Do you expect the Russian aggression in Ukraine to affect requests for continued ISS funding beyond 2024? And if so, how?
The answer from the U.S. standpoint is no. We will have the appropriations that we need. We have the good housekeeping seal of approval from the White House for extension of 2030. We expect so many of our international partners will be embracing this over the near future. And as a matter of fact, speaking of the international partners, look at all the people, all of the countries that are signing up on the Artemis Accords. Joseph?
Yeah, thank you, Bill. Also from the side of the European Space Agency, we of course very much align our decisions to those of NASA. NASA has announced just at the end of last year a possible extension towards 2030. And within a day, I've also declared my intention to bring a decision forward to my member states to also ask for an extension of my member states until 2030. The moment of decision for us is in November at the ministerial conference, because there we put the necessary budget proposals together in order to implement or to make the decision and implement the decision. But on our side, we are nominal also to support an extension beyond 2024 up to 2030, of course, together with our partners, with NASA and the other partners of the space station.
Our next question is from Isam Ahmed on the phone.
All right, everybody, you are listening in to NASA's latest update on the SpaceX Crew 4 mission, which is going to be sending several astronauts to the International Space Station. That launch is targeted for 3:52 tomorrow morning from the Kennedy Space Center right here in Florida. We did hear from Bill Nelson, NASA's administrator, taking several questions, of course, about the mission that, again, is going on at the International Space Station. But he was also asked about the Russian cosmonauts and their relationship with U.S. astronauts at the International Space Station. He went on to say that despite the horrors that we are seeing on TV by the decisions made by Russian President Vladimir Putin that pertain to the ongoing war in Ukraine, he said, despite that, I see the professional relationship between both the U.S. and Russian crews up at the International Space Station. So again, that is the latest coming in from NASA. Again, they will be sending several astronauts to space tomorrow. The Crew 4 flight is going to be carrying a mission commander, a pilot, and specialist, and of course, all of the NASA astronauts that will be heading up there. It'll mark the 4th crew rotation to fly on a SpaceX Crew Dragon spacecraft and Falcon 9 rocket. So again, that launch is expected for 3:52 tomorrow morning. Also, stocks just opened. You can see the New York Stock Exchange down about 259 points. Stocks did just open about 11 minutes ago. And we are also getting a feed from Fairfax, Virginia, where we do have the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial, which is expected to continue today. We did hear from Johnny Depp on the stand. He took the stand for several days, of course, testifying and cross-examination about his relationship with his ex-wife, Amber Heard, who he is suing for $50 million for defamation. So these are just some of the stories that we are monitoring here on Live Now from Fox. But let's go ahead and listen in to that NASA update on the SpaceX Crew 4 mission.
With this budget that the president has
All right, everybody, and it does look like that feed did cut out here on Live Now from Fox. It looks like it switched to another channel, so we will go ahead and take you to that.
as the way forward on having a competition for another human lander in addition to the SpaceX human lander.
And Ken, I'll just add, you know, what we need to do as an agency, and first off, what the administrator's done working with OMB and the Hill is just absolutely outstanding, the leadership he's provided us. But I will say we have to deliver also, and I think we have a plan, and we brought this plan out at the Space Symposium. We've talked about our path forward with our international partners. It's an integrated plan. And as the administrator mentioned, our path forward on the human landing system, how we're going to proceed forward to get that competition is extremely important. But we have to deliver also. And I think having laid out this plan gives us credibility, and then delivering on the plan. And that's what I want to see from my point of view, down and in, working the technical issues that we have, is that we deliver on what we say we're going to do. And I believe that if we do that, we gain credibility with our stakeholders, and the budget's only going to grow to accomplish what it is that we're doing. So I think we've got the right team in place to make that happen. I couldn't be more pleased to be part of it. It's been an amazing year so far, and I can't wait to see us move forward and continue to have success.
Yeah, on the side of ESA and European Space Agency, and thank you for the question. I'm very carefully watching and following the budget decisions in the US, and I have to say I'm quite impressed on these increases. Bill was just mentioning the figures. I think really congratulations from my side on this ambitious plan you have. And I think it's the right thing to do, because space we are in the midst of a new space race. As Bill was saying at the beginning, we are living in a golden era, and this is really true. So what happens in Europe? I can tell you that the budget this year, 2022, is about 10% higher than last year. Of course, our budgets are a little smaller than the ones of NASA, but we are very happy and proud that we got a good increase this year compared to last year. Of course, the big budget decisions, and in Europe we have these decisions every 3 years on average through our ministerial conferences. I'm coming with a very solid package. I don't want to disclose the figure because this is all part of negotiations now between us and our member states, but I can tell you that the figure that we are working with at the moment is very ambitious and will be another big increase compared to what we have at the moment. And this is targeting a number of areas, but certainly human exploration is one of the priorities where I would like to increase the European presence, the European capabilities, as I said before, to be a strong partner to NASA and others, and to be a strong partner to provide really essential parts to the international partnership and this cooperation. And in fact, today what we see already, the partnership we have, for example, on SLS, there is a critical element provided by Europe, the ESM, European Service Module, which deserves also a small logo under the NASA logo as a result of it. But this really is also a sign that NASA relies on us. We provide essential inputs, and we want to continue doing that. And therefore, I'm really wanting to increase the budgets also on the European side. This is all part of a wider frame. When I became DG about a year ago, I put a strategy on the table called Agenda 2025. This strategy was widely accepted by my member states, and it really says that Europe should raise its ambition in space, should raise its funding as a consequence of it, in order to really make sure that we take full stock of the benefits that are on the table in space, and especially through the commercialization that is ongoing right now. I mean, I'm here in Florida. I had the chance of visiting some of these commercial companies which are supported through the NASA commercial program. I have to say I'm very impressed, and I really would like that we learn our lessons in Europe, and we can also be a good partner in this ambition that we see worldwide in space that is happening, and I think it's very fascinating.
Ken, I'd also like to add, we're obviously focused on commercial crew today, but that budget isn't just a human spaceflight budget. It's a budget for aero and science technology across the board. When I talk about delivering, the James Webb Space Telescope has completed its alignment, and we're getting into the operational phase now. And I'll visit the Telescope Institute next week and talk to the team, and that is just an amazing telescope. I've got to see the picture of the star, the one star that they picked out with nothing else around it to align those mirrors, and they just completed the final mirror alignment last week. And if you, even just looking at it on your phone, all you see is that star, but if you spread it out with your fingers, there are galaxies behind that star that have never been seen before. And that's going to be absolutely amazing. And I know he always talks about it, so I got a chance to say something about James Webb.
I'm still like a kid. The two of us were here on Christmas morning. Because of COVID, we couldn't go down to French Guiana, and so the two of us were here, and we were like two little kids on Christmas morning with the success of that launch.
Perfect. We have our last couple of questions on the phone. Let's start with David Curley first.
Thank you, David Curley from the Discovery Channel. Mr. Oshbacher, you mentioned the new space race. Can you talk a little bit about pulling out of the lunar missions with the Russians and pulling back from the Chinese? And Administrator Nelson, can you discuss the national security ramifications of the Chinese and Russian cooperation? Thank you.
Yeah, maybe I start on your first question, so thank you. So what happened, and this was widely reported, is of course as a consequence of the war in Ukraine, the member states of ESA have put significant sanctions on Russia and Russian industry. And of course, the geopolitical situation did not allow us to continue with the ExoMars program, which of course has been a highlight or is a highlight of our activities where we have been working with Russia for more than a decade. Of course, this is painful. The decision that was made, as you know, was to suspend the launch of the Rosalind Franklin rover, which was ready to go to Mars. If you imagine all the engineers working on this for more than a decade, the scientists waiting for the data to come because the drill of the Rosalind Franklin rover would allow to drill into the Mars surface about 2 meters and really take a probe from underneath in search for life on Mars. And this, of course, is very exciting. And the decision had to be made that we suspend this launch and therefore the cooperation with Russia. Also on Lunar 25, 26, 27, recently we have decided to suspend this cooperation. So this is a consequence of the current geopolitical crisis. It is, of course, something that has an impact, and this is part of the decisions I'm preparing with my member states for November this year. What I want to get out of this crisis is really to make sure that we build up a robust space industry and space infrastructure, robust in the sense that we are hedging our missions and our activities against this type of thing. One element I really would like to mention is, this is concerning the future of ExoMars in particular. Of course, we now need to look for other options. One option being that we do it purely European, another option being to do it together with other partners like NASA. And I really would like to acknowledge the support NASA gives us in studies we are doing now on the way forward, what the different options are. And I think NASA was very forthcoming right after the invasion to offer help, advice as much as it can be given. Of course, we have to decide then, and this decision I expect to be taken by July by my member states, how we proceed. But I really would like to take this opportunity here, also sitting here in NASA, to say that we've been very impressed with the technical expertise, the advice that was given to us and is given to us on the way forward for ExoMars. And really thank you, Bill, and your colleagues, tremendous support and tremendous partnership. And I think that shows once more that in crisis situations and when things are getting difficult, the partners are sticking together. As we say, a friend in need is a friend indeed. And I have to say NASA is a friend in need, sorry, I'm the friend in need. And this really has been just tremendous, and really thank you for the support, but also reaching out in these relatively difficult times for us in Europe, dealing with the consequences of this geopolitical crisis.
You must understand the difficulty of Joseph's position. He has to be Merlin the magician to keep 28 member states all herded up and all headed in the same direction. And so my hat's off to you, Joseph, for your ability to do that. And indeed, that relationship between us and ESA is solid, and it's unbreakable. Now, your question is about Russia and China. I've already, at great length, already described the situation that despite war on the ground, despite the horrors of what we're seeing, that in fact, on civilian space since 1975 in the Soviet Union, we have always had cooperation, and the proof's in the pudding over those decades and decades. It doesn't mean that sometimes our partners do things that we don't like in space, such as the Russian military launching an ASAT and blowing up pieces that are in the sphere that indeed the space station was threatened, which, by the way, not only have astronauts, it has cosmonauts on it. So I was very clear about my attitude about that. As I was clear in 2007 about the Chinese ASAT test, which even put more pieces of junk and debris up in low Earth orbit that would threaten various assets, including the space station. So now, specifically,
And if you are just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox. Unfortunately, it does appear that we just lost that feed. We will try and get that back for you, but you were just listening in to a NASA press conference courtesy of NASA TV. I do want to bring the stocks full for you here because it is 5 minutes just before the 10 o'clock hour. And of course, stocks are trading today just 24 hours now after Elon Musk announces his mega money deal for Twitter, $44 billion. Yes, billion with a B, and stocks are officially open and trading. We do have a bit of business news to bring to you. A report has just been released that U.S. home prices rose nearly 20% year over year in February. This is a report that was just released this morning. Phoenix, Tampa, and Miami reported the highest year-over-year gains among the 20 cities in February. This is the highest report and gain that we have seen in quite some time. So this is of relevance for those of you that maybe were looking to purchase a home. We are monitoring all of the latest business news, including, of course, the fallout of Elon Musk and Twitter, that $44 billion deal. We are just about 15 minutes away from touching base with our Fox Business's Kelly O'Grady, who has been covering this Elon Musk and Twitter story since the very beginning. What comes next for Twitter? Who is going to cash out big? Who is going to become Twitter's CEO? What changes are we going to expect to see if you are a Twitter user tuning in from home? All of those questions are going to be answered in just about 15 minutes time. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios, and we are covering the biggest story of the day. Elon Musk has struck a deal to buy Twitter for $44 billion, yes, billion with a B, dollars. Elon Musk reached an agreement to buy Twitter for roughly $44 billion just yesterday, promising several changes to the social media platform, including a more lenient touch to policing content on the social media platform that for many years has worked to eliminate both hate speech and toxic behavior and a toxic environment. Musk said in a joint statement with Twitter that he wants to make the service, quote, better than ever with new features such as getting rid of automated spam. Perhaps an edit button is in all of our futures. And this, of course, is a story that we are covering from 360 degrees. We are going to be touching base with our Fox business team in just 15 minutes time. But first and foremost, our very own Alexandria Hoff is giving us a breakdown of how this deal went down and how the world is reacting today. Let's take a listen.
Musk had maintained that $54.20 a share was his best and final offer, and that is what stockholders will receive. After much debate, Twitter's board agreed to the deal yesterday that will take the company private. Elon Musk launches into a new frontier. The founder of SpaceX and Tesla, who describes himself as a free speech absolutist, announced his Twitter acquisition, saying, "Free speech is the bedrock of a functioning democracy, and Twitter is the digital town square where matters vital to the future of humanity are debated." He added on the platform, "I hope that even my worst critics remain on Twitter because that is what free speech means." Musk aims to relax content restrictions, increase public trust, and rid the platform of spam bots. Twitter founder Jack Dorsey shared his endorsement, writing, "Elon's goal of creating a platform that is maximally trusted and broadly inclusive is the right one." While conservatives are largely celebrating the $44 billion deal,
they're going crazy over an electric car maker who supports free speech.
Democrats have shown reservation.
No matter who owns or runs Twitter, the president has long been concerned about the power of large social media platforms.
Senator Elizabeth Warren expressed her disappointment, writing, "This deal is dangerous for our democracy." The NAACP's president released a statement that included, "Mr. Musk, free speech is wonderful, hate speech is unacceptable." They also appealed for Musk not to reinstate former President Trump's account, which was suspended after the January 6th Capitol riot. Trump has so far said he applauds Musk but has no intention to return to the platform. Twitter held an all-hands-on-deck meeting yesterday with some staff threatening walkouts. It was shared that the company will continue with business as usual until the acquisition is finalized, which could take up to 6 months. In Washington, Alexandria Hoff, Fox News.
And in just about 10 minutes time, we are going to sit down with our very own Kelly O'Grady from the Fox Business Network to break down all of the ins and outs of this mega money deal. You certainly won't want to miss that. But for now, we're actually going to switch gears entirely and head out to Fairfax, Virginia, where we have been keeping a very close eye on the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial. We do want to take you out live there right now, where we have officially entered week 3 of this trial. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. And it does appear that this feed is frozen. This is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. We take you out to any live feed that is coming into our newsroom. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We're going to get you back into this Fairfax, Virginia courtroom. Just 2 minutes. are live as promised in Fairfax, Virginia, where the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial is set to continue this morning. Johnny Depp ended his testimony in this $50 million defamation suit against his ex-wife Amber Heard just yesterday. He ended that with a declaration that he is the victim of domestic abuse, not her. Heard will eventually be taking the stand in this trial. We are expecting to hear from more witnesses today. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
Not included or limited to provisioning fuel, gas, groceries, just day-to-day operations, staff, and kind of like an estate just in the middle of nowhere.
Okay. Your Honor, I would like to pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 49, which has previously been submitted into evidence.
Okay.
And Mr. Gibson, if you could play this, and Your Honor, if we could publish this to the jury. Thank you. We can take that down. Ms. Roberts, do you recognize what is shown in that video?
Yes, that's Johnny's house on the island.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gibson, can you please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 348? And this hasn't been submitted into evidence yet, so let's first just play that for Ms. Roberts.
All right.
Ms. Roberts, do you recognize what is shown in that video?
Yeah, that's his house and closet area.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to, plaintiff moves to admit this into evidence.
All right, 348 in evidence. Do you wish to have it published?
Yes, can we please publish that to the jury? And Mr. Gibson, once it's published, if we could play that again. And Ms. Roberts, what is that doorway with the beads that was just shown in that video?
That's the entrance to the closet.
Okay, thank you. We can take that down.
In his house.
Thank you. Ms. Roberts, I believe you mentioned that you manage staff on the island. How many people work with you on the island?
Myself and three others is Jason Major, goes by CJ, Stephen Farrow, and Rico Major.
Is this, I believe the witness is not being shown to the jury right now on their screens. Thank you.
No. The witness. There you go.
Thank you. Ms. Roberts, how are you compensated for your work on the island?
I receive a monthly salary.
Other than this monthly salary, what other sources of income do you have?
I get dividends and rental from family properties and businesses that we have.
Since you've been working for Mr. Depp, how often have you seen him?
On average, 2-3 times a year. Sometimes it was longer, more visits. Sometimes I didn't see him for a period of time, depending on what his schedule was or what was happening on the island.
And how would you describe your interactions with Mr. Depp?
The island was a very family atmosphere, dinners together. He was very social, funny, humorous, very kind with all of us and very outgoing. Enjoyed working with him and for him.
When you first started working on Mr. Depp's island, who would come down to the island?
At the beginning, it was Vanessa and the children.
Objection.
When he started
Relevance.
dating
All
Amber.
right, hold on a minute, ma'am. Objection. Relevance.
It goes to just Ms. Roberts' knowledge of who came down to the island.
We
with Mr.
can
Depp.
move forward. Next question.
Okay. Ms. Roberts, are you aware if Mr. Depp brought, or how often did Mr. Depp bring guests with him to the island?
He had guests. He would bring Amber and Amber with her friends, and also I had on one of the occasions I had Paul Bettany and his wife and his children here on one of the trips.
And when did the Bettnys come down to the island?
Sometime in the summer of July 2013.
What happened when the Bettnys came down?
It was a normal trip. We had an incident where I was asked to have Amber leave the island. I scheduled a flight for her to leave to go to Florida that morning, and then that afternoon I was told to bring her back, and I arranged for a flight for her to come back that afternoon to the island.
When did you first meet Ms. Heard?
I believe it was shortly after they started dating.
What was your impression of Ms. Heard when you first met her?
Objection.
Oh, they were very much in love.
Relevance. Okay, go ahead. Next question.
Go ahead. I think Ms. Bredhoff withdrew her objection.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so Ms. Roberts, you can answer. What was your impression of Ms. Heard when you first met her?
Oh, they were very nice, a couple in love. She cooked for him, cleaned up. They took care of each other. They were a very happy couple.
When, if at all, did that change?
With each visit, it changed. More of it was more not like an island life anymore. It was more of wines and more requests. Simple things, toiletries, to have things here in place before they came or she came as well. So luggage changed. We got more and more luggage. Just things evolved and kind of mushroomed a bit.
How often would you see Ms. Heard on the island when she was in a relationship with Mr. Depp?
I would, on average, every day, taking meals, cleaning houses, sometimes more.
And how often would Ms. Heard come down to the island?
At the beginning, probably the same 2 or 3 times a year, sometimes 3 times with her friends and family and Johnny.
During your interactions with Ms. Heard, what, if any, changes did you observe of Ms. Heard?
The taking care of the cooking the meals, we then had a chef come to cook. It was more of a formal island with chefs and housekeepers and things like that. Changed pretty much that.
Ms. Roberts, were you on the island in August 2014 for Mr. Depp's detox?
Yes, I was.
Who else was on the island?
I flew to Nassau and met Johnny, Amber, and Deb. I flew them back to the island, and then a couple of...
Ms. Roberts, I believe you froze there for a second. I heard you say Johnny, Amber, and Deb, and then you were cut off for a second.
If you are just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox, 15 minutes past the 10 o'clock hour, and we are listening in live to the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial. You are currently listening to Tara Roberts, who is taking the stand virtually. She was actually Johnny Depp's Bahamas estate manager So she is detailing her encounters not only with Johnny Depp, but also with Amber Heard on that island. But of course, as you can see in the triple box on your screen, we are keeping a very close eye, not only on the stock market, but on all of the fallout after that big news yesterday. Elon Musk reaching a mega money agreement to buy Twitter for approximately $44 billion. As promised, the time has come to check in with our Fox Business team. Our very own Kelly O'Grady joins us live from Los Angeles. Kelly, thank you so much for joining us. I feel like we have been breaking down this story with you from the very beginning. So the big question is, how did we go from poison pill to purchase? Walk us through how this happened.
Sure. I think headline is by the sheer will of one of the most innovative and richest men in the world. He is the richest man in the world. So it started with a takeover attempt, right? So Elon Musk announced at the beginning of April that he had bought about 9% of shares. Over that next week, there was a lot of reaction. Twitter employees were extremely frustrated. Then it turned out he's joining the board. More frustration, more outrage from Twitter employees. 2 days later, he announces, you know what, I'm not doing this. I'm not joining the board. I don't like where this is going. Instead, I'm going to submit a hostile takeover for the company. And so how we went from there to he actually owns the company, as you said, Twitter put in place a poison pill, which for those that don't know that, it essentially makes it near impossible for Elon to take over. I like to think of it as in the old spy movies. It allowed them to put the cyanide in the spy's tooth, but they hadn't crunched it yet, right? So it's kind of you hurt yourself to live another day to prevent Elon from taking over. But he was able to raise $46.5 billion. So it made that takeover attempt real, and you had shareholders who were looking at how the stock has performed. You know, Twitter has been on a downward spiral up until when Elon, made this announcement that he was investing in Twitter. That's what made the stock rise. And so the shareholders put pressure on the board and said, take this deal. We don't see the company growing in the same way that you do, and we want to be able to make some money here. So there was an obligation and a lot of pressure on the board to do their fiduciary duty to shareholders. And so that's where we are. Elon is now taking over, and the chaos is ensuing.
It certainly is, and it's been a long time coming. Just like you said, it's been a long road to get here, but over the past 48 hours or so, things have moved very quickly. You spoke about the shareholders who ultimately pushed the board to take this deal. When we talk about $44 billion, who is expected to walk away with a lot of money in this deal, Kelly?
So there's a number of shareholders that hold very large positions. For example, a Saudi prince, I believe, holds roughly about 5%. You have a lot of hedge funds, like a lot of investment firms that hold big positions in this. So each shareholder, though, gets $54.20 per share. I have a couple of friends that held about 30 shares of Twitter. So, they bought them in the 20s, and so they've made a little bit of money. They were joking, oh, I'll buy you a round of drinks. But really, it's these investment firms that are poised to make a lot of money that bought when the Twitter stock was low. So in that, 28, 30 range where it was back in November. So, the stock is trading, I would say, roughly about, $50 or so last time I checked. So if you were to go purchase it now, you're not going to make that much money. It would only be $4 a share. But those folks that invested when Twitter was down, they're going to be the big winners here.
Right, and that ultimately pinpoints why the shareholders were so eager in pushing the board to the extent that they did to take this deal, because as we reported when Elon Musk initially made this offer, it was a best and final offer, Kelly, and it was a pretty good one.
Yes, exactly. And that best and final term, I think a lot of us were wondering, oh no, he's going to up his bid. He's going to up his bid, because when you get into these M&A bidding wars, I actually used to work in M&A in a previous life. You're always willing to go a little bit more, to go a little bit higher, but he was very clear with the board and kept emphasizing over and over, this is my final bid. This is what I think, is a fair deal for shareholders, is a fair valuation of the company. And they ultimately had to take that deal because shareholders were saying, you're not going to be able to get us further than this. And when Elon takes his shares and goes home, that's going to make the stock plummet. And they didn't want to be around for that unfortunate future.
Right. When we talk about futures and we take a look at the stock market that just opened about an hour ago, obviously stocks are down, but Twitter is up. Another interesting facet to this equation is that Tesla is also down, which is pretty interesting. Can you walk us through how the markets are reacting to this mega money deal?
Absolutely. So the assumption is that in order to finance the deal, Elon is going to have to sell a significant portion of his Tesla stock. Now, he's the richest man in the world, close to $250 billion. That doesn't mean he has $250 billion of cash lying around, right? A lot of that is tied up in Tesla, in his other investments. And so what the market is thinking is, okay, so he's going to have to sell a lot of that Tesla stock. That's going to make it go down some. The other thing that people are considering is, he's running Tesla, he's running SpaceX, he's running the Boring Company, which I love that he named it that tunnel company that he has. And now he's going to be taking on Twitter in this very public manner. He's going to be fighting regulators. He's going to be fighting folks who don't want him to be creating a free speech platform. He's going to be fighting people who have very high expectations, and maybe he won't live up to everything that they want him to do. And so there's concern that there's going to be distraction. And so all of the amazing performance that we just saw from Tesla crushing its earnings could suffer because his focus is split. So that's kind of what you're seeing. It's that twofold reaction of, okay, what's this going to mean when he sells his shares? But then also, what is this going to mean in the next 5 years for the future of the company from a strategic perspective?
Right, and simply a time perspective also. Let's talk about some of those battles that Elon Musk is gearing up to fight. What are some of the changes that Twitter users, everyone tuning in, who are like, okay, what does this mean for me? What does this mean for my day-to-day Twitter use? What changes are you expecting to see?
I think the biggest one, and he actually gave this really excellent interview, I highly suggest viewers to watch at the recent TED conference, where he kind of gave all of his reasonings. One of the biggest things is making the algorithm open source. And what that means is that we go on Twitter and we kind of wonder, okay, well, why are some posts doing well? Why are some posts not doing well? You've heard a lot of people talk about how they've been shadow banned. They have lots of followers, but their content isn't reaching the number that you would expect it to. And so what he's planning to do is make that algorithm, how that content is promoted and demoted, clear so people can understand, because I think he wants to create a lot of transparency to promote trust in this platform. And he feels, and I think a lot of folks using the platform feel, that they can't trust this. It's very much a black box. So that's one. Twitter was already, it seems, looking at an edit button, but Elon is very excited about that. I know I am personally excited about it. I can get rid of my spelling mistakes when I send out a tweet. And then I think another one that he has mentioned when it comes to the subscription service is to get rid of advertising on that Twitter Blue subscription service. This is starting to develop a little bit today into this question of whether advertisers in general, which, let's remember, that's how Twitter makes the majority of its revenue, will leave the platform because they don't want to be associated with a platform that may devolve into misinformation, hate speech. So I think you're going to see a lot of changes that focus around transparency, promoting free speech, but it'll be interesting to see some of the fallout of how that may impact the business side of things and the revenue when it comes to that advertising piece.
Yeah, you spoke about that edit button. We actually showed a tweet from Joe Jonas earlier today, who also was asking about that edit button. You spoke about that shadow ban. We saw a tweet from Ice-T, of all people, telling Elon, get me out of my shadow ban, which brings me to my next question. This big news that this $44 billion deal has been met with a lot of reaction, both positive and negative. What reaction are you seeing from your end of things?
Yes, so I think on the conservative lawmaker sides, I mean, you're seeing everyone from Jim Jordan to just many folks on the conservative side praising this. So excited for not a swing towards their side, but simply an even playing field, as they're calling it. On the other side, you're seeing Elizabeth Warren said that this is dangerous for Elon to own this, for one man to have control of the de facto town square. Even Jeff Bezos jumped into the mix and tweeted out a question of whether China, of all places, now has leverage over Twitter, and that's because Elon is so reliant on China for the success of his Tesla company. He's got the factory there, a lot of parts are coming from there, and so there's that question of, okay, well, you know, maybe he will be more favorable towards that government with his policies of how he allows the platform to be regulated when it's used there. You know, so there's just this chaotic mix of so many people being excited, so many people being frustrated. You have a lot of people leaving the platform too. So it'll be kind of interesting to see when all of this chaos dies down, you know, who actually does leave the platform, right? You have a lot of celebrities, a lot of those blue ticks, right, as they're called, to saying, I'm not going to be on here anymore, I have to leave the platform. But the reality of the situation is when you're a public figure, you need access to users. And if Twitter is one of the premier places where users are going to be, you know, some of this rhetoric may be walked back.
Yeah, it certainly is going to be interesting to see this story unfold. It feels like we've been covering it for weeks, but this is really just the beginning. We're all here for the edit button, Kelly, so let's keep our fingers crossed that we get that sooner rather than later. Kelly O'Grady, you do an excellent job breaking down this story. I have no doubt that we'll be talking in the coming days. Thanks again.
Thanks for having me.
Alrighty, we do want to take you back out to the courtroom in Fairfax, Virginia, where we are listening in to the latest day, week 3 of the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial. We did step away for just a moment to get you up to speed on the latest when it comes to this mega money Elon Musk and Twitter deal, but we do want to send you back out to Fairfax, Virginia to listen in.
She again he was sitting in the seat. Amber came up to him and was asking him to come back in the house, that she was sorry, please come back in the house. He didn't come out of the seat, and she was hugging and kissing him, and I love you, I love you. She was telling him I loved you. He didn't react. Johnny sat there, eventually got out of the John Deere and proceeded to start to walk away. At that time, Amber started to grab at him and his shirt and trying to pull him back to the house, just basically viciously trying to pull him back and get him back into the house and yelling at him. And at that point, I was between them and felt it was best, and I was getting worried about what was going to happen, and it was best that I remove him from the situation. And so CJ took Amber back to the house, and I walked Johnny over to the cafe, which was basically 30 seconds away from the house, because it was the only place I could take him to at the time.
And you mentioned that Ms. Heard was viciously trying to pull Mr. Depp back. Can you explain what you mean by that?
It was like clawing, grabbing at his clothes, grabbing his hair, trying to like pull him back, like an angry, like he was leaving and come back. He couldn't leave in the vehicle because the keys had been taken out. So there wasn't a way for Johnny to drive away. The only way was for him to walk away, and it wasn't a pleasant situation of wanting him to not leave, and angry and yelling and just yelling, you know, come back, don't leave, and things like that.
At any point, did Mr. Depp hit or touched Ms. Heard.
Objection leading. All right, let's see the objection.
Ms.
We here on Live Now from Fox, we take you out to the live events that are happening live, raw, and unfiltered, not only around the country, but around the world. We're actually going to step away from this trial for just a moment because we have Secretary of State Antony Blinken currently speaking at the Senate Foreign Relations. He is currently, and I do want to get you all of the information on this, he is currently giving testimony before the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations on the Department of State in relation to the budget. Of course, we have seen the United States send millions, hundreds of millions of dollars in aid to Ukraine. Secretary of State Antony Blinken just traveled to Kyiv to meet with President Zelensky over the weekend. He is now back in the United States. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered here.
Including in our diplomacy. We have, as the chairman noted, our first ever Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer who is spearheading an effort to analyze and address the obstacles that prevent underrepresented groups from joining and advancing at state. We've expanded the Pickering and Rangel Fellowships and created, for the first time, thanks to the support of Congress and this committee, paid internships at state, along with strong congressional input and support for all of these efforts. And we're showing results. We recently welcomed a new cohort of 179 exceptional Foreign Service professionals. That's putting our department on track for its largest annual intake in a decade. My first 15 months in this job have only strengthened my own conviction that these and other reforms are not just worthwhile, they're essential to our national security and to delivering for the people we represent. Today's meeting marks, by our count, the 100th time that I've had an opportunity to brief Congress, which is one of the ways I've worked to meet the commitment that I made in my confirmation before this committee to restore Congress's role as a partner both in our foreign policy making and in revitalizing the State Department. Ensuring that we can deliver on the agenda will require sustained funding, some new authorities, and maybe most important of all, partnership from Congress. That's why I'm grateful for the chairman and ranking member's request to establish a formal dialogue on the State Department authorization, a request that we have delivered on, and we're going to look forward to working in detail with you as the authorization process moves forward. If we want to deepen our capability in key areas like climate, like pandemic preparedness, like multilateral diplomacy, if we want to expand on Secretary Powell's vision of a Foreign Service training float and equip our workforce with the training, with the tools, with the technology that we need for today's challenges, we need some additional resources, and those are set out in the budget. If we want to be able to swiftly stand up new missions, deploy diplomats when and where they're needed, and I very much agree with the ranking member on this, and make those decisions based on risk management rather than on risk aversion, we need to reform the State Embassy Construction and Counterterrorism Act and the Accountability Review Board statute. That's laid out as well. If we want to rapidly scale up in response to crises like refugee surges and epidemics, while also avoiding costly overhead, we need more flexible domestic hiring authorities. This is not about advancing the goals of any one administration, any one party. It's about refocusing our mission and purpose on the forces that really affect the lives of our fellow citizens, their livelihoods, their security for decades to come. So I very much appreciate this opportunity to speak today about why this matters and look very much forward to continuing to make this committee and Congress as a whole a full partner in these efforts. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Secretary, for your opening statement. We'll start a round of questions. I'll start myself. Your visit to Ukraine, I'm sure members of the committee will want to hear in terms of President Zelensky's request for assistance, both militarily and otherwise. Are we aligned with his requests? Are we going to move forward and seek to fulfill his requests? And in that regard, what can you tell us about your several-hour meeting with him?
Mr. Chairman, in short, yes. And let me speak very briefly to this. First, we started making sure that the Ukrainians had the equipment that they needed to repel a potential Russian aggression way back before the aggression started. The first presidential drawdown was back Labor Day of last year, a very significant drawdown, a second one of about $200 million around Christmas time, again, well before the aggression. And then, of course, we're now on our 8th drawdown. And we have tried to focus these drawdowns on the equipment that we believe the Ukrainians need and can most effectively use right away to repel the Russians. And indeed, their success is primarily because of their incredible courage and determination, but it's also because we were able to equip them with what they needed. For every tank that the Russians have had in Ukraine, we've managed with 30 allies and partners in one way or another to provide about 10 anti-armor systems. For every plane that the Russians have flown in the skies, there have been about 10 anti-aircraft munitions of one kind or another. But as you point out, the nature of this battle is changing to eastern and southern Ukraine. They're adapting to that. We're adapting to that. We spent a great deal of time with President Zelensky, the chief of his military, their defense secretary, going through what it is they believe they need to effectively prosecute the battle going forward. Secretary Austin is in Germany today with representatives from, I think, close to 40 countries, focused on making sure that we are either delivering ourselves or finding the countries to deliver what it is the Ukrainians need. And I can just say broadly, and we can go in more detail in a different setting, I think we're largely aligned in what they say they need and what we think we're able to provide. The last thing I'd say, Mr. Chairman, we're doing this very quickly. In the past, it's taken from the time a president made a drawdown decision to getting equipment into the hands of the people who needed it, weeks. Now, often it's 72 hours, from the time of the drawdown decision to the time that equipment is actually in the hands of the Ukrainians.
Let me ask you this. Based upon that, I will assume that we will be looking at supplemental requests, because this budget, as you said, was drawn together before, and I think there is bipartisan support for such a supplemental request. Is that something we should be expecting shortly?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And as we move forward, my final question is, keeping our allies engaged with us in putting the sanctions pressure on Russia and continuing an all-out effort to try to tighten the noose around Putin's neck. Is it your sense at this point in time that we'll be able to keep the allies on board in the longer term?
I believe so, yes. We've had remarkable solidarity to date. A lot of work went into this. One of the advantages, in a sense, of having a long lead into this, because we, as you know, and we told the world, we saw this coming for some months, as we were able to prepare effectively, not only in terms of the military assistance, but also in terms of getting countries together to be prepared to impose massive consequences on Russia. Back in October of last year, President Biden got together with the leaders of France, the United Kingdom, and Germany, including the incoming chancellor as well as the outgoing chancellor, and showed them in detail the information that we had about the looming Russian aggression. This really concentrated minds on the need to be prepared. We spent several months working intensely with allies and partners, including on sanctions. That's why in December, we were able to say that there would be massive consequences and mean it, know that we could back it up, and there have been. The challenge now is making sure that we not only sustain that, but that we build on that, and I believe we will.
Thank you. Now, let me turn to a different topic, Iran. In your negotiator on the Iran nuclear deal said back that in February, if there was no deal by the end of February, the benefits we would receive would be dramatically diminished. It is now the end nearly of April, 2 months later. So can you give us where we're at on that? And importantly, can I get a commitment from you on holding an open Iran hearing before the Memorial Day recess?
On the latter question, in short, yes. We will make sure that we get that done. Second, in terms of where we are, without belaboring it, we inherited a very challenging situation. An Iranian nuclear program that was galloping forward, Iranian provocations and malicious activities that had ramped up throughout the region, the decision to pull out of the agreement, and the effort to exert maximum pressure on Iran Whatever the intent, did not produce results. On the contrary, it produced a more dangerous nuclear program, a breakout time that went from a year to a matter of weeks, and an Iran that was acting with even more destabilizing effect throughout the region, including endangering and attacking our own forces in ways that it hadn't before. So that's what we have to deal with. We continue to believe that getting back into compliance with the agreement would be the best way to address the nuclear challenge posed by Iran, and to make sure that an Iran that is already acting with incredible aggression doesn't have a nuclear weapon or the ability to produce one on short notice.
Here's the challenge we have, Mr. Secretary, and because my time is running out.
Please.
And I've been generous and want to make sure your answers are
thank you.
full. 6 months, which is what I hear is the ability to get into an agreement, a breakout time, is far less than it was a year ago, and I understand why. But it will do nothing in terms of Iran's missile program, which the CENTCOM commander already says it has overmatch in the region, their abilities, between themselves and their proxies. It will do nothing about the destabilization of the region. At the end of the day, while I understand the breakout time now is, maybe a matter of publicly reported a week or two, that at the end of the day, it's not going to meet the essential challenge that we have with Iran. And so it has its missile capacities, which is one of the third parts of the bomb delivery. It has the fissile material capability, whether we push it back 6 months or not, and recreating the sanctions regimes if it were to violate, but with the knowledge it has, that 6 months will be nothing. And then finally, the weaponization element of that, which is the one point that we still believe they're not at. But when you look at the totality of it, 2022 is not 2014 or 2015. And the sunsets are on the horizon, even if a deal was to be made. And that's part of the challenge that I see. But I appreciate your commitment to come before the committee, either because we have an agreement, in which case we'll testify about that agreement, or if there is no agreement, to understand what is our strategy moving forward on Iran. Senator Risch.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I didn't intend to start with Iran, but I will, since that's where you finished. Mr. Secretary, you can see there is little, if any, daylight between myself and the chairman on this issue. I think he has stated for you as clearly and concisely as he can the lack of benefits of entering into an agreement at this point in time, particularly as it relates to the bad activities of Iran aside from its nuclear ambitions. As I've said, I believe that the Israelis, when they say publicly that Iran will never complete a nuclear weapon and they will see to it. The question for you is here, do you think the Iranians believe that today?
Ranking Member Risch, I think that what we have seen and have assessed over many years is that the Iranians have sought to move forward with their fissile material program, which is exactly what the JCPOA stopped, and if we were to resume compliance, would continue to stop and would buy us a decade on the critical sunsets in terms of the stockpile of fissile material, in terms of the enrichment level. At the same time, their efforts to actually weaponize based on public information, stopped some years ago, but of course we look very carefully to see if they resume. So we would be focused on this like a hawk either way. But to your point and to the chairman's point, which I agree with, the agreement does not address their other malicious activities. So we have two premises. One is that when it comes to those activities, things would be even worse if they had a nuclear weapon or the ability to get one on short notice. It would encourage them to act with even greater impunity. Second, an agreement, were we to reach one, does not take away in any way from our ability and determination to go at them in all of these other areas in concert with allies and partners. We spent a lot of time working with them on exactly that, everything from sanctions to interdictions to stopping the money flow that they need to produce these weapons and to move these weapons about. All of that would continue.
Well, thanks. That didn't really answer my question directly. I'm going to gather from what you said that you at least have some agreement with me that the Iranians do believe the Israelis when they say what's going to happen if they move towards weaponization. And if that's the case, look, they're going to do that. The Israelis are going to act, and they've said so, regardless of what the agreement says. We can make any agreement we want. They're going to act in their national interest. If that's the case, then we really need to focus on the other bad activities that Iran engages in, as were laid out by the chairman. And this agreement, I think you would have to agree, doesn't cover that. And it seems to me that that's really where we ought to be focused. In any event, I come back to no agreement is better than a bad agreement, and I would urge you to move on. They've given us every indication that that would be appropriate for us to do, and I would encourage you to do that. Let's talk about Ukraine for a moment. We have an ambassador in place in Russia, still on the ground, without obviously disclosing any classified material. What can you tell us about the cables that are coming back from Russia, about the conditions on the ground in Russia and what's happening there, what people are thinking there? Can you enlighten us on that publicly at all?
You know, it's very challenging because what Putin has done over many, many years is set up, among other things, a state propaganda system that is such that whatever he says, whatever he communicates, a lot of people believe. Never mind the facts, never mind what's actually going on. So penetrating that information system is incredibly challenging. Having said that, I think what we're seeing is that people increasingly in Russia are feeling the effects of the disastrous decision by Putin to attack Ukraine. For example, upward of 600 companies have left Russia, including many of the major consumer brands that we all know and are familiar with. Increasingly, Russians are finding the things they thought they could take for granted, they can't. They can't buy the things they've been used to buying for the last almost 30 years. Their economy is contracting in a dramatic way. We see about a 15% contraction. The gains of the last 15, 20 years of opening are being erased. That's being increasingly felt in people's lives. The Russians' ability to modernize key sectors of their economy as a result of the export controls, that increasingly is biting. They're not going to be able to do it. All of this is going to be felt more and more. But there's a tension between the information and propaganda system that Putin has set up that is very effective and the actual facts. I think the facts increasingly will encroach and make themselves felt. But for now, I think what we're seeing is Russian people, to the extent that they're informed, continue to support, for the most part, President Putin.
Well, thank you for that. And I would encourage you to continue to tighten that screw. That is going to make a lot of difference as far as what actually happens on the ground in Russia. You're right. At least people publicly proclaim that they support Putin and want to go along with the war effort. I'm not so sure that actually exists privately. But
well, that's a very good point, because to your point, there are severe penalties for doing or saying anything in opposition to Putin's war, including 15 years in prison. So to the extent we're able to read public opinions, some portion of that is definitely colored by the fact that people are afraid to speak their minds. And the final thing is, this gets to the heart of the Achilles heel of any autocracy, which is the inability of anyone to speak truth to power. And this has severely misinformed Putin himself about what's actually going on.
I appreciate that. Briefly, since my time's almost up, obviously we need to focus on China. China's the major, over this century, China's going to continue to be the major challenge that we have. And with what we've just gone through with Ukraine, I think it's important that we walk and chew gum at the same time and understand that the Taiwan issue is there, and that we ought to be thinking about that as we go forward. And obviously, the chairman and I have worked on bolstering Taiwan's defense. We're going to continue to do that. We look for you as a partner in that. It's certainly important as we go forward. It's going to be another challenge. With that, my time is up. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Risch. Let me follow up first on one of Senator Risch's points, and that is what's going on in Russia. We saw that Vladimir Kara-Murza was just recently arrested. following in the path of what happened with Alexei Navalny and Sergei Magnitsky, and the list goes on and on and on. So, Mr. Secretary, I hope that you'll be following that case very closely, recognizing that those responsible for his illegal detention, we do have tools available as a result of the Magnitsky statute, and I hope that that will be considered in regards to what's happening and that we'll speak out strongly in support of Mr. Kara-Murza.
In short, yes. And first of all, let me just say how much we appreciate your leadership for many years on this, including on Global Magnitsky, including as a part of the Helsinki Commission. We are very focused on this, very focused on making sure that Russia continues to be held to account for its human rights abuses, not only in Ukraine, but in Russia itself.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Let me focus on Ukraine for one moment. Senator Haggerty and I have sent you a letter in regards to the subcommittee on the management of the State Department in regards to returning our mission to Kyiv. You've indicated that we are trying to comply with all the requests that are being made by President Zelensky. One is certainly to have our mission locate again in Kyiv. It is critically important. We have a new ambassador that's been named. We would like her to be stationed in Kyiv. We recognize that you are doing some work in Lviv, but Kyiv is the capital. Can you just tell us your plans on returning our mission to Kyiv and whether you will comply with the request we made that we have a briefing as to the steps necessary to make sure that our mission is safe in Kyiv?
Yes. First of all, when it comes to a briefing, yes, we'll certainly do that. I appreciated your letter, the letter from you and Senator Haggerty. The two things. We are sending diplomats back to Ukraine this week, and they will begin to assess how we can most effectively and securely reopen the embassy in Kyiv. And without going into too much detail in this setting, I anticipate that we will be in Lviv and then head to Kyiv, subject to the President's final decision on that. But we are moving forward on that. We want to have our embassy reopened, and we're working to do that.
Let me switch to the war crimes issues. There was a report today in the Washington Post as to the cooperation the United States is giving. I'm glad to hear this in regards to how to collect the necessary evidence and how to interview and what's necessary in order to proceed with war crimes against those who have perpetrated those in Ukraine under Mr. Putin's guidance. Could you just briefly tell us what additional steps we need to take? We recognize we have a challenge in regards to the ICC, but what steps is America taking to make sure there will be accountability for these atrocities that are taking place in Ukraine?
Senator, we're working this on multiple fronts. First and foremost, we are supporting the work of the Ukrainian Prosecutor General to build the cases necessary. And we're doing that with bringing tremendous expertise in support of that effort. Technical advice. We have people on the ground in surrounding countries working on this, working with the Ukrainian investigators and prosecutors. We are compiling, collecting information that we'll share with the Ukrainians. That's one major line of effort. Second, we have a commission of inquiry that we helped establish through the Human Rights Council at the UN. We're supporting its efforts as well, and again, providing information, advice as that work moves forward. Finally, we welcome the fact that the ICC is seized with this, and we have in the past supported work by the ICC, just recently, in fact, the prosecution of a John Druid human rights violator went forward successfully, in part as a result of information that we supplied to the ICC. We'll look to do that as well.
And if there's anything that Congress needs to do in order to support these efforts, we recognize the challenges that you may have. So if there is a role for us to play, please let us know. I think there's just about unanimous support here in Congress to make sure that at the end of the day, there's accountability for these atrocities and war crimes that have been committed. Let me go to the budget for one moment. You mentioned that you just recently had close to 200 new Foreign Service officers. That's certainly good news. The budget, if I am correct, provides for an additional 570 additional personnel. We've been concerned in the subcommittee on the State Department in regards to the ability for training for our Foreign Service officials. In order to do that, you have to have a training float. We have put in a 15% goal on the training float in order that you can have individuals assigned for training without a loss of their capacity within the mission. Can you tell us how well we're doing in regards to meeting that objective and what additional resources are necessary in order to achieve that level?
First of all, I really want to thank Congress, this committee, as well as the appropriators last year, as well as hopefully this year, into giving us the resources we needed to bring in a record number of new people to the department. And this budget would fund an additional 500 plus new positions. This would allow us to have a float of about 250 people, which would get us to pretty much where we need to be in making sure that we have that. This is, to your point, it's something that you've, I know, worked on for some time for the department. This would be an extremely meaningful way of making sure that we have the flexibility to continuously train and modernize the department, allow people to have opportunities for not only for training, but for different ways to expand their capacities with mid-career abilities to come here, for example, as well as to universities, et cetera, to do that while maintaining the full operations of the department. So, in short, the budget that we're proposing would allow us to get the float that we think that we need to really move forward and have the flexibilities for ensuring that we are continuously professionalizing the department.
I appreciate that. This committee has passed 2 bills in regards to improving the training capacity at the State Department. So you need to have the personnel in order to take advantage of that. So I'm glad to see that we're on track in order to accomplish that. Next will be Senator Romney is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, it's good to see you and appreciate your willingness to be here today, and appreciate in particular your visit to Kyiv, making clear to the people of the world our commitment to the people of Ukraine and to its leadership. This follows on the heels of what I and many others across the country had to feel was a disastrous departure from Afghanistan, and obviously the diplomatic and military and human crisis continues. Stories of hundreds of people who worked with us in Afghanistan being murdered by the Taliban, girls not being able to go to school. These things are obviously very troubling. And I think I and others were apprehensive about how we would deal with Ukraine, given how badly we had dealt with the situation in Afghanistan. Credit where credit is due. I think you and the administration deserve a great deal of credit for how well we have acted, providing intelligence to our allies early on, collaborating with our allies to have a united front on sanctions and our military support. I'm sure that looking back, there are things that we'll say we didn't get it exactly right, but overall, it has been a success so far, and want to compliment you on that. I think it was unfortunate that one of the headlines that came back from your trip was that our purpose was to diminish the Russian military capacity. That may be a byproduct, but our mission there is to help the people of Ukraine have freedom and sovereignty, which they richly deserve. One of the great challenges that's already been mentioned is with regards to China. You know that they have a comprehensive strategy, that China's economic power is continuing to rise, their military power likewise, their investments both in ICBMs over the coming years, in their Navy and so forth is really daunting. They have attempted to pacify the world. They, of course, monitor and pacify their own citizenry and propagandize their own citizenry. One of the things that Chairman Menendez and I made part of the NDAA this last year was a provision requiring the administration to develop a comprehensive strategy to deal with the emergence of China as a great power. And your department, is, along with other departments, will be tasked with that as soon as the national security strategy is released. And I just want to underscore how important that is. And I do believe that we're still not making the kind of progress strategically we'd like to on that front. I was concerned with the report about the Solomon Islands entering into a military agreement with China. That is alarming. I wonder if you have perspective on that, whether you know whether there's a military component. It is a military agreement, but will there be potentially a military presence in the Solomon Islands, a military agreement with China? That is alarming. I wonder if you have perspective on that, whether you know whether there's a military component. It is a military agreement, but will there be potentially a military presence in the Solomon Islands by the Chinese? What is your sense of that, and is there a way of recovering?
Thank you very much, Senator Romney. First, with regard to the strategy, we very much agree with you. And I will have an opportunity, I think, very soon in the coming weeks to speak publicly and in some detail about the strategy. We appreciate the work that, in many ways, Congress has done to give us some of the tools that we need to make that strategy effective. But I look forward to having an opportunity to lay that out in some detail and then continuing to refine it with you and others. With regard to the Solomon Islands, yes, we share the concern about this agreement. We sent a very high-level delegation to the Solomons just a few days ago. Our lead China expert at the White House, Kurt Campbell, along with the Assistant Secretary for the region, Dan Crittenbrink, led a delegation to the Solomon Islands. I had previously announced some months ago that we intend to open an embassy there that we're moving forward on. We want to have day-in, day-out presence there. We're moving forward on that. The delegation met with the Prime Minister. He vowed publicly as well as privately that there would be no Chinese military base, no long-term presence, no power projection capability. We will be watching that very, very closely in the weeks and months ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I want to conclude in the brief time I have with indicating my support with the comments of Ranking Member Risch and Chairman Menendez with regards to Iran. I happen to believe that Iran will be hell-bent on having a nuclear weapon at some point, that they'll negotiate and delay as long as they can, but that in the negotiations with us, but that they ultimately intend to have a nuclear capacity. I do hope that that's not going to be the case, but I believe that in that circumstance, that giving in to them is not the right course, but instead that there needs to be a very heavy price paid for them pursuing that path. And not only to hope in some way to delay them or dissuade them, but more importantly, perhaps to dissuade anyone else in the world from taking a path to become a nuclear power, because the cost of doing so would be demonstrated by what we do with Iran. And I would encourage the administration to once again bring this matter to Congress for an up or down vote, for a level of support on the part of the national interest. This is, I think, critical for not just for what's happening in Iran and the Middle East, but around the world. As more and more nations are looking at becoming nuclear powers, I think they have to see that the cost is enormous for doing so, and would hope that we don't in any way lessen the cost in negotiations. And I would be more than happy to hear that we walked away. Iran asks for more and more and more. The answer is no, and that we need to show extraordinary backbone and make a solid commitment that America will not stand still as they or other nations seek to become nuclear powers.
Thank you, Senator. I can simply say that we share the same objective, which is to make sure that Iran never acquires a nuclear weapon. The question is, what's the most effective way to do that? We've now tested two propositions. One was the nuclear agreement that was originally reached, and that significantly set back Iranian capabilities to pursue a nuclear weapon, particularly the fissile material for such a weapon. And that agreement was working by all objective accounts. In fact, now we have many Israeli colleagues from the security establishment who've come out and said publicly that it was a huge mistake to pull out of the agreement because on its own terms, preventing Iran from acquiring the fissile material necessary for a weapon, it was succeeding. That doesn't address the other concerns that you rightly and we rightly have with Iran, but on its terms, it was working. We've tested the other proposition, which was pulling out of the agreement, trying to exert more pressure, and we've also seen the result. And the result has been that that nuclear program, which had pushed back the breakout time to a year in terms of being able to produce fissile material for a weapon, that's now down to a matter of weeks. Their program has galloped forward. More sophisticated centrifuges spinning, a greater stockpile of fissile material. And Ranking Member Risch was talking about this earlier. I think it's important to underscore the reason the agreement originally reached focused on fissile material is because this is something we can see, and with the most intrusive inspections regime ever in an arms control agreement, we could see it. And if there was breakout, do something about it. The problem with focusing on weaponization is, which we believe that they halted in the early 2000s, but could resume if there's a decision to do so. The problem with that is that work happens in a room a tenth of the size of this one, at a computer, in ways that we or the Israelis may not be able to see immediately in real time, may not be able to track. And so hanging your hat on the peg of weaponization is a very risky one. That's why this agreement was designed around fissile material. And we continue to believe that whatever the imperfections, if on its own terms we can get back into the agreement, it would be, of all of the answers that we have, the best one for the nuclear issue. However, we're not there, and I could not agree with you more, first of all, on the overriding objective that we have, and also with both the chairman, the ranking member, and you, the need to confront Iran on its other malicious activities.
It's our understanding we'll have a separate opportunity in regards to the Iran agreement, and we appreciate the Secretary's willingness to work with our committee in that regard. It's my understanding Senator Murphy is available through WebEx.
Good morning, Mr. Secretary.
Senator.
Thank you for taking the time with us. I'm sorry that I can't be there with you in person. I do not share my colleagues' skepticism of a renewed nuclear agreement with Iran, in part because the whole world has watched how difficult it is to craft a Western response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, given Russia's status as a nuclear power. And I simply cannot imagine why we would wish for a policy that will allow Iran to be weeks, maybe months away from a nuclear weapon, given all of their malevolent activity in the Middle East. What about the last 2 months has been an advertisement that we would be better off if more of our adversaries had nuclear weapons? And I appreciate the clarification you made to Senator Romney's question, because it is true. We have tried the alternative. We have indeed attempted to apply significant costs on the Iranian economy and through President Trump's maximum pressure campaign. And in fact, the result was not that Iran came to the table on all of their other behaviors in the region. It was not that they held firm on the commitments that they had made in the JCPOA. It was, in fact, that they moved faster towards a potential nuclear weapon. They accelerated their research program. And so I want to maybe ask you one more sort of question to level set where we are today. You have stated, I think, very effectively that the maximum pressure campaign did not, in fact, have the effect of constraining Iran's nuclear weapon program. But for my colleagues that have significant concerns, rightly so, about Iran's support for terrorist organizations, for regional proxies, the money they put into their ballistic missile program, is there any evidence that during the period of time out?
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here. As you see some of the feeds breaking up there. We'll be back here in just moments, right here on Live Now from Fox. Secretary Lloyd Austin speaking. Let's watch right here on Live Now from Fox.
Remarks. The Secretary will have some opening comments, and then we'll have time for a few questions. I will moderate those questions from here. I will call on the journalists, and if you could limit your follow-ups if possible. So we've got a bit of a tight timeline this afternoon. So with that, Mr. Secretary.
Well, thanks, John. Good afternoon, everybody. It's been an important day and a highly constructive one. We've had some great discussions in the hall and a lot of rich interactions among leaders throughout the day. So let me again thank all of the ministers and the chiefs of defense and your teams for joining us today, especially my good friend, Ukraine's Minister of Defense, Minister Reznikov, and his delegation. It's great to see him. We're all coming away with a transparent and shared understanding of the challenge that the Ukrainians face. And I know that we're all determined to help Ukraine win today and build strength for tomorrow. The work that we've done together in record time has made a huge difference on the battlefield. President Zelensky made that clear when we met Sunday in Kyiv. And countries all around the world have been stepping up to meet Ukraine's urgent needs. And I wanted to especially welcome a major decision by our German host, as Minister Lambrecht announced just today that Germany will send Ukraine some 50 Cheetah anti-aircraft systems. And yesterday, of course, the British government announced that it would provide Ukraine with additional anti-aircraft capabilities as well. And today, Canada announced that it will send Ukraine 8 armored vehicles. And so that's important progress. We're seeing more every day. And I applaud all the countries that have risen and are rising to meet this demand. But we don't have any time to waste. The briefings today laid out clearly why the coming weeks will be so crucial for Ukraine. So we've got to move at the speed of war. And I know that all the leaders leave today more resolved than ever to support Ukraine in its fight against Russian aggression and atrocities. And I know that we're all determined to do even more to better coordinate our efforts. So I was especially glad to hear General Walters encourage us all to make more determined use of EUCOM's coordination mechanism. Now, to ensure that we continue to build on our progress, we're going to extend this forum beyond today. I'm proud to announce that today's gathering will become a monthly contact group on Ukraine's self-defense. And the contact group will be a vehicle for nations of goodwill to intensify our efforts and coordinate our assistance and focus on winning today's fight and the struggles to come. The monthly meetings may be in person, virtual, or mixed, and they'll extend the transparency, the integration, and the dialogue that we saw today. And let me underscore another key point. We held an important session today on the long-term support for Ukraine's defenses, including what that will take from our defense industrial bases. And that means dealing with the tremendous demand that we're facing for munitions and weapons platforms. And giving our staunch support to Ukraine while also meeting our own requirements and those of our allies and partners. But it also means redoubling our common efforts to strengthen Ukraine's military for the long haul. And I look forward to our discussions in the contact group and elsewhere about how to get that done right. Let me again thank all of the countries who came together today. They've done crucial work, and they sent a powerful signal. We're going to build on today's progress and continue to reach out to nations of goodwill to help Ukraine defend itself. And we'll continue working transparently and urgently with our allies and partners. And we'll continue pushing to support and strengthen the Ukrainian military for the battles ahead. So we leave tonight strengthened, and so does Ukraine. And thank you, and I'll be glad to take your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Our first question today will come from Sylvie Lantome, AFP. You have a microphone.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, actually, I have a double question for you. Moldova is stepping up its security measures after a series of explosions in the separatist region of Transnistria. Do you think there is a risk of spillover of the conflict to Moldova? And my second question is, after this big meeting about arming Ukraine, aren't you concerned that Putin may become restless and threaten again to use a nuclear weapon?
Well, on the issue of spillover to Moldova, because of what we've seen here, a reporting of recent violence, we're still looking to the cause of that. That's still, still doing an analysis there. So, not really sure what that's all about, but that's something that we'll stay focused on. And certainly, we don't want to see any spillover. And again, it's important to make sure that we do everything that we can to ensure that Ukraine is successful, and that's the best way to address that. And your second part of the question there, Sylvie, was
about the risk for Putin to threaten to use nuclear.
Well, you've heard us say a number of times that that kind of rhetoric is very dangerous and unhelpful. Nobody wants to see a nuclear war happen. It's a war that, where all sides lose, and so rattling of sabers and dangerous rhetoric is clearly unhelpful and something that we won't engage in.
Our next question goes to Suzanne Gailhard from ZDF.
Mr. Secretary, what military aid do you now expect from the German government? And do you think the delivery of Leopard tanks is sufficient, in your opinion?
You mean cheetahs, which is what yeah. Well, let me just say that, and I think you probably heard me say this before as I visited Germany, I consider Germany to be a great friend and an ally. We've served. I've served in Germany as an officer and worked with German forces, and it's always been a real pleasure to work alongside our German partners there. Now, I think it's significant that Germany announced that it was going to provide 50 Cheetah systems. I think those systems will provide real capability for Ukraine. And in terms of what else Germany will do going forward, again, that's a sovereign decision, one that the German leadership will make, and I don't want to speculate on that. I just believe that just based upon everything that I've seen in my interaction with the Minister of Defense and how intently she's been focused on making sure that she can do everything that she can to help and work alongside her partners and allies, that she'll continue to look for ways to be relevant and provide good capability to the Ukrainians as they continue to prosecute this fight.
Our next question goes to John Ismay, New York Times.
Mr. Secretary, yesterday you mentioned that one of the United States' goals in Ukraine now was to see Russia weakened. Can you explain more fully what that means, and specifically what do you want to weaken and how you would measure success in that regard?
Yeah, John, so I think we've been pretty clear from the outset. We do want to make it harder for Russia to threaten its neighbors and leave them less able to do that. Now, if you look at what's transpired here in this 62 days or so that Ukraine and Russia have been involved in this struggle here, Russia has, in terms of its land forces, their land forces have been attrited in a very significant way. Casualties are pretty substantial. They've lost a lot of equipment. They've used a lot of precision-guided munitions. They've lost a major surface combatant. And so they are, in fact, in terms of military capability, weaker than when it started. And you know, John, it'll be harder for them to replace some of this capability as they go forward because of the sanctions and the trade restrictions that have been placed on them. And so we would like to make sure, again, that they don't have the same type of capability to bully their neighbors that we saw at the outset of this conflict.
Next question goes to Ute Spangenberger from ARD. There she is.
Hello. How can we guarantee a safe and secure Ukraine in future? Is it possible that Ukraine becomes a member of NATO?
That's, again, that'll be a sovereign decision. I think that NATO will always stand by its principles of maintaining an open door. So I don't want to speculate on what could come. I do believe that in the future, if the possibility exists, I think Ukraine will seek to once again apply to become a member of NATO. But again, that's probably a bit down the road, and speculation at this point is not very helpful. I think the first step is to end this conflict, and I think what needs to happen to cause the conflict to come to an end is Mr. Putin needs to make a decision to end this conflict. He's the person that started it. It was unjustified, and of course, it'll be his decision to de-escalate and then go back to the negotiating table. And we really all would like to see that happen.
Okay, and the last question today, mindful of our time, goes to Uwe Driesen from TV2 Denmark. Uwe.
Thanks. Mr. Secretary, the Russian foreign minister has warned that there's a danger of a third world war, and there's a real danger of nuclear weapons being used in the present situation. Are you not afraid that the conflict will somehow spin out of control and we will have this nuclear confrontation?
Well, we certainly will do everything within our power and within Ukraine. Ukraine will have the same approach, do everything within their power to make sure it doesn't spin out of control. International communities focused on that as well. Again, I think this any bluster about the use of possibility of use of nuclear weapons is very dangerous and unhelpful. Nobody wants to see a nuclear war. Nobody can win that. And as we do things and as we, take actions, we're always mindful of making sure that we have the right balance and that we're taking the right approach. So there's always a possibility that a number of things can happen, but again, I think it's unhelpful and dangerous to rattle sabers and speculate about the use of nuclear weapons. Thanks.
Thank you all. That's all the time we have for today's.
Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin there, wrapping up in Germany, talking about NATO efforts for Ukraine, also saying that it will be monthly where they will have updates on the situation there in Ukraine as the war crimes continue and the Russians continue to massacre thousands of Ukrainians. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Let's take a quick 2-minute break. A teen amusement park death here. The family is going to be speaking out after the tragic situation of that teen free falling to his death. We'll have the very latest coming up as it happens right here on Live Now from Fox. Want to go back out to the Senate, though. It is live. And if it's happening now, it is Live Now from Fox, everybody. And we're bringing it to you live, raw, and always unfiltered. No sound bites here. We're going to play it out. This is the Senate hearing on the State Department's budget.
Some countries where we've had concerns that they might be increasing their purchases, taking advantage of discounted prices that Russia's been forced to offer in order to get anyone to take this. And so, in short, yes, there are a few countries that we've engaged with to dissuade them from doing that.
Well, Mr. Secretary, we haven't been successful at doing that yet, right? So according to the information I've got, in the month of March, China increased its trade with Russia by 12% in terms of actually additional goods being imported to China from Russia. And there are a number of other countries. The question is, you know, we made the right decision by saying that the United States is not going to continue to import Russian gas and oil. But if that oil is just on the international market and Putin's able to sell it to somebody else, it obviously doesn't do us any good at all. So I guess my question is very blunt. Why aren't we applying secondary sanctions against countries that are increasing their imports of Russian commodities?
So I'd say two things. First, where we can, it is far preferable to get countries to voluntarily not engage in these practices. And that's where our diplomacy is focused. Second, as we're dealing with the energy piece of this, and again, I agree with the general tenor of Senator Portman's remarks, we have to do it not only effectively, we have to be as smart as possible about how we do it and when we do it. And so, for example, we want to make sure that we are not taking actions in the near term that may have the result of spiking energy prices and thus lining Putin's pockets instead of taking resources away. So the more that we can do things voluntarily, deliberately, make sure that we have the necessary backfill, including from our own sources, make sure that energy is on the market. The President, as you know, did a historic release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve on that front. We've got 1 million barrels a day over 6 months. We've got many countries to join in doing the same thing. We have to do it in a deliberate way so that we don't have an effect contrary to the one that we're trying to achieve.
No, I agree with that, Mr. Secretary. But as you point out, there are countries that are taking advantage of discounted Russian oil prices. They're able to unload it at lower prices, and they're taking advantage of it, which only helps Putin. Just a statement in closing, which is one of the consequences of Putin's invasion of Ukraine has been our European partners have watched China's response. And I think that they've been extremely concerned with the fact that China first said that, you know, we're all in together. I do think this is an opportunity to work even more closely in practical ways with our European and other allies with respect to a coordinated approach with respect to China.
I very much agree with you. The Deputy Secretary of State, Wendy Sherman, was just in Europe for a dialogue that we established with the European Union on China. She had a very, I think, productive session with the EU. You saw the results of the summit between the EU leaders and President Xi Jinping, which I think did not go to China's benefit because of the increasingly deep skepticism about China in Europe. China is paying a reputational cost to be charitable about it, sitting on the fence when it comes to Russia's aggression against Ukraine, never mind falling on the Russian side of the fence, something that it has to factor in. I think it's seeing that play out in its relationships with other countries, notably in Europe.
Thank you. Senator Paul.
While there's no justification for Putin's war on Ukraine, it does not follow that there's no explanation for the invasion. John Mearsheimer writes that the trouble over Ukraine actually started at NATO's Bucharest summit in 2008 when George W. Bush administration pushed the alliance to announce that Ukraine and Georgia will become members. Even with this 2008 announcement, though, most analysts acknowledge that
Watching live now from Fox, from one live event to the other. We're going to go out right now to Missouri here. This is where the family of Florida teens, amusement park death, talking about a new lawsuit right here on Live Now from Fox.
This ride. Number 2, Icon Park, which ran the amusement park. And number 3, Slingshot, which operated the ride. Ladies and gentlemen, this tragedy could have absolutely been avoided very simply with one thing. With this $22 seatbelt. If it had been employed as a secondary restraint, Tyree Sampson would not have fallen to his death. Nakia would be working with her honor roll student right now, finishing 8th grade, picking out his outfit for 8th grade prom, and getting ready to start football at St. Louis Power Eastside High. That's where we would be if this simple $22 device had been employed by Slingshot and Icon. Simple as that. As you all know, there were 30 seats on that ride. It would cost $660. $660 to save the life of a 14-year-old. They would have paid for that in 2 cycles of the ride. Simple as that. This calamity of errors and mistakes and negligence has crossed over from Europe to Orlando. Fun Times decided to develop a ride that went higher than any ride in the United States. From 430 feet, we would send passengers down at 75 miles per hour, 4 Gs, that's 4 times gravity, and start it at a 30-degree tilt and stop it at 100 feet. There's no ride like that in the country. They wanted to design it as high as they could, as thrilling as they could make it, despite the fact that they knew that seatbelts have been employed as secondary devices throughout the country in other freefall rides. They knew that because on one of their own rides that was at a park, the operator installed seatbelts for safety. But yet they had one harness, and they sent out a letter to operators saying you don't need a seatbelt, despite knowing that other operators had recommended that. That other operators did not employ the tilt device because they thought it was too dangerous. But it didn't just happen at the design of the ride. It didn't just happen with trying to make it that crazy. Icon Park wanted that. Icon Park wanted the new greatest ride to add to their rides, and they had already had a relationship with Slingshot because of other rides at the park. Despite Slingshot's shoddy history of 4 prior incidents, Icon Park brought them there, and then Slingshot took over. And as you've all learned, the state of Florida, through an official report, found that Slingshot modified the seats 1 and seat 2, to be for bigger riders. They modified it from a regular opening of 3 to 4 inches to up to 6 to 7 inches. The one safety device. They didn't have this secondary layer of protection. They had one harness, and they intentionally manipulated it to the point where when Tyree Sampson was on the ride, it opened approximately to 10 to 11 inches, and that is why he fell out. It goes on and on. The manufacturer in their manual says no one can ride this ride if they have over 287 pounds. Yet, there wasn't a sign saying that. There wasn't a scale on premises, a simple scale, but there was a metal detector to see that people didn't have keys or phones that could fall and maybe hit a bystander. They had a full-size metal detector like we see at the airport, but no scale. When the manufacturing manual says you can't ride the ride more than 287 pounds. All of these acts of negligence fall on all 3 of these parties. A jury will decide what percentage of fault each one of these defendants get. And before I turn it over to you, I want to talk about a jury deciding this case. As you all know, in a lot of these cases, manufacturers, owners of rides, amusement parks, want to silence everything. They want to get a quick confidential settlement with a family so that it's under the rug. I am so proud of this mother because her thoughts were not about her. They were about other mothers and other families and the public. And it was her decision to file this lawsuit now, to get sworn testimony under oath of those that are at fault, to get the documents to show the truth. Who made this mistake? We still don't know who actually manipulated the seats, when they manipulated the seats, and who knew about it and who directed it. And Nakia Dodd wants the public to know. She wants every mother out there, every family member to know, so that we can do one important thing. And that is to make sure this never happens to another child or a family. And I thank you so much for having the courage to do that, because we have to get these answers to change the law. The law is different for amusement parks in every single state. Every single state. And it has to be changed so no family goes through this again. Thank you for being here, and Nikki and I are available for questions. Well, the nature of what we find out will dictate that. So if we can find out what happened and we have enough information to go to the federal authorities and go to state authorities and make the changes, at some point, that is the primary concern. That won't happen in a month because we won't get documents in a month. That won't happen in 2 months because we won't be able to take depositions. But once we have that information, at that point in time, it obviously will be up to the family. And I strongly encourage the media to continue to push these questions so that we get these answers. And as you know, sometimes questions and documents can be attempted to be confidential in court cases. So that's where the media can help.
Heartbreaking, heart-wrenching to get a call from your child's, family. We call them family, so I'll say family members out of town, to get a call saying your child is not coming back home, and he was only out on spring break enjoying himself for the good grades, the accomplishments he had, enjoying himself. So to get a call over the phone and not to be there as a mother, to comfort, tell us it's going to be okay, that's very disturbing. It's heart-wrenching. It's heart-wrenching. I couldn't do anything for my son but cry over the phone. I couldn't touch him. I couldn't hold him. I couldn't hug him. I couldn't do anything. I don't wish that on any parent. Any parent. More stricter laws for the rides. If it's, again, going up like a certain amount of feet in the air, weight restrictions, more workers, better safety protocols. That's it. Tyree was my personal teddy bear, as you all know. We called him Gentle Giant. He was known as Gentle Giant. Big Tick was the football name he picked up during the course of the football. But Tyree was the type of kid that you couldn't help but want to converse with him. You wanted to get to know him. What was he thinking? He just had that magnet, like, who is this child? Very well respected, well mannered, no problems with the football team, nor school, nor family. He was a very well respected kid, humble. One of the most humble child I've known at the age of 14. Very humble. From the football team, big ticket, meaning ticket out of St. Louis, basically. Yes. Thank you. I want him to remember it as a loving young man at the age of 14, very well mannered, no problems at all. I mean, just would give you the shirt off his back if you ask him right now. Character, I mean, he was a go-getter. He was a go-getter. And for him not to be here, this is devastating. He was on his way. You know, he was going to be known, but not like this. He was going to be under the football scene, the NFL team, not through a this type of way, no. Got the call. It was like late that night, that Thursday night. I was with my youngest daughter. We were about to do a little movie or a pizza type thing because, you know, they were on spring break. I get the call, and I instantly thought that, okay, Tyree never keeps a full charge on his phone, so I'm thinking he's using the friend's phone. And I pick up, and I'm like, hello? He was like, hey, Mom. So I'm instantly thinking, Tyree? He was like, no. Hey, Mom. I'm like, what's going on? And to get the news over the phone, that is devastating. My whole concern was, is he breathing? And are you with him? That was my main concern. Are you with him? I needed you to be with him because I wasn't there. So I needed somebody that I left in charge of Tyree to comfort him for me because I had to do it over the phone. I had to do it over the phone. So that was gut-wrenching. Yeah, not a good feeling. They can take the ride down completely, you know, just get rid of it altogether. That's too big of a risk. Not enough safety measurements. Take it down. Have not been to the site. I have not. I have a lot of stories to share. Tyree was, he was just a humble kid. You know, he had this basketball was another sport that he played. He played for City Garden. The biggest kid on the team. You know, I think they thought Tyree was the coaches sometimes because they listened more to Tyree versus the actual coaches. And, you know, we got footage of him like telling the team, if you would have did this, you know, we probably would have won that game. You know, he was always implementing something. Win, lose, or draw, he always put himself like, okay, listen to me, guys, you know, not because I know what I'm doing. Because he played basketball with the neighborhood, or neighbors, and these are like older guys. So when he played with the school, I was like, you might be a little too rough, you know, I don't know. But he was a coach versus a player as well, so. I have a 9-year-old that I have to be there for. You know, I have other family as well, but my 9-year-old is my main focus right now. And Tyree wouldn't want me to crumble, so, you know, he had that, you know, that strong demeanor. I have to keep it up in a sense, but my daughter, I have to be strong for my daughter.
What's your message to families that are looking at the situation, not able to grasp what's happening now that you're pursuing this lawsuit and want to see changes? What is your message to families with children?
I guess my message would be to the families, I don't want them to not let the kids enjoy themselves, but if you do decide to let them get on rides like that, double check yourself. You know, go up there and make sure the restraints are in place. You know, can your child ride? You know, does your child meet the qualifications? You don't want to rob the kids of enjoying themselves, but then in the same breath, you're like, you know, I don't know, because I don't want this to happen to another family, not just a child, but another family, period. So you may have to do maybe your own safety measurements, your own safety checks. The last conversation I had was he actually was supposed to leave that Monday to go to Florida. He left his charging device. He comes back home. He texts me and says, hey, Mom, I'm going to be pulling back up. I left my charger. I open the door, and he goes back in his room, and he's, you know, getting a little stuff that he left. Mind you, we know boys don't like to give hugs because it's just like too mushy for them. So I said, oh, you came back to give me my hug. I actually said my last hug. you came back to give my last hug. He said, oh no, Mom, they're waiting. So he's bagging up from me. And I have a long hallway before you get to the door to exit. And as he's bagging out my door, he turns around and says, I'll see you Saturday or either Sunday. And that was my last time speaking to my son. And that Sunday, I was waiting for my son to come home because that's what he told me. I will see you Saturday or Sunday. So to get a call to say, he's not coming back. I mean, I'm still like in shock. This is a nightmare. That's an extended nightmare, to be honest. His last words to me was, I'll see you Saturday or Sunday. I'm walking back in this door. The same way I left, I was expecting to see my son return to me the same way he walked out my door. He ended up giving me my hug. He gave me my hug. I had to, that was my teddy bear, so I had to get it from the back. I got my hug. I have every emotion that you possibly can feel. Anger, frustrated. I mean, I'm mad, I'm sickening, all of that. All of it because it should have been better signage out. It should have been. I wasn't there, so I can't. No, I wasn't there, so yeah. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. So it's like you didn't want to miss $1, but you stripped me of my son. So yeah, it's disgusting. They have been very, very supportive. When I say the love is all over, it's all over. I've gotten all type of special made gifts, rugs, bracelets, necklaces, pendants, and I want to thank each and every one of them for even reaching out, even to check on me. I don't even know that a lot of these people, they make sure they message me on Facebook or whatever, just checking and making sure you're okay. I can't do anything, but I can see your hug, a virtual hug. That means a lot. It means a lot. I have no plans on it. I really think she's only 9, so she's probably not grasping the whole thing, but I think she see me like, okay, my mom is trying to be strong, so I want to be strong with my mom. And I just really, and I let her know, cry. It's okay to cry. She still texts his phone to this day. She tells him, I did this at school. I did this with the teacher. She lets him know what she's doing to this day still. And I just have to reassure her, it's okay to cry. It's okay. Tyree knows, he loves you, but let him know that you can cry. That's how you can relieve a lot of things. You have to shed a tear or two. It's currently a scholarship set up through Frank Clark. He reached out, I want to say it was established maybe a week ago, I'm not sure of the date, but it was established under Frank Clark Foundation. No, they're all equal. Everyone is at fault. I mean, I can't say you did this or you did. Everyone. To be as a mother, and under these circumstances, and I've been saying to my family since this happened, love on your kids while they're here. As the saying, give people the roses while they're here. That is so true. your kids especially, let them know you love them, you're here for them, all of that, and you just as a mother going through this, it's just I just can't express. It's disturbing. It's very disturbing to me. But my message to the family is just I don't know. You just have to love on your kids while they're here. It'll be your judgment as far as the rides. I personally don't think I'll let my daughter participate in the rides anymore as far as being lifted off the ground. But that'll be the parents' judgment. But just I don't know. Just it'll be your call. I just tell people love on your kids because you're uncertain. You're just uncertain. This is an eye opener. It's definitely an eye opener for me in many ways.
Any other questions? Oh, absolutely. Like we talked about before, there aren't uniform regulations. Back in the 1970s, the authority was taken away from the Consumer Product Safety Commission for fixed rides, and there's a bill in Congress right now to give the CPSC back that jurisdiction. I mean, you think about it, we could look around this room at all the different products that we have that the CPSC has jurisdiction over, the leading product agency in the country, and we need that back. And I would ask the amusement park industry, whether it be Disney World, Universal Studios, Six Flags, all these big groups, to be on this journey with Nakia Dodd, because any of these incidents hurt them. Because like Nakia's got messages from so many families. There's millions of families out there wondering before this summer, are we gonna do this anymore? And like Nakia, I mean, going through what she's gone through, saying, it's up to you. We don't want to take the fun away from the children. Well, let's get together and let's get our act together, because you can make these things safe if you put the effort into it. Well, they are absolutely under a negligence standard. This is a case where I fully expect at some point we will move to amend for punitive damages. Obviously, there's been a lot of questions about, is this a criminal act? And what's really interesting about the Department of Agriculture's findings is that this was intentionally done. Having a sign up or not is a mistake. Maybe employing a scale might be a mistake. Manipulating a safety device that then, for lack of a better term, tricks the proximity sensor to say, green light, you're ready to go, because it's been intentionally manipulated, is a matter that I think law enforcement's going to be looking at in this case. Yeah, we've heard he tried to get on one of the rides. Well, not tried, he went to a ride, and they said, clearly, you can't ride because of your weight. He wasn't weighed. But, that's something that, is just basic as we go to a million amusement parks. Everyone who's been to an amusement park has seen the parent and the young child walk away with the child crying because they're too short to go on the ride. That's a safety call. It's life and death. And you don't worry about offending someone. You save their life. I believe he was. I'm not sure of the ride. We've heard different things from different people. And obviously that's up to the operator. It's not up to a passenger to say, let me guess this. Let me guess where we're at. Sorry. No problem. He's just going to step out. Okay.
Well, just to follow up on this question, some lawyer for the other side has been stating before he should have known based on being turned away from previous rides not to get on the sleepwalk.
If a defense lawyer says that during this jury trial, I can guarantee you this will be the largest jury verdict in the history of the state of Florida. If they want to blame Tyree Sampson, that would be a dream for a plaintiff's lawyer such as myself. To blame a passenger who didn't have the manufacturer manual given to them, has no idea, and obviously, when we get on that elevator, when everybody leaves here today, we're trusting the elevator person to tell us it's going to work. If it has a maximum capacity, we might want to check that out. To not even have a sign is amazing, but forget about a sign. When you know that, how do you not just have a scale that everybody would go on? Just walk on and it clicks yes or no.
What's the ballpark on a case like this?
You know, there is none. There's not enough money in the world to compensate Nakia for her loss.
Are there any precedents, just to give us an idea, in past cases like this, what are the payouts?
It all depends. There's really no set guideline. That's up to an Orlando jury.
Any more questions? Can you hold up the bill?
Yeah, absolutely.
Does that everybody feel like they got their questions for Nakia?
Yes.
Okay.
That good? Okay. Thank you all very much.
Watching live now from Fox there, as we will be hearing from the father of the victim as well later today here on Live Now from Fox, but family and the attorneys speaking out there early this morning there on the tragic loss there of their son. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to continue to bring you top stories and headlines from across the country. When we come back, the Dow continues to slip into negative territory, almost 600 points in the red, as we have inflation soaring, we have gas prices high, and don't check the 401k today, everyone. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Continue on in just a bit. Taking back out to the Johnny Depp trial as the defamation trial continues in its third week. Let's listen right here on Live Down from Fox.
Provide the examination via the iPad. What do you do?
So once they've completed the test, you can have it scored by the computer immediately. It's a very, very complex test to interpret, but right away you get a list of what's called critical items. And these are just a couple of the items, the statements that are presented that are more clearly symptom-based. And I always follow up with the examinee. Some of these might have to do with suicide. Some of them might have to do with other symptoms that you just like to get a little bit more information on, because sometimes an examinee might tell you they're completely fine when you're doing your interview with them and that they have no symptoms. And then when they take the test, it says that they're having trouble sleeping, or they struggle with nausea all the time, or they feel very anxious. And so you want to follow up on that.
Okay. What's a code type?
A code type Let me think of how to explain this very, very simply. So the main scales, and I keep referring to scales, these are just the main scores that come up on this test. We can refer to them as codes. And when I was saying that Ms. Heard's scores could be compared to certain groups of people that had been researched before to obtain similar scores, the research has shown that certain people will have certain scores that kind of spike on this, okay? And so all of those traits that I was describing, those are traits that are found in these code types. So it means that score number two was high, and score number 6 was high. And so if we have those two scores were both high, then that's a 2-6 code type. And these code types...
What code type was Ms. Heard?
Ms. Heard had the clearest code type was 3-6, but then she also had some other code types that were less significant.
What characteristics are associated with a 3-6 code type?
So a 3-6 code type, a lot of that anger is expressed in this code type. There can be actually a lot of cruelty, usually with people who are less powerful. Actually, when you see this code type, you want to, if you can, to follow up with subordinates, co-workers, people who may have observed their behavior more closely. The 3-6 code type is very concerned with their image, very attention-seeking, very prone to externalizing blame to a point where it's unclear whether they can even admit to themselves that they do have responsibility in certain areas. A lot of suppressed and denied anger, but the anger is very present, will explode out, and a lot of issues in their close relationships.
How does Ms. Heard's code type fit in with your overall opinion as to personality disorders?
Well, this might be an appropriate time to describe a little bit about these personality disorders, because I think what you'll hear is that there's a lot of consistency there. So borderline personality disorder is a disorder of stability. It's instability, and it's instability in personal relationships, it's instability in their emotions, it's instability in their behavior, and it's instability in their sense of self and their identity. And that instability is really driven by this underlying terror of abandonment. So one of the key features also of this disorder, and all of it is like pistons of an engine kind of firing off and igniting one another. But when somebody is afraid of being abandoned by their partner or by anybody else in their environment, and they have this disorder, they'll make desperate attempts to prevent that from happening. And those desperate attempts could be physical aggression, it could be threatening, it could be harming themselves. But these are behaviors that are usually very extreme and very concerning to the people around them. The anger is typically what, sadly, it's counteractive, right? So the thing these people fear most is being abandoned, but over time, the anger, the explosive anger that they show when somebody is needing space, or when somebody's really not doing anything wrong, because a lot of times they read into things that they perceive as being a slight to them or being somebody intending to harm them that actually isn't happening. They'll exaggerate it, and they'll explode. They'll react in this heightened manner that is just exhausting for their partners. Oftentimes their partners will try to make them happy at first and really allow themselves to be a punching bag, thinking that they can somehow solve this problem, that somehow they can make this better. And eventually it just overwhelms them. Histrionic personality disorder is very
Before
similar.
we move on to that,
okay.
Are you familiar with the term emotional reactivity?
I am.
What is that?
So emotional reactivity is very common in the diagnosis. So essentially, like I said, there's instability in emotions. People with borderline personality disorder are often misdiagnosed as having bipolar disorder because they can be up and down. They can look very depressed, then they can look very elated, but these changes are happening within a matter of hours. somebody with bipolar disorder, this is a clinical depression lasting days, weeks, a clinical mania where sometimes they even need to be hospitalized because they're so grandiose. They clear out their bank account and go to Vegas and spend it all. They're acting in some very bizarre ways. With borderline personality disorder, you're having these fluctuating moods constantly. And again, this hypersensitivity to being slighted or feeling offended, really driven by the fear that if you're offended or slighted, if the therapist comes in 2 minutes late, or if somebody shows up to dinner 2 minutes late, that they might be abandoning you. And it's not as if the borderline is considering themselves abandoned in that moment, but they just know that they have this overwhelming emotion, and there are no attempts to control that emotion. There are no attempts to regulate it. So if they're in the middle of the restaurant and they feel offended, they're going to start the fight. People are going to see it, or they might just start crying or break down, but they'll make a lot of accusations, and that reactivity is when you're going to see a lot of this escalation in the bizarre behavior. They can react violently, they can react aggressively, they will often physically prevent their partner from trying to leave if their partner wants to get space from all of this intense emotion, and oftentimes they will be abusive to their partners in these situations. Sometimes they'll physically restrain them from leaving and become injured that way, but also people with borderline personality disorder, it seems to be a predictive factor for women who implement violence against their partner. And one of the most common tactics that they'll use is actually physically assaulting and then getting harmed themselves. But mostly, we call this administrative violence. So essentially, this is saying that they'll make threats using the legal system. So they might say that they are going to file a restraining order or claim abuse, or they might do these things to essentially try to keep their partner from leaving. In the moment, again, they're not consciously thinking, I'm going to keep my partner from leaving right now. They're just thinking, I can't stand this. I hate my partner. They went from idealizing to suddenly devaluing because of the hurt, and they'll do anything to express that big emotion of anger.
Your Honor, may we approach?
All right, yes, sir.
I'm going to take a quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody.
How previously she might have criticized the server or become upset by that, and that she didn't this time, and so that had been some sort of a step forward. And there was also an indication actually in Dr. Hughes's, Dr. Hughes is a forensic psychologist who had been appointed by Ms. Heard to conduct as an evaluation as well. In Ms. Hughes's interview of Ms. Heard disclosed that she had cut her arm in the past, which is a typical reactive type thing somebody with this diagnosis can do. It's one of the symptoms. And that's sort of all I can think of top of my mind from the treatment records. Moving into some of the declarations or deposition testimony, what struck me was Ms. Raquel Pennington's testimony. She's a former friend of Ms. Heard's, and she indicated, she told a story about, I suppose they were shopping for Thanksgiving accoutrements, something to prepare for Thanksgiving, and Ms. Heard struck her in the face, sort of out of the blue, which is, I thought was interesting, because that is one of those signs of borderline personality disorder where if a friend or a loved one isn't meeting your needs in that moment, borderline personality.
I'm going to take another quick 2-minute break right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Usually see is many transitions in their friendships over the years, people who have sort of fallen by the wayside, who were really very close-knit at one time, and then, but there's not a lot of consistency in the long term. You'll also see that with their intimate relationships, many relationships, but none that are particularly long-term.
How does borderline personality disorder relate to identity issues?
So again, that instability also travels toward identity. And when I was describing personality earlier, I was talking a little bit about those traits we have that help us know who we are. When you have borderline personality disorder, that actually is not something you understand. So people with this disorder actually take on the identity of the people they're spending time with because it's comforting. It's very uncomfortable to not know who you are. Some people with this disorder will describe a feeling of emptiness when they feel like they've been abandoned because now they don't know who they are in the world. And so when somebody with this disorder is going through that initial enmeshment phase with new people and they're idealizing them, they often will take on the identities of those people. So they may mimic them in a lot of ways. They might mimic the way they dress, their interests, the way they talk. And for this reason, the people around somebody with this disorder kind of from the outside may feel like, wait, I thought you were this way, now you're advocating for this, and this is your new main interest in life, or the thing you're throwing yourself into all completely. Music tastes might change, hobbies will change, the way they dress.
Okay. In addition to borderline personality disorder, I understand that you diagnosed another personality disorder. What's that?
So histrionic personality disorder, and these are really two sides of the same coin. They belong to the same cluster. We call these clusters. It's a way to organize personality disorders in that DSM. And this cluster is described as the personality disorders that are dramatic, erratic, and emotional. Okay, so unpredictable, but really having to do with emotions and relationships. They're very similar. Whereas I was saying that borderline personality disorder, a lot of the key features that you're going to notice are instability. When it comes to histrionic, a lot of the key features are going to be drama and shallowness. Similarly, with borderline personality disorder, there's this underlying drive of avoiding abandonment. With histrionic personality disorder, that underlying drive is to always be the center of attention. Because if you don't have that attention on you, it feels similarly to borderline personality disorder. You feel pretty empty, like you don't have that sense of being or of value, okay? So whereas borderline personality disorder might have more of the visible reactivity if somebody seems to be leaving, with histrionic personality disorder, what you're going to see is extreme discomfort with not being the center of attention, extreme efforts to be the center of attention, and when they feel that they're not the center of attention, you will see some strange things, making up stories to try to get attention, often taking on a victim or princess role. Those two roles in particular are pretty consistent. Seeking caretaking. Borderline personality disorder is similar because with borderline personality disorder, these shifts of identity and the splitting, you might see somebody go from being, in the DSM it describes it as a needy supplicant of help, seeking the perfect caretaker, to suddenly being the avenger against injustice or thinking that their partner is a terrible person. With histrionic, what you'll see is somebody who wants to be the center of attention, has sort of that impressionistic speech, very flowery, very enthusiastic, but nothing's really being said. The moment your attention wears away, because they're so demanding for attention, that's when they might take the victim role or the princess role and even make up stories. Sometimes those stories are to bolster the victim role. Sometimes those stories are just to make them look more interesting or accomplished in their mind so that they can get respect and attention that way.
Is there a relation between histrionic personality disorder and attractiveness?
There is, strangely, and this is always one of the trickiest things to talk about because how is that a symptom? But characteristically, people with this disorder are very, very interested in looks, but more importantly, they utilize their looks to get that attention, to get that respect that they're seeking. And so this type of anybody, characteristically, they actually couldn't even be subtly, and when I say flirtatious, I'm not talking overtly sexy, but kind of inappropriately flattering. Sometimes they act in a kind of a girlish way to be cute and to engender attention. And this will even occur in their therapy relationships as a way to sort of avoid getting negative feedback or criticism. Oftentimes they'll bring the therapist gifts or be distracting if they engage in therapy because they just don't want any criticism. They want the therapist to like them.
Does the intelligence of the affected person bear on the manner in which these disorders present?
Excuse me, I choked a little at my water. Yes, and I think one way to think about it that's probably a little more accurate than just intelligence is, in psychology, we would describe this more as sophistication. So street smart, so to speak. The way, for instance, I've had many clients who have borderline personality disorder who are messy and really clearly suffering, and they might be difficult and all over the place and yell at you in the middle of a session, but it's so, it's not tailored. It's so much easier to work with because of that just openness and rawness of it, genuineness. Sometimes you'll have a more sophisticated presentation. There are 9 symptoms and only 5 have to be met. So there are a lot of different combinations and different ways it can present. And sometimes you'll have more of a petulant version of this, where it really shows when you push the button and you're kind of, whoa, what was that? So somebody who's really productive, high functioning, successful, and you get to know them and you think they're fantastic because they're so interested in you too. And you might not realize it, but they're mimicking you perfectly. So you're really just kind of falling in love with this new friend who is being you. But then all of a sudden, you say something that they think is offensive, and you can't, even in your wildest thoughts, understand how that could have offended somebody, but their reaction is so strong that you kind of buy into it. Gosh, maybe I did say something offensive, and you feel bad about it. So that sophisticated version, they can be a little bit more calculated in the way they present. They tend to kind of hit you where it hurts a little bit more, and they can be actually very, very destructive.
What conclusions were you able to draw about Ms. Heard's sophistication from her testing?
Well, from her testing and from her presentation, she was very likable, but her testing in particular showed that she approached it in a manner that, remember I told you about those scales that are pretty neat. She approached it in a manner that very clearly minimized any psychological dysfunction, not just that, but really presented herself as free of any problems. And she did so in a way that was very, very sophisticated, not obvious, by responding to questions that most people might not notice were trying to detect that.
How did you determine that?
So that's based on a particular scale on the MMPI-2 that is designed specifically to detect a type of responding that's a little bit more clever, a little bit more sophisticated, minimizing problems in a way that most lay people probably wouldn't understand, and even providers, very difficult to detect.
You mentioned that one of the characteristics of borderline personality disorder is emotional reactivity. How might that present in an intimate relationship?
So I think it probably presents mostly, or you'd see the bulk of it in intimate relationships because of that regular interaction and the desire for your partner to meet all of your needs, to be the perfect caretaker. Also that the hallmark of the disorder with the splitting, so idealizing, devaluing, and the perceiving of all sorts of neutral events as somehow demeaning or disrespectful. It's regular escalations of anger, frustrated complaints, criticisms of your partner. But because the person with borderline personality disorder, first of all, they're more sensitive to things, they feel distress more strongly, and then that distress lasts longer. So these types of blow-ups go on forever, and they're very cyclic. It feels like you just can't get a resolution, and eventually the partner will try to leave, will want to.
Watching Live Now from Fox. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll take you out to the Blinken Senate hearing that continues on, talking everything Ukraine, as well as the budget. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
the Ukrainians is moving, in my judgment, very effectively and very efficiently. The drawdown authorities that we've used now 8 times, whereas it used to take sometimes weeks to get equipment to the Ukrainians, we're now getting things from the point the decision is made to draw down to getting it into Ukrainian hands in as little as 72 hours. So this is moving quickly. We have cut through a lot of red tape. At the same time, we've been going around the world looking for other countries that may have equipment that Ukraine can find useful. When it's come to authorizing the transfer of that equipment, if it has U.S. origin technology in it, I've done those authorizations in 24 hours or less to make sure, to your point, that we're moving things quickly. But having said all of that, we want to make sure that we continue to drive this as effectively and efficiently as possible. Terry will focus on that. I'll work directly with him. So will the White House.
Who will General Wolf report to? Who will he report to? Question.
Let me come back to you on exactly what the reporting line is. I don't know what the exact reporting line is, but I can tell you that he'll work directly with me as well as with the White House and, of course, the Pentagon.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Van Hollen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Secretary. Welcome. Thank you for taking that trip to Kyiv with Secretary Austin. And I was just listening to Secretary Austin address some of our NATO partners about the need to continue to push and coordinate more weapons into Ukraine. And I do want to commend you for accelerating that process as the war has gone on. I want to start with a question about the Foreign Service Families Act. This was legislation that I teamed up with Senator Sullivan on. We co-chair the Foreign Service Caucus here. I want to thank the chairman and ranking member for working with us to include that in the passage of the last National Defense Authorization Bill. It extends to Foreign Service officers some of the same benefits we extend to our military folks deployed overseas, and also includes more opportunities for family members in order to continue to attract and retain a world-class foreign service. And thank you for your input as we've worked on that passage. We're trying to implement them provisions now, and I'm not going to go through the entire list, Mr. Secretary, but just to give you one example, the legislation allows foreign service officers who are getting orders to deploy, to go to their missions overseas, to be able to terminate contracts, leases, that kind of thing. But in order to make that work in the real world, we need a system to make sure that landlords, for example, can verify that a foreign service officer does have, in fact, those orders to go overseas. The military has created a successful system to do that. We've been working with your team to try and do it. I want your commitment that we can accelerate this process.
You've got it. First of all, you've been an incredible champion for the Foreign Service for a long time. And that is appreciated very much by the men and women of the State Department. Second, we want to make sure that we are putting in place these necessary tools and efficiencies to do right by the men and women who work for us. So, yes, in short, we'll try to move forward on that as expeditiously as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Yeah, there are a series of things. It's just a question of implementation, but the sooner we can get them in effect, the sooner the benefits will flow to the men and women of the Foreign Service. I want to follow up a little bit on Senator Portman's line of questioning with respect to sanctions and the issue of Russian exports of oil and gas and other commodities. And again, salute the administration for working with our allies to put in place punishing sanctions right away. And we've expanded those sanctions over time. But to my knowledge, and correct me if I'm wrong, we've not used any of the existing authorities to date to apply secondary sanctions to institutions overseas that may be aiding and abetting Russian oligarchs and others who may be aiding and abetting Putin. Is that right?
I don't believe that we have, but that doesn't mean that we won't. And thanks to this committee, we now have at the State Department a senior sanctions coordinator, Jim O'Brien, a deeply experienced diplomat. One of the things that he's looking intensely at is sanctions evasion by other countries or entities. This is something that we're going to focus on relentlessly as we move forward.
I'm glad to hear that, Mr. Secretary, because I think leakage in the sanctions only hurts our alliances and helps Putin, and I recognize that a lot of our European partners are working to reduce their reliance on Russian oil and gas, and that we're working with them to do that, and obviously we want to accelerate that process as much as possible. What I am worried about is reports of certain countries that are increasing their imports of Russian oil and gas and commodities. Are you aware of countries that are doing that?
We've been watching this carefully, and we've engaged with some countries where we've had concerns that they might be increasing their purchases, taking advantage of discounted prices that Russia's been forced to offer in order to get anyone to take this. And so in short, yes, there are a few countries that we've engaged with to dissuade them from doing that.
Well, Mr. Secretary, we haven't been successful at doing that yet, right? According to the information I've got, in the month of March, China increased its trade with Russia by 12% in terms of actually additional goods being imported to China from Russia. And there are a number of other countries. The question is, you know, we made the right decision by saying that the United States is not going to continue to import Russian gas and oil. But if that oil is just on the international market and Putin's able to sell it to somebody else, it obviously doesn't do us any good at all. So I guess my question is very blunt. Why aren't we applying secondary sanctions against countries that are increasing their imports of Russian commodities?
So I'd say two things. First, where we can, it is far preferable to get countries to voluntarily not engage in these practices. And that's where our diplomacy is focused. Second, as we're dealing with the energy piece of this, and again, I agree with the general tenor of Senator Portman's remarks, we have to do it not only effectively, we have to be as smart as possible about how we do it and when we do it. And so, for example, we want to make sure that we are not taking actions in the near term that may have the result of spiking energy prices and thus lining Putin's pockets instead of taking resources away. So the more that we can do things voluntarily, deliberately, make sure that we have the necessary backfill, including from our own sources, make sure that energy is on the market. The President, as you know, did a historic release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve on that front. We've got 1 million barrels a day over 6 months. We've got many countries to join in doing the same thing. We have to do it in a deliberate way so that we don't have an effect contrary to the one that we're trying to achieve.
No, I agree with that, Mr. Secretary. But as you point out, there are countries that are taking advantage of discounted Russian oil prices. They're able to unload it at lower prices, and they're taking advantage of it, which only helps Putin. Just a statement in closing, which is one of the consequences of Putin's invasion of Ukraine has been our European partners have watched China's response. And I think that they've been extremely concerned with the fact that China first said that, you know, we're all in together. I do think this is an opportunity to work even more closely in practical ways with our European and other allies with respect to a coordinated approach with respect to China.
I very much agree with you. The Deputy Secretary of State, Wendy Sherman, was just in Europe for a dialogue that we established with the European Union on China. She had a very...
I'm going to take a quick 2-minute break here for some of you right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. But before we do have some breaking news to get to, as the Vice President, Kamala Harris, tested positive for COVID-19 today. So that is some big news there. This is a statement put out by her team saying today, Vice President Harris tested positive for COVID-19 on rapid and PCR tests. She has exhibited no symptoms, will isolate and continue to work from the Vice President's residence. She has not been a close contact to the President or First Lady due to their respective recent travel schedules. She will follow CDC guidelines and the advice of her physicians. The Vice President will return to the White House when she tests negative there. And this really comes as the White House briefing will be holding not only a briefing today, but will be including the coordinator of the COVID-19 response. So we'll be listening in for all of those details right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. Let's take a quick 2-minute break, take it back out to Secretary Blinken, who is still live with us right here on Live Now from Fox.
about China in Europe. China is paying a reputational cost to be charitable about it, sitting on the fence when it comes to Russia's aggression against Ukraine, never mind falling on the Russian side of the fence, something that it has to factor in. I think it's seeing that play out in its relationships with other countries, notably in Europe.
Thank you. Senator Paul.
While there's no justification for Putin's war on Ukraine, it does not follow that there's no explanation for the invasion. John Mearsheimer writes that the trouble over Ukraine actually started at NATO's Bucharest summit in 2008 when George W. Bush administration pushed the alliance to announce that Ukraine and Georgia will become members. Even with this 2008 announcement, though, most analysts acknowledge that it was unlikely that either country would ever be admitted to NATO because of opposition from France and Germany. Nevertheless, the U.S., including the Biden administration, insisted on beating the drums to admit Ukraine to NATO. Just last fall, you signed the U.S.-Ukraine Charter on Strategic Partnership, which renewed a commitment to the 2008 Bucharest Declaration supporting Ukrainian admission to NATO. Knowing full well that Ukraine was unlikely to ever join NATO since it had already been 14 years since they said they were going to become members, why was it so important last fall, before this invasion, to continue agitating for Ukraine's admission to NATO?
Thank you, Senator. Not a question of agitating for Ukraine's admission. It's a question of standing up for the basic principle that we strongly adhere to, that there should be and will be an open-door policy when it comes to NATO membership. These are sovereign decisions for European countries to make, and of course a decision for the NATO alliance to make in terms of making sure that a country that wishes to join actually adds value to NATO. But this goes to the heart of the international system and the international order, and part of that is a basic principle that one country can't dictate to another the choices it makes about with whom it allies. Its foreign policies, its decision or not to try to engage with the European Union, with NATO. The other thing I'd
yet,
say,
as we speak and we see the destruction in Ukraine, we also hear pronouncements from President Zelensky saying, well, you know what, maybe we might consider neutrality as a possibility. There could have been voices before this invasion, instead of agitating for something that we knew our adversary absolutely hated and said was a red line as recently as last September, before you signed the agreement, once again agitating for NATO. Russia said that it was a red line. Now, there is no justification for the invasion. I'm not saying that, but there are reasons for the invasion, and I think it's added nothing. In fact, had Ukraine been in NATO, as you've advocated for and many others have advocated for, we would now have troops in Ukraine. We may still have the destruction, but we would also have troops in Ukraine. If you were to put them in now, if it's still your policy that you want them in now, that means American troops go. The one good thing about them not being in is the most bellicose of our members here are not advocating for U.S. troops right now. That's a good thing. We have not had advocacy for U.S. troops because they're not part of NATO. Had they been, or are they to become part of NATO, that means U.S. soldiers will be fighting in Ukraine, and that's something I very much oppose.
Senator, could I just say to that, because look, these are important conversations and arguments. My judgment is different. If you look at the countries that Russia has attacked over the last years, Georgia, leaving forces in Transnistria and Moldova, and then repeatedly Ukraine, these were countries that were not part of NATO. It has not attacked NATO countries for probably a very good reason.
You could also argue the countries they've attacked were part of Russia.
Well,
we're part of the Soviet Union.
Yes, and I firmly disagree with that proposition. It is the fundamental right of these countries to decide their own future and their own destiny. And
I'm not saying it's not, but I'm saying that the countries that have been attacked, Georgia and Ukraine, were part of the Soviet Union.
And that does not give
they were
Russia
part
the
of
right
the
to attack
Soviet
them.
Union since the 1920s.
But that does not give Russia the right to attack them. On the contrary,
no one's saying it does, but it really has nothing to do
from being part of this empire by force. Let me just say this, because I do think it's important. If you look at why President Putin went into Ukraine this time, we took very seriously the arguments that some Russians were putting forward back last fall, that they had concerns about Ukraine's eventual membership in NATO in terms of their security posture, Russia's security posture. What would this mean in terms of the placement of forces near Russia, weapon systems, et cetera? We sought to engage them on those issues in real seriousness, as well as engage them on deep concerns we have about many of the things we do that undermine our security. But when everything came to a head, it is abundantly clear, in President Putin's own words, that this was never about Ukraine being potentially part of NATO, and it was always about his belief that Ukraine does not deserve to be a sovereign, independent country, that it must be reassumed into Russia in one form or another.
And yet,
that is not something
yet the
that
discussions,
we can let go with
and
impunity.
yet the discussions between Zelensky and the Russians have included discussions of them assuming an unaligned or neutral posture. So that has been part of the discussion.
And this is a sovereign decision for Ukraine to make.
Yeah, but at the same time, we're all over the place, you know, thinking we're coming to the rescue, and then maybe sometimes we're not. Maybe sometimes we're agitating for something like admission to NATO that makes it worse. Maybe Ukraine has more of an ability to make this decision if they're not being pushed and goaded by half the members of the Senate who want them in NATO. So perhaps it is not useful to be pushing them into NATO, and perhaps they will come to an agreement. But the other thing to remember about war is war very rarely ends in complete victory by either side. I'm proud of how well the Ukrainians have fought. I'm supportive of their cause. But I would say it's very unlikely they're going to now invade, take over Russia, and depose Putin. I think the most likely and the best outcome would be some sort of stalemate, perhaps pushing them completely out of Ukraine. But even pushing out of Ukraine is still a great step from where we are now. So there may well be a negotiated peace. Would the U.S., would President Biden be open to accepting Ukraine as an unaligned, neutral nation?
We, Senator, are not going to be more Ukrainian than the Ukrainians. These are decisions for them to make. Our purpose is to make sure that they have within their hands the ability to repel the Russian aggression and, indeed, to strengthen their hand at an eventual negotiating table. We've seen no sign to date that President Putin is serious about meaningful negotiations. If he is, and if the Ukrainians engage, we'll support that.
Thank you. Senator Kaine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Secretary Blinken. With a 7-minute round, I'm going to start with 3 compliments and then get to my tougher questions about a region of the world that nobody's yet talked about, which is Central America. So 3 compliments. First, in my time on this committee and in the Senate, I have not seen an instance where the gap between U.S. prediction of activity and our European allies' prediction of activity was wider than with respect to Ukraine. What was Russia's intent, amassing troops on the border? And we could see this going back into about October. Everyone had the same facts, but the prediction of what Russia's behavior would be from the U.S. and many of our allies was very, very different. The compliment that I want to give you and the administration is, you know, you basically took the position with European nations that said there's not going to be an invasion. We hope you're right. But if we're right, what can we set up in advance so that if there is an invasion, Nord Stream 2 can be closed down, sanctions can be immediately put in place, we can pursue humanitarian and military aid. And I think that was very, very adept diplomacy, recognizing that there was a difference of opinion about what was going to happen. You nevertheless put the plans in place before February 24 that enabled you to assemble a quite significant coalition, not only of NATO nations, but others, to really put pressure on in multiple domains. That's compliment 1. Compliment 2, the U.S. vaccine diplomacy in the world has been extremely successful, and this bears on a matter we're talking about now, whether in a COVID bill we should do more vaccine diplomacy in the world. And I want to focus just particularly on the Americas. I took 6 of us, bipartisan delegation, to South and Central America in July, right at the time that U.S. vaccines were being delivered. These are nations that have felt like the U.S. has kind of ignored them. China and Russia are paying a lot of attention to them. They don't really feel like we are. But for the first time, I could really see they love the U.S. vaccines, high quality. We weren't charging them. They thought the Russian and Chinese vaccines were substandard quality, and they were being charged for them, and the shipments were being delayed, and if they happen to say something nice about Taiwan, suddenly the contract would expire. We really did good work in vaccine diplomacy in the Americas. I would argue we still probably didn't allocate enough there. With 30% of the world's deaths, they only got 8% of our vaccine distribution, but we built up a lot of goodwill. And I would argue that thinking forward, it would be a really smart investment in the Americas and elsewhere if we could continue to be, great partners in nations that are still trying to find more vaccines. And then the third compliment is, I think it was my first hearing when I was on foreign relations, was about the ARB, the Accountability Review Board report on the Benghazi attack. And it was in 2013, and what should we be doing to provide more security for State Department personnel? One of the recommendations was dramatically increasing the security training of our FSOs. And I just had the chance last Friday to go see this state-of-the-art FAST Center at Fort Pickett and watch a final exercise. 41 weeks a year, we put cohorts of FSOs through a 1-week-long security training facility that they have to repeat during their career, and it culminates with a fairly adrenaline-producing and shocking exercise where people get to put in place what they've learned during the week, so that if ever happens on a post overseas, it's not the first time they're seeing it. And I was in the facilities as this was happening, and even though I knew what was going to happen, I will say it made a huge impression on me. But the fact that you're investing in that kind of training for our folks is really important. Okay, now on to the Americas. I still don't think we're paying the attention to the region that we should. Now, this is a budget hearing, and I applaud the fact that you have sought significantly more funds for Central America to help them deal with their own issues, but also deal with this push that has led so many to leave the Northern Triangle to come to the United States. We will not deal with this migration question effectively unless we deal with root causes. But let's be honest, we've got some real weak partners there. So you've proposed to bulk up investment, but in both El Salvador and to a lesser degree Guatemala, we see real backsliding toward authoritarianism. The Honduran elections were fair, and there was a clear outcome, which is positive. President Castro is fairly new in. How do you propose to increase investments in the Northern Triangle to make a difference for people there and on this migration challenge when at least 2 of the 3 governments are probably getting to be less reliable partners rather than more reliable partners?
Thank you. And let me just start by thanking you for the visit that you made on Friday. It's greatly appreciated. And indeed, we have really bulked that up, bolstered that up. We've also, thanks to Congress, been able to invest greater resources in diplomatic security, which plays a vital role in enabling us to do our job. So I thank you for that. When it comes to our own region, we, and I personally, have been intensely engaged on a number of fronts. I just came back, even in the midst of Ukraine, from a conference that brought together most of the foreign ministers in the region in Panama, focused on migration, which is obviously an immediate challenge for everyone, as well as a long-term challenge, and we can speak more about that. But the bottom line there is, as a result of a lot of work that we've done over the last year, including getting together in Panama and Colombia before that at the United Nations, we are building a genuinely shared sense of responsibility when it comes to dealing with what is a historic migration challenge that's affecting in one way or another every country in our region, whether the countries of origin, countries of transit, countries of destination. And we have now bilateral agreements with Costa Rica and Panama, with more to come. We have the Summit of the Americas that the President will be hosting over the course of a week in Los Angeles in June, where on migration, I anticipate there'll be a declaration of shared principles on how we work this together, but also on virtually every other aspect of the relationship with our closest neighbors. Second, when it comes to these, I could not agree with you more that even as we take near-term steps to deal with what is a historic migratory flow in our own region and around the world, the ultimate answer has to be addressing the so-called root causes, because it takes a lot for someone to decide that they want to give up everything they know, leave their families, leave their friends, their communities, their culture, their language, and make a hazardous journey to the United States or anywhere else in the region. And one of the things that we've seen in our own region is the primary driver, not the only one, but the primary driver is the lack of economic opportunity. We know that. And so what we have to do is help these countries create greater opportunity. The Vice President, who's been leading these efforts, did a call to action some months ago with the private sector that resulted in $1.2 billion in new investments in the Northern Triangle countries that will create job opportunities over time and give people a means to stay. We have a series of programs reflected in this budget to work in that way to create opportunities for people, also to address, of course, many of the other challenges that are drivers of migration, including corruption, including poor governance, including insecurity. In many cases, we have to work around some of the governments or individual leaders. We're doing that effectively with the private sector, with NGOs, with civil society, with components of governments that we can work effectively with. I think it varies from country to country, but we're deeply engaged on that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Rounds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, first of all, thank you for your service to our country. Let me just begin by bringing back in a discussion that Senator Portman began and that you have shared. I think it's been a pretty frank discussion regarding the need to have additional energy production and the impact that that would have on your ability to work with our allies in Europe. It seems to me that not only does it impact the foreign policy, but with regard to our domestic policy and with regard to our economy, it would seem that the production of those products, energy products here, fossil fuels, natural gas and so forth, from North America would make your job a lot easier with regard to not only would it be good in terms of, it's such a large part of the inflationary trends that we're seeing right now, in terms of the cost of supply chains and just basically the cost of basic services and transportation here. But the fact that, as you stated, Mr. Putin receives significant dollars from energy, and when you inflate the value of those commodities, that goes to his bottom line and makes it easier for him to wage war. Are you sensing that the administration or the people that you work with within the White House are recognizing the need to increase that, not just for domestic purposes, but also because of what's going on in Europe right now?
Yes. In short, yes. As I mentioned, Senator, just when it comes to making sure that we could try to create some flexibility for Europeans to really start this move away from dependence on Russian energy in the short term. As I noted, we've doubled our LNG exports to Europe just in the past 3 months from where they were a year ago. That's significant. We're committed to adding to that to make sure that there is some cushion as they engage in this process. It has to be a process, though, because, as you know, this is built up over many decades. Overall, European dependence on Russian gas is about 40%, but in individual countries, it's a lot higher than that. So that's part of the challenge. Second, we want to make sure that as we do this, we're doing it in a way that doesn't create the effect that you just cited, which is to actually inflate energy prices and line Putin's pockets. That's one of the reasons that the president did this historic release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve that will extend over 6 months. We got other countries to join in doing that. At the same time, he has called, as you know, for increased production in the United States. We're doing that. And last thing, if I could, quickly, is this. We also have to do this in a way that does advance, in my judgment at least, the transition over time to renewables, because one of the things that's true about renewables is you can't weaponize the sun, you can't weaponize the wind. And so both as a matter of climate, but also as a matter of strategy, I think we have a good reason to reinforce that effort, even as we're making sure that there's sufficient energy on the market now and in the near term for Europeans to really start this transition.
I think the all of the above approach is a very good approach, and I don't think it should exclude those consistent conventional energy sources that we've got, and I appreciate your comments on that. I also think the one thing that's missing in this discussion is the fact that we have to have a stable long-term plan of not having those go up, or our European allies will not trust us. If they think that our policy is going to change in 6 months, they're probably not going to be interested in having a short-term LNG proposal and then find out that, well, we're going to change it again. So, I think it's got to be consistent, and I think you're in agreement with us.
That's a very fair point. And part of the reason we have this task force with the EU is precisely to address that, to make sure that there's a long-term plan in place, not just one that meets the immediate needs.
Thank you, sir. And I'd like to change subjects here for just a minute on something that's been very important and that we've been trying to work with the State Department on. There was a huge a very challenging time period in which the department was working on processing special immigrant visas, specifically coming from Afghanistan. And unfortunately, this process is excruciatingly slow, and Afghans who risk their lives for our service members do remain in grave danger. For one example, we have an applicant that I had brought to your attention that received a chief of mission approval the day before your September hearing. Yet he was stuck in Afghanistan until early March and just received his visa last week. This outcome would not have been even possible had it not been for his risky move to flee to a third country. Yet he and his family still remain in a fourth country waiting for travel orders and the final resolution of an application submitted in 2018. A second individual received a denial the day of your hearing, but his appeal, which was submitted in December, still has not been viewed by the State Department office, which adjudicates these requests. Mr. Secretary, I and my staff have asked your people on multiple occasions if the department has the resources to execute this mission, and the answer I have always received has been yes. I just want to be specific. I'm looking to be of assistance in terms of making sure that the appropriate resources are made available. And it seems to me that right now, when we can't get these completed in a timely fashion, there's got to be a reason for it. And if it's resources, we need someone to say it's resources. If it's something else, we need to know. And I don't think we're talking about the issue of just we need background checks. I think there's more to it. So could you help us understand what the resources are that would be needed to expedite appeals within, say, 30 days? Because right now it does not seem to be working.
Senator, let me first start just by thanking you for your personal and sustained engagement on this issue, on the SIVs in general, and on specific cases in particular. It's greatly appreciated. I know it's especially appreciated by the people on behalf of whom you've been advocating. And we want to continue to work closely with you, with your staff on this. Let me just say a couple of things about this. You know, this committee knows very well the very laborious and multi-step process that goes into the SIV program that was legislated and then regulated over many years, that involves 6 different agencies, not just the State Department, that has, you know, more than a dozen steps involved in it, and of course has been made more complicated by the fact that we're not on the ground in Afghanistan. There are 2 things I want to focus on. First, the process of getting Chief of Mission approval. Or authority, that is the most critical step, because what we found historically, well back before leaving Afghanistan, was that of those who applied for an SIV, about 40% did not ultimately get the approval from the Chief of Mission because they didn't qualify in one way or another. Sometimes, tragically, because the documentation necessary and required.
Watching live now from Fox as we continue to roll on right here. Thank you so much for joining us here today. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you on Live Now from Fox, bringing you the top events from across the country here. Here's what we're waiting on right here. Republican senators, we're going to be talking about the border crisis and much, much more. We'll be featuring that. Then Senate Democrats will be speaking as well, so we'll play it out for you in full when it happens right here. No sound bites here, and we let you decide. Doesn't matter left or right down the middle. We got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we're going to talk all about Twitter and the takeover from Elon Musk. Looking at the Dow. Oh, don't look anymore. Already down 550 points as it still has a lot of room to go. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
Now have a new owner by the name of Elon Musk. The world's richest person just entered into a definitive agreement to buy the social media company for $54.20 a share in a deal valued at approximately $44 billion. And to provide us a little bit more insight into this massive deal, we do have financial expert Bill Dendy here with us. Bill, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. This is a huge cash deal. What does this mean exactly for stockholders?
Well, a lot of stockholders are going to be very pleased. They've been pleased since Elon Musk entered the mix. It's pushed stock prices up in the short term here. And we've seen 5 to 10% gains since this first started a week ago. And so you have some stockholders who are very, very happy. However, those who purchased the shares back when it was over $70 a share, realizing that when this deal happens, it will no longer be a publicly traded company, will be privately traded, feel like they might not have a chance to recoup what they have put into that investment. So you do have some shareholders who are late to the party who are not as happy with this deal as it stands. But regardless of which side the the shareholders are at the moment, we do have to have shareholder approval, which from where the price was prior to this week's events, the likelihood is we'll get the approvals necessary, and it's unlikely we'll have any problems with the SEC or regulatory bodies blocking this type of transaction. So the transaction's probably going to move ahead as planned.
And Bill, I did want to ask, once this deal is done, Twitter will officially become a privately held company. What will that mean exactly for the future of Twitter?
Well, I think it's interesting that Twitter did offer Elon Musk a seat on the board of directors, and he didn't want to be on the board. He wanted to have more ability to control some of the policies of Twitter. And he's stating that his interests are to allow for freer speech and to have Twitter be that town hall where they're able to allow all parties to be heard without as much moderation or censorship. And that's caused some people to be very concerned that it may create a bigger platform for those that may not be as politically correct or as always nice to the opposing parties. But it's not just the free speech. He also would like to let us know how the algorithms work and the content that we're able to see. What is on your Twitter feed and how does that all come together? Make those algorithms more public knowledge, and also let you edit back what you want to receive perhaps. And also if you tweet, be able to pull a tweet back, to edit a tweet, which is a function that like 70% of Twitter users had been in favor of in the past. And so there are some very positive changes that a lot of users are going to appreciate, and a lot of it's being more freeing and getting rid of some of the commercialization that happened with Twitter, with the spam bots hitting Twitter so hard. He'd like to eliminate some of that, launch an army, launch a, as he said, a full assault against the army of spam bots that are out there working on Twitter. So make sure that you're actually human posting will be another benefit that he'd like to bring us on the forefront.
And he does join a growing list of billionaires who are buying up and controlling social media platforms and media companies as well. What do you think that will mean for users?
I think for users, it means that we are subject to being a little bit manipulated in the data that we receive, and the data may be beneficial to those who are the owners. And that may be a benefit on the short term, as Elon Musk points out, but this is nothing new. Jay Gould in the 1880s, who ran the railroads, then went and got the telegraph system, wanted to have control of the entire telegraph system because that's how news got put out, like the AP Newswire, having control of what the nation saw and how much information they received. A lot of people are getting their news from Twitter and other online sources. So having control on what you receive in your Twitter feed and what's important and what is the topic of discussion creates a nice power structure for those who have everything else. And so for a lot of billionaires, I think having that media control or that outlet control allows them to further expand not their finances necessarily, but the power. And keep in mind, this isn't a small investment for Elon Musk. This is 10 to 20% of his net worth. So it's a major undertaking. It's probably not just for free speech. There's probably looking for some sort of a return in the long run. And that's probably what we're seeing today.
And Bill, that leads me to my next question. You know, about 15 to 20% of his total net worth in this deal. What exactly are the motives that you think are behind this deal?
Part of the deal, I think, is just because you can do it. Why do we go to space? Well, there may be economic benefits, but it's because we can. And I think for a lot of successful people, such as Sir Richard Branson, who did his space race with the Virgin Atlantic, to Elon Musk, it's to do it. Because you can do it, it's a new frontier. But in controlling media outlets, I think he was also had spats with Twitter in the past and has had spats openly with politicians and the SEC about sometimes he would release with Tesla information that was not public knowledge on a tweet. And so I think it's interesting. It's a kind of back at you type of a deal personally. And then finally, for the returns of the potential consolidation of power and media outlets, there is a potential return for Elon Musk. And keep in mind that it wasn't that long ago that Twitter was valued at 50% more than what he's paying for it. So there is a potential, if he can realize the actualization of some of the promises that people thought were already in this company, there's a 50% return. And if you're taking it private, you get to keep all of that.
Yeah, and Bill, you know, final question for me is that, you know, you pretty much just covered it, but this is now going to be $54.20 a share to those stockholders, again, valued at approximately $44 billion. So a lot of money, a huge cash deal, and closing at a premium to Twitter users. So any final thoughts on just how massive of a deal that this is?
Well, this in total, I mean, Twitter's only about 1/10 the size of Facebook. So it's a big deal in the social media platforms space, but it's not the biggest deal out there. But for Elon Musk to take a position like this and going to take it totally private, that is a big deal. And I think that we're going to see many investors excited at first, and a lot of the users excited at first, but it depends on which direction Elon Musk takes it from here as to the relevancy of Twitter long term. He believes that if we're totally open to all voices being heard, that his Twitter resource may be one of the few resources where you get both sides of the story. However, if there's the influence from the outside of his own making, it may just be another platform and not the investment or the high returns that Elon Musk could have provided had he lived up to his ideals.
All right, Bill Dendy, an attorney, CPA, and of course, a financial expert here on Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us.
God bless you.
Our thanks to Mackenzie and Bill there for that segment. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break here as you're seeing the Dow slip continuing right here, 550 points in the red. We'll continue to follow it right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
the Agriculture also holding a hearing on legislation to improve transparency in meat prices. In addition to legislation, Senate Democrats will also help lower costs by confirming the right people to serve in the federal government. On that note, we will aim today to finish the confirmation of Lael Brainerd to serve as Vice Chair of the Federal Reserve Board of Governors. Soon, the Senate will also work to confirm another very important nominee, Mr. Alvaro de Bedoya, to serve as Commissioner of the FTC, the Federal Trade Commission. Of all the agencies in the federal government, the FTC is among the best equipped for protecting Americans from price gougers, manipulators, and those trying to rip off American consumers. Or at least the FTC would be if it had full membership. But sadly, the FTC has been stuck at a 2-2 deadlock for well over a year, rendering it incapable of executing the full breadth of its agenda. We've had 2 Democrats, 2 Republicans. The Republican nominees have resisted going after big oil and so many of the other excesses of corporate America. And who pays the price? In a very literal sense, it's American consumers, as they see prices rise on everything from groceries to the number that pops up every time they fill up their tank. But the story is grossly different in corporate America, and an FTC with full membership could shine a light as to why. While Americans across the board are making sacrifices to support themselves and their families, corporate America is raking in record profits. As one article from Yahoo Finance summarized earlier this year, corporate America's 2021 profits were higher than ever. Corporate America's profits were higher than ever. Perhaps no sector has evoked more frustration and anger from the American people as the largest oil and gas companies and the prices they are charging. Last year, the top 25 oil and gas companies reported $205 billion in profits. Where's that money gone? To help American consumers? No way. To ease our energy troubles? Not at all. According to one news source yesterday, 28 of the largest oil and gas companies gave out $394 million in CEO compensation. And in the fourth quarter last year, stock buybacks among these companies rose by more than 2,000%. 2,000%. All this extra money they're making, they put in the pockets of the CEOs and the wealthy shareholders who dominate in the oil company ownership. Just think about that. Americans are paying more and more at the pump and struggling to afford the basics. And oil companies, which are seeing their highest profits in years, prefer to reward executives and shareholders through corporate buybacks instead of American families. Once we have an FTC with full membership, they will finally have the will, the means, and the power to look under the hood of America's energy sector and shine a much-needed light on why big oil is pumping out record profits even as consumers struggle. So completing the membership of the FTC will be a priority, and we will work to finish the confirmation on Mr. Bedoya as soon as we can. On Ukraine, later this week, President Biden is expected to send Congress another request for emergency funding to support the people of Ukraine in their fight against Russian aggression. When the President makes his request, the Senate should be ready to work quickly to approve this funding. Every penny of American aid has been money well spent. This fight, in a real sense, is about tyranny versus democracy itself. It's a Manichaean struggle. It has been 2 months since Vladimir Putin began his immoral and savage war against the Iranian people. You see the pictures, it breaks your heart. Breaks your heart. Savagery of Mr. Putin, killing women and children, innocent people. So far, though, things have gone disastrously for Russian troops, as hopes for a quick invasion have been all but dashed. The Ukrainian people, forced into a war not of their choosing and having suffered losses of inhumane proportion, have given Putin a much tougher fight than he ever bargained for, than he ever imagined. Outnumbered and out-equipped, the bravery and valiance of the Ukrainian people remains unbroken. Putin, meanwhile, is increasingly the most isolated leader in the world, although parenthetically, shame on the world leaders who are playing footsie with him, including China. But the Ukrainian people still need our help. Sadly, this fight seems far from over, and losses for the Ukrainian people have been severe. The United States has a moral obligation to help the Ukrainian people with the tools they need for as long as they need them. Again, this is about tyranny versus democracy itself. In which direction will the world turn in this, the 21st century? Once the President makes his request to Congress, approving additional aid for Ukraine will be a must. I expect both sides to work with swift bipartisan cooperation to get it done. I also expect the Senate to move quickly on the nomination of President Biden's choice for our ambassador to Ukraine, Bridget Brink. Ms. Brink's nomination is terrific news that comes at a critical moment. She's deeply experienced, she's already won bipartisan support in this chamber, and is very much needed as the U.S. seeks to strengthen our diplomatic ties to the war-torn nation. Ms. Brink's nomination will be a top priority for the Senate once she comes before the chamber. On COVID relief. Finally, there's another issue which Republicans must work with Democrats, passing another round of COVID relief. COVID funding is not a matter of nice to have if we can afford it. COVID funding is a must-have. It is something our nation cannot possibly afford to go without. Yesterday, the White House made clear that other countries like Japan, the Philippines, Vietnam are already in front of us when it comes to purchasing new vaccines and treatments. American companies, with their ingenuity, come up with these vaccines and treatments, but because we're unwilling, our Republican colleagues so far have blocked financing this, other countries are going to buy from us. We don't want to be in a position in the fall where we desperately need these medicines, but our companies have signed contracts with other countries. And that would be a huge mistake. Given our federal budget, it's a small amount to ask that we provide money for these therapeutics so that we can have them, our country, for our folks, as much as the rest of the world may need them, so that we have vaccines, the best vaccines, developed and ready to go, so we have enough testing and treatment. But other countries are beating America to the punch because Republicans have blocked the Senate from approving new funding. The answer to avoiding another shutdown of our communities is very simple. Senate Republicans should work with us to quickly pass another round of COVID funding. It's not more complicated than that. Let me say it again. If we want to keep life as close to normal down the line, if we want to keep schools and churches and businesses open, if, God forbid, another aggressive variant arises, Republicans should work with us to approve more money for vaccines, testing, and life-saving therapeutics. The longer that Senate Republicans hold out on working with us to approve new funding, the higher the cost will be for our country down the line. And when we don't get back to normal, we can't stay at normal because of a new variant, people will know what happened. I yield the floor. God forbid that happens. We don't want it to happen. We want them to work with us. But unfortunately, so far, we're not seeing that.
Live now from Fox, everybody. And right now, we are going to continue on right here, giving you the latest here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to hear from Senator Mitch McConnell now on the floor here as we wait for more senators to speak here on the border and so much more. We got you featured, of course, right here on Live Now from Fox.
Have brought many crises upon our country. One of the worst is the collapse of law and order on our southern border. Last month, Customs and Border Protection reported over 221,000 apprehensions. That's up 33% just since February. It's the highest monthly total in 22 years. We've already hit more than 1 million encounters in just the first half of this fiscal year. But alas, this could still be just the beginning. The Department of Homeland Security is bracing for an even bigger surge in the weeks and months to come. Authorities are steeling for the possibility that we could see 18,000 new people showing up every single day. In 2020, President-elect Biden said that ending up with 2 million people on our border would be the last thing we need. But his own policies went on to produce exactly that outcome. In 2021, on President Biden's watch, 2 million people from at least, listen to this, 160 different countries were stopped along our southern border. And now immigration officials are anticipating totals that could more than triple last year's record. Against this backdrop, with illegal immigrants and deadly fentanyl pouring into our country, any administration living in reality would be working overtime to actually secure the border. Instead, even now, President Biden is trying to throw away what little security still exists. For 2 years, since the start of the pandemic, a legal authority called Title 42 has empowered the government to simply turn around a large share of the people they catch and send them right back where they came from. Every month, CBP uses this tool to keep tens of thousands of illegal immigrants out of the catch and release pipeline and send them back to their home countries. But now, unbelievably, President Biden has announced he's going to cancel these legal authorities. He wants to rip off the one remaining Band-Aid that's preserved at least some shred of law and order. The Biden administration is claiming the pandemic is over and finished on our southern border. Now, they don't believe the pandemic is over, however, for American citizens. Oh, no. Democrats actually want Congress to approve more funding specifically because COVID is not finished. The Biden administration's official position is that the pandemic is over for illegal immigrants, but not for the American people. Every day brings more confusing spin from President Biden and his staff. Their latest claim is that Congress needs to fix their problem for them. That if these Title 42 authorities end, after President Biden has announced he will end them, it will somehow be Congress's fault. That's absurd. The administration has the discretion. The legislative branch has already given them the tool. It's the same tool they've been using this whole time. They just need to have the courage to tell the radical left to take a hike and keep sending these folks back to their home countries. Apparently, that's asking too much. The Biden administration is stumbling through this core governing responsibility with no vision, no plan, and backward priorities. Democrats would rather appease their radical base with functional open borders than conduct the bare minimum in enforcement. The administration's decision is so obviously crazy that even a number of our Senate Democratic colleagues who have been marching in lockstep with the president for more than a year are now scrambling to make it look like they're breaking ranks. Well, I welcome our colleagues who are finally making angry noises about this border crisis. The problem is that their lockstep Democratic votes for over a year helped actually produce it. For over a year, Senate Democrats have rubber-stamped every single aspect of the Biden administration's failed border policy. Not a single Senate Democrat opposed the confirmation of the heads of DHS and HHS who presided over this crisis. Not a single Senate Democrat voted for common sense Republican amendments to do things like preserve the Remain in Mexico policy and defund sanctuary cities. And the cost of their bad decisions gets worse every day. Last week, an heroic American service member paid the ultimate price. Specialists Bishop E. Evans of the Texas National Guard had been assigned to help contend with the flow of immigrants across the Rio Grande. He lost his own life trying to save people who'd gotten into deadly trouble. And the White House response? Their spokesman was asked yesterday about this tragic loss. She brushed it off. She said he was there on behalf of Texas, not the federal government. That unbelievably tone-deaf response perfectly captures the administration's failure to take responsibility. Democrats have built this border crisis by letting the radical left run the show for more than a year. If my friends across the aisle really have experienced a conversion of heart and now believe in border security, they'll have to do a lot more than issue indignant press releases and call it a day.
Watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More Live Now from Fox continues.
San Fernando court, which you're probably already familiar with, you've seen the video, and then we'll work our way forward and bring you all the way up to the present, and then we'll pause along the way. Okay, March 10th, use of force incident involving the deputy of the San Fernando court. You already know that. Video viewed by the area lieutenant, by the unit commander, and viewed by County-wide Operations Assistant Sheriff and Court Service Division Chief, and Commander Castellano, who was the one who filed the complaint. So we know that happened on March 10th. March 19th, IAB received a notification 9 days later. And this is standard protocol in the use of force investigation. And this use of force was classified as a Category 2. To be Category 3 needs to be use of firearm, deadly weapons, broken bones, hospitalization, those categories. But this is classified as a Category 2. And Category 2 incidents really actually never rise past the level of Division Chief as per our reporting procedures. So March 24th, 14 days later, 2 weeks later, the use of force package is approved by the lieutenant. Then a day later, use of force package is approved by the captain. Okay? And then April 13th, the IAB case was open. This is internal affairs. Investigation was open. That's on April 13th. So it doesn't sound much like a cover-up here, as alleged. Okay, then we go. Now here's where there's a big gap in time. From the time it was approved by the captain to the next person up on the chain of command is the commander. there's about a 3-month gap. All right, and that is subject to why did it take that long. Then, from there, July 12th, use of force package approved by Court Service Division Chief, who has since retired. Okay? And then use of force package sent to Discovery Unit. This is a normal chain of events, notwithstanding the delay right here. But this is for all Category 2 uses of force. This is standard procedure for the entire department's operations. Custody, patrol, court services, the entire department. That is how it works. So the last authority in the signature line is the division chief. It doesn't go above the division chief in standard protocol. Now, moving on our timeline. I know we've kind of flipped it. We can't keep it going that way. But September 5th, Commander Eli Vera assigned to Court Services Bureau. November 18th. Yes, this is the important date. This is the date that I was shown the video. The internal criminal investigation was opened. This is a very important date. So the question was, why was it not launched at any point prior to November 18th? And to launch this investigation, typically it has to occur with the authority of division chief. It should never go above the division chief, because if it's above the division chief, the question automatically is going to be, what happened to the division chief? Then, of course, typically it's a memo from the unit commander to the division chief recommending that a criminal investigation be initiated, or at least a consultation. So the criminal investigation unit can then make their determination, kick it up to the Justice System Integrity Division of the District Attorney's Office. That is how it happens by protocol. And this is well established. So this is where it gets weird, because it never happened prior to November 18th. And there's no memorandum, there's no documentation at all in the entire case file of a lieutenant, captain, commander, or division chief signing a memo until after this date. And what happened on this date, Kelly Porowski, who has since retired, she actually was notified in person by the undersheriff to write, to make that happen. She was in charge of Professional Standards Division, and she knew exactly what was missing. Where was a memorandum from the concerned division chief? So on November 22nd, right here, actually they opened up two things. But let's go here. Before we get into that point, on this same day, order was given to relieve the deputy of duty. The very next day, the individual involved, the deputy, takes a leave of absence. And he's gone all the way till December 6th. So the first day he returned to work, he was relieved of duty, which was on December 7th. All right. So now, when we're at this point forward, we're becoming aware of the entire situation and what was handled at the division level, and we have a lot of concerns. And that prompted us to open another IA investigation, which has since concluded. And that was about the handling of this and the failure to open the ICIB. And there was two individuals, notwithstanding the complaint or the lawsuit filed by the commander. There was actually two people, not just one. Okay. And this is supposed to be actually it's a captain, not commander. They repeated that. That's a captain right there. So there's two individuals that are subject to this investigation. Okay, so as we're going through this, you can see that the complaint filed by the commander is not really lining up, but there's a lot more. Okay, now, as I said here, relieved of duty on December 7th, and then mysteriously, when we want to start talking to people, then people start going on vacation and they're gone. Okay? So he has not returned to work since. Second subject, notification, this is the captain. And also the division chief takes a leave of absence and has since retired. Okay, now let's go to the next timeline. Now, Commander Vera also takes his leave of absence and then retires. So these are the people that we want to speak to, but now we can't speak to. Okay, March 8th, that second IA was concluded, with the appropriate action was taken with the commander and with the captain. all right, and that is documented. Now, he waived his, there's a Peace Officer Bill of Rights that has a lot of privacy issues built in to protection of personnel records of peace officers. However, when he filed his lawsuit and made it all a public document, he pretty much waived his right to privacy to this particular case. Okay. Now, this is where it gets really fun. Because right here, somewhere around here, in March 25th, March 26th was my campaign kickoff. But this entire week, it was one after another. It was a hit parade from the LA Times. And let's see here. Then we have here, and that was the first article. Actually, this is the third article in 1 week. Countywide Operations Assistant Sheriff appointed the rank of captain. Court Citizen Chief announces retirement, 3/31. April 14th, original use of force case presented to the District Attorney, the Justice System Integrity Division. So when it comes to cover-ups or whistleblowers, I don't exactly see what was covered up or what whistle was blown, because that's a mystery. All right, so now, April 27th, which is obviously, today's the 26th, right? 27th, tomorrow, this case is going to be represented to a third-party law enforcement agency with investigative authority. And they will be presenting all these facts that we have to date. So now let's go. That was that week of March 25th. Inspector General identifies 41 sheriff's deputies allegedly belong to gang-like groups. This information is a year old. It's stale. They were sitting on it. And there's absolutely no actionable information on here for anybody. But it made for a good clickbait for the LA Times. Go to the next one. Here's another one. LA County panel launches investigation, deputy gang. More clickbait. No authority to appoint anyone to give their subpoena power to, and they got pro bono attorneys. So more clickbait. Go to the third one. And here's the one. Right before, this is on Friday. Fearing bad publicity, LASD covered a case of a deputy who knelt on inmate's head. Wow. This is a false headline right there. No, there was individual within a division that engaged in something that was of concern, but they were not definitely acting on behalf of the department. That's for sure. Go to the next one. But watch how many bites at the apple our El Segundo Times is going to get. Oh, did I say that? LA Times. Okay, go to the next one. Oh, I backed up one. Back up one more. Okay, we got that one. Notice here, actually back up again to that one. And some of the big highlights of that article. Eli Vera, commander of overseas court service where the incident occurred, said Villanueva viewed the video at an aide's desk within days of the incident. Vera is running against sheriff of Villanueva and is retiring next week. Okay, and then of course, here's our dear friend Max Huntsman. Under ordinary circumstances, I would expect the sheriff's department to have prosecuted this case. And good question. Keep going. Sheriff Villanueva launches criminal investigation to the leak. Okay? And right away, the Times is trying to paint this somehow retaliation against whistleblowers as a chilling effect. Actually, quite the opposite. Keep going. Then we have, now if you count, this is the fourth article. Files lawsuit. See? Then go to the fifth one. And then, and this is our claim from Commander Castellano. Directed cover-up of deputy kneeling on inmate. Okay, and apparently I read through the entire lawsuit, and let's see here. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, when we launched our criminal investigation, these are the crimes that we're looking at, because remember, what was taken from the department was an active criminal case. All right, so when two or more people conspire to engage in any of the conduct described below, that's a conspiracy. Burglary, entering a building to commit grand or petite larceny, or any felony. 502, unauthorized access of a database. 503, fraudulent appropriation of property by a person to whom it has been entrusted. Like case files, videos that belong to active criminal and admin investigations. breach of public duty. This is California. And then the federal one, Title 18 U.S. Code, Section 1030, prohibits the unlawful access of a computer database in the excess of one's previously granted authority. So we have all these things that are obviously subject of the criminal investigation. And this is not a leak. This is actually obstruction of justice. Go on to the next slide. So here are the three individuals that we want to know a lot about. This person said he gave it to this person. This person is actually authorized to receive the completed investigation. But somehow it landed in the hands of the third person, the reporter from the LA Times. So now the question is, when did this happen? That's a very important question. So these three people have some important questions to answer. When did they do this? So the three standard questions in any corruption case is, what did you know, when did you know it, and what did you do about it? So since everything was being investigated, what exactly was the whistleblowing? So, and then again, remember that LA Times explosion of things right up to when I launched my campaign in that March? That was a piece de resistance right there, the day before. Okay, go on to the next slide. Okay, now this is Mr. Castellanos' own report. This is his writing, and we highlighted this. According to Lieutenant Hernandez, Captain Jacqueline consulted with Custody Investigative Service, and it was determined. That is not the testimony of Lieutenant Hernandez, and that not his report either. This whole third person, it was determined the case should not be filed given the misconduct, unreasonable force allegation, and the potential for the incident to shed negative light on the department. That is entirely authored by Commander Castellano, who then elected not to initiate a criminal investigation. And he had three different captains went through that Court Services West Bureau, and all three of them did not produce it, and he never required or asked for a criminal investigation to be initiated. It's done in writing. Neither did the division chief. So this entire thing, you never write something and it was third person. This is never heard of before, especially on the use of force. Go to the next slide. Again, we get this famous, a decision was made by an executive above the division chief. Who writes something like that? Again, talking to Lieutenant Hernandez, his testimony in the interview, he did not say that. That was the product of Mr. Castellano.
Chef, I'm sorry, when is this from and what document is this?
This is the use of force on the case from the San Fernando court, which is the subject of now the lawsuit. Okay, go to the third one. And this is Mr. Castellano's signature, where he says the admin investigation was ordered and completed for this incident, referencing this number. This is not true. That admin investigation has not been completed, yet he signed it. Okay? We cannot complete this admin investigation until we complete the criminal investigation. Once we know the results of the criminal, then we can go back and we can get compelled statements from the subject on the administrative investigation. That's the proper order of events. So what he was signing for here is a mystery to me. All right, and the fact is, this would have remained within the division and had gone for filing at Art Records Risk Management Bureau. It never would have seen the light of day again. All right, go further. Now, Mr. Castellano and I actually was his subordinate when I was a lieutenant at Pico Rivera Station. And if you recall this incident, top LA County Sheriff's official, that was Mike Rothen right there, was driving around in a stolen car, a 2012 Audi. Okay, what does it have to do with Mr. Castellano? Actually quite a bit, because the vehicle was purchased from someone owner of Vernola's Tow from Pico Rivera, which is a contracted towing firm. And Mr. Castellano was a captain of Pico Rivera at this time. When this case came to light, he was never criminally prosecuted. Never. And the main reason why he wasn't prosecuted criminally, because they could not establish the value of the vehicle. He alleged it was all banged up and beat up. So he bought a vehicle that was 2 years old for $3,000, an Audi. And of course, there's a document called a CHP 180, which is what you fill out when you tow or impound a vehicle or store a vehicle. And part of that, the person who's doing the towing or the impounding fills out a description of the vehicle, the value of the vehicle, and any major damage or anything like that. Mysteriously, under the command of Mr. Castellano and Pico Rivera, that document disappeared. I could pull 1,000 other CHP 180s during that time period and find every single one, but that one in particular could not be found. So he was, he retired overnight, Mr. Rothens, so there was no criminal prosecution, no attempt to do a criminal prosecution. Go on. Yep, that's him right here. And he was promoted subsequently to the rank of commander. Don't know why. And this gentleman right here, Mr. Huntsman, wrote a 7-page report and filed it as confidential. It was not made public. Unlike all of the documents he produces during my time as sheriff, for some strange reason, this one was made confidential. We dug it up, and it was a whitewash like no other. So the question is why? So what's the relationship between these three people? That's of concern.
Thank you again to all of our viewers watching here with us. We are listening into a press conference with the LA sheriff here after a whistleblower lawsuit was filed on Monday by a department commander who is alleging that LA County Sheriff Alex Villanueva is corrupt, and he has routinely blocked or stalled investigations and covered up misconduct to avoid bad press in his re-election campaign. He is addressing these claims and the lawsuit that's been filed. Do want to make note also of that upper right-hand box. We do have that 3-month-old baby who was kidnapped and missing. There were several hours, an intense 20-hour manhunt for that baby. They were kidnapped. Again, he was kidnapped from San Jose just yesterday, and they now have 3 suspects in custody. Police going to be giving an update. We'll take that in full for you as soon as that does begin. Until then, we'll continue to listen in with the LA sheriff. And of course, some of us first going to be seeing that 2-minute break that we have right here at the end of this hour.
That I had given him permission to violate he had given me permission to violate department policy. What happened was an inmate in the booking cage at Pico Rivera State. Investigation subsequent to this. But this is a previous administration where command staff was never faced with any type of discipline. Another example of it. So I ended up getting a written reprimand, and I served it on March 1st of 2017. I retired a year later. But now he's claiming that I delayed the imposition of discipline and proceeded to retire to avoid the suspension in 2018 before the discipline was finalized. After Villanueva was elected sheriff later that year, he moved quickly to conceal evidence of the pending discipline and restricted the IB investigation from LAC computers. This is a copy from, we burned this yesterday. This is on our PRMS system, Personnel Record Management System, is that what it stands for? And is there, all right? So the foundation of this entire lawsuit is false. Everything on this lawsuit is false. And when you take this entire, I'll go to the next one. When you take this entire thing into context, you realize that there was a lot of people working in concert and coordination. That includes the LA Times. That includes people that obviously want to defeat me electorally. That includes the board-appointed Inspector General and the Civilian Oversight Commission. A lot of people working overtime, and they're doing it as best they can, so there'll be more of this nonsense thrown at me until June 7th, but it is what it is. But we're more than excited to actually have to testify under oath in any court of competent jurisdiction on this matter in front of a grand jury in a federal court. In fact, we're more than excited to, and every single member of my command staff will sign a sworn affidavit to that effect. And I can tell you right there, there's George Valdez in the back. I have Commander Satterfield, and I have Captain Tony Blanchard, and they're more than happy to testify to this matter. So notice how we're not using unnamed sources or multiple sources. They're real people. They're doing real work on this department. We don't have time for this internal, let me see if we can blow up the sheriff somehow nonsense. You know, we have serious issues to handle out there. We have violent crime. We got homelessness out of control, defunding, and on top of that, I have this circus is entirely orchestrated for political purposes only. And too bad I don't have people, reporters like from the LA Times. Maybe you need to start clarifying exactly what you did with this and who did you get it from, and when did you get it? So that's a question for you to answer. So with that, we're not going to take a question from you. Anybody else has a question?
Sheriff, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, Frank.
Is Aileen from the LA Times under investigation by the department?
The matter is under investigation. All right.
Is she under
the matter is under investigation. This is stolen property that was removed illegally from people who had some intent, criminal intent, and it'll be subject to investigation. We will not be the only party investigating this. There will be other agencies will also be thoroughly investigating this and monitoring what we're doing, and it will be handed over to the appropriate prosecutorial agency so they make a determination.
Sheriff, are you going to answer the question? You placed your picture up there alongside two other people, and you talked about it in terms of a criminal investigation. Is this Los Angeles Times reporter under investigation by the department?
Well, the act is under investigation. All parties to the act are subjects of the investigation. Now, that's why we do investigations. We don't just walk away and say, oh, well, you know, oh, well, so sad. No.
Is she one of the parties?
Well, she received the information, and then she put it to her own use. What she receives legally and puts to her own use, and what she receives illegally, or the LA Times use it, I'm pretty sure that's a huge, complex area of law and freedom of the press and all that. However, when it's stolen material, at some point, you actually become part of the story. So that's up to the LA Times to decide that. Sir?
You should definitely answer the LA Times questions. I think we'd all agree with that here, but that's up to you. So in that timeline, sorry, I was just a little bit confused. So when did you see the video for the first time?
November 18th.
And that seeing it and being aware of it, is that the same thing?
Yes, actually.
November 18th.
Not only did we see November 18th, we took immediate action, and that's what launched the criminal investigation that for some reason eluded all these players from March 10th all the way to November 18th, which is what all the critics can't really explain why.
And what about the undersheriff? When did he first see it?
That very same day, he was made aware as well.
Yeah, Sheriff, can the undersheriff comment? Because the claim says that the undersheriff was in the room with you on or around March 15th when the DVD was viewed. So I'm curious if Undersheriff Murakami would comment on whether that allegation was true, because they're saying that he was a witness to you seeing the video in March.
Well, I'll tell you this, and he's free to answer that question, but I'll tell you, see, when you say they, give me a name.
I'm saying that's in the claim from Castellanos.
Right. And again, Castellanos was not there either. All of this information on the claim is literally third party and anonymous. And so
Murakami weigh in?
Yeah, the question is, when did I see it? The claim in March is false. I don't know where they got it from, but it's not true.
So you're saying that meeting in Villanueva's office never happened with the DVD, and Limon was the other person in the room?
No, never happened.
Blanchard was also here. Anthony Blanchard, can we hear from him as well?
No, I never saw the video. Up in the mic, please. Up here.
All right, guys, you can see here we do have our San Jose officials who are going to be speaking about a kidnapped baby who has been found. Suspects are in custody. Let's listen in live on Unfiltered.
Scott Shelby, who will be speaking as well. Okay? And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Chief Mata.
Good morning. Happy to report that 3-month-old Brandon Cuellar was safely located a few hours ago. One of the locations identified by our detectives as part of a 20-plus hour long investigation. Also, detectives have identified several individuals responsible for this incident. This incident is a parent's worst nightmare, and we are fortunate that this resulted in a positive outcome. This investigation once again highlights the dedication and commitment of our women and men who go above and beyond every day to keep our community safe. I'd like to thank all the department members involved in this investigation for their tireless efforts and hard work, specifically our patrol unit, investigations unit, our special operations, and members of our communications center. I would also like to thank our federal partners. This week it's the FBI for providing assistance and supplying members of their child abduction response team, and also the Santa Clara County Search and Rescue team for their assistance and their providing their resources to us in this investigation. Our detectives are continuing to work on this case. We will have more information as this case unfolds. But once again, I'd like to thank everyone involved from the start of the call till now. And this is where the hard work also begins, also putting this case together, working with our district attorney and others to find more information and motives for this incident. But once again, I'd like to thank everyone, and we'll have more information as this case unfolds.
So we have some questions. We'll have Assistant Chief Joseph with some Q&A. Yeah, I did that. Okay.
Sir, who was the person who was arrested this morning?
Are we releasing that name at this point?
Name of the suspect?
We're not releasing the names of anybody. We have some people in custody at this point. We're not releasing those names
Some
just
people,
yet.
so more than one?
Yes.
Okay. How many?
2.
Do we know what type of relationship they had with the child?
We know that there's some connection to the family, but we don't know exactly what that connection is, and that's something that will be determined during the course of the investigation.
Is one of the 2 people that you have in custody the person seen in that video taking the baby from the grandmother's apartment to a car?
We believe we've identified that person and have him in custody, yes.
The man?
Yes.
And the other person that was apprehended or in custody has a relationship with the grandmother. What is that relationship?
Like I said, we're not releasing all that. We're not entirely certain of all that just yet.
Can you speak to the baby being found today, how that was?
The baby is in good condition, being checked out at a local hospital, but unharmed.
Do you guys know what the motivation might have been for
That's something that we'll have to determine during the course of the investigation.
Did you guys find the baby through any tapes?
I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that question.
Did you guys find it through any tapes given from the community?
There was a whole bunch of information. The neighborhood was canvassed. We looked for video evidence. We looked for witnesses that saw different things. So it was a variety of factors that helped us solve this case.
Was the other person taken into custody the woman who was inconsistent with the grandmother?
I'm not releasing who the people we have in custody are at this point.
We talked to a woman earlier in the hospital who said that she had spotted that van, seen it earlier, and she called police. Is that how you guys found the van, or you guys already know?
That will come out during the course of the investigation. Like I said, this is still a very active investigation, even though we've found the child, which of course is the most important thing, and we believe we have people in custody who are responsible. There's still much more for the detectives to do. So I wouldn't want to give any information that could, impede that investigation.
And was the child treated at the scene, and these are the parents who are taken and treated at the hospital?
Child, my understanding is the child was transported to the hospital, and I don't know where the child is at this moment, but certainly will be released back to the family as soon as we know he's healthy.
Do you know how the baby spent his last 20 hours?
That's something that we'll have to find out during the course of this investigation.
Has the mother been reunited with the baby?
I don't know that for sure at this point, but certainly they will be reunited as soon as the baby's healthy and we can do that.
Those two people in custody arrested at this point, or just in custody?
In custody, being interviewed, and we'll determine what the appropriate action is at that point, obviously in coordination with the district attorney's office.
And was the baby treated regionally?
The baby was treated at a hospital. I'm not certain which hospital.
Where was the baby located? Inside a house? Inside a car? Do we know?
I'm not releasing that at this point.
Many people have been wondering why an Amber Alert wasn't issued. Can you explain why, please?
We did not have information for an Amber Alert. We didn't have initially a suspect vehicle. We didn't have a license plate. We released what we had as soon as we had it, which was the image of the gentleman leaving with a baby carrier we believed was a suspect.
Can you tell us more information about how SJPD as well as FBI was able to locate this baby?
You mean
since yesterday?
No, I'm not releasing that at this point. Other than just say that we followed every lead we had. We used information from witnesses, information from video surveillance that we located, and ultimately were able to find the baby.
The place where the baby was found this morning, is that the residence of one of the two people who are in custody?
I'm not going to get into that at this point.
Obviously, the important news is the baby was found, but is there anything else that the community needs to know about this case?
Well, I think that the community needs to know that, first of all, we appreciate all of the information that was provided by people to help with this investigation and to help to find Brandon, the baby, safely, and that they should also know that these detectives never went home. Nobody ever rested. From the moment we got this call until all of us standing here today and far beyond, the detectives here at the San Jose PD and with the FBI have worked this case and will continue to work it to ensure that the investigation is complete, people are held accountable, and that this type of thing doesn't happen again.
Why do you have the gang unit out there? Why do you have the gang unit at the house?
I'm not sure that they are. But if they are, they're probably there to just support our tactical unit. Our merge unit, which is our tactical unit, made contact and was involved in the location of the suspect and the victim.
So that doesn't imply that you think this is gang related?
I don't have any information to indicate that at this time.
And then also another important thing about this too, this wasn't a random. This wasn't random.
Well, we have to determine all of the circumstances and the motivation.
Did officers have eyes on that van before that this American called in the tip?
I'm not familiar with the tip that you're referring to, and I'm not going to get into specifics at this point about how the last 20 hours transpired for us.
Does the baby go home with mom or with grandma?
I'm not exactly certain. The baby will go home with the rightful guardian, and that's, I guess, probably the mother, but I'm not exactly certain.
Assistant, you said 2 arrested. I think there was a tweet by your department 3. Just to clarify, is it 2 or 3? 3.
I'm sorry, my error. It would be 3.
And what charges are we looking at?
Again, we'll work with the district attorney's office to determine what all the appropriate charges are. Obviously, kidnapping would certainly be one of them, but again, that's where the collaboration between our investigators and the DA's office comes in.
What can you tell us about the picture of the car that was tweeted out by CHP and then deleted? There was some back and forth between SJPD and FBI.
I don't have all the information as to how that got released at that point.
Is that indeed the vehicle that was involved with the case?
Again, I don't want to get into a lot of the specifics because it is still a very active investigation.
Have you spoken with the mother, and if so, is there anything you can say?
I have not personally spoken with the mother. The detectives obviously have, and I don't really have anything to add about her statement.
Even though it seems to be had planned, what will you tell parents if this could happen to anyone?
I beg your pardon?
What will you tell parents since this could happen to anyone?
What would we tell parents? We would tell parents, obviously, to always be careful and be vigilant, and we would also tell them that if an unfortunate tragedy like that were to occur, we would stop at nothing. We would use every resource of the San Jose Police Department and any law enforcement agency to help us get to this kind of resolution.
Has the father of the baby been ruled out as a person of interest or any connection to this?
At this time, I can't say for certain, but like I said, everything is still under investigation and all avenues will be explored.
You have Special Agent Scott Shelby here from the FBI. Does anybody have any questions for him?
For you, Christian. At the 9 a.m. briefing when you said about the...
One second. So nothing for Mr. Shelby, Agent Shelby, right?
I have a question. Just what you say.
Hang on 1 second, ma'am. Hang on. She was first.
At the 9 a.m. briefing, you said that the one woman was brought in for questioning and her story was inconsistent. Can you at least just confirm that she's one of the 3 arrested?
Yes. Again, there's a lot of questions still yet to be answered with this investigation. Right? Our detectives have been working on this, like you guys heard, since 1 yesterday. All of those questions, we will answer them for you as soon as we can. Again, we still are being very mindful of maintaining the integrity of this investigation. Right? The last thing we want to do is put out some information and then have to take it back, right? And compromise what's going to happen to these folks when they have their day in court. So I know there's a lot of questions. Please give us a little bit of time. I will be putting together a thorough press release explaining, the sequence of events. But we have to be very mindful of the other steps that are still coming today. Okay?
Do you think we have everybody that is involved in the kidnapping of this child?
We will share. If we identify other suspects, we will certainly let you know. In the area with Special Agent, he's of missing children, correct? He is here representing the FBI, Federal Bureau of Investigation, yes. How often does something like this occur? And you want to take that, Scott?
Sorry, the question is, how often does a child abduction occur?
Yeah, how does this occur, and what can the community and people do to assist in
So,
trying to locate these?
I would say on a positive note, a stranger child abduction is extraordinarily a rare occurrence in this country. I think that's something we should all hopefully take comfort in. When it does happen, it's obviously a very high impact threat. Low probability, but high impact. In a sense of what people can do, I think what you saw in the last 24 hours is paramount, and that was an extraordinarily robust and quick response by the San Jose Police Department, and then you saw partner agencies jump in and complement that effort. And they worked every lead to the ground until we had a resolution. And thankfully, in this case, baby Brandon's been reunited with Jessica, and I think that's hopefully an assurance the community can take comfort in, and as well as expect that same level of dedication would happen the next time this may happen again.
Brandon was with the child when this happened. Did she identify or recognize any of the 3 suspects that are in custody right now?
So again, any aspects related to the current investigation, we're not going to address because it would be premature to go into that, and we want to make sure we're accurate in the information we provide you.
And the FBI assisting in this investigation is also due to the more resources, right, being able to help.
Yeah, the FBI in this case wants to be a good partner. We have certain resources and expertise that we thought would be a benefit to the San Jose Police Department, and we wanted to make sure we were there to offer that assistance.
Can you state name and title?
Sure. My name's Scott Shelby. I'm the Assistant Special Agent in charge for the FBI here in San Francisco.
Okay, thank you, everybody. I know everyone's really eager and wants to talk to Mom. I will be speaking with her shortly. I put this out this morning. She's dealing with a very traumatic event. Please give them a little bit of space. I will let your assignment desks know if and when Mom is willing to talk. But again, very traumatic event. She has a lot to cope with right now. Please give them a little bit of space. You will hear from me if and when she's ready to talk. Okay? Thank you.
So this again, the latest update coming to us from police there in San Jose. A sad story being reported earlier, but now we can say it has an ending that we can be thankful for. That baby found safe and going to be reunited with their family. Again, it was just yesterday around 1 p.m. that baby Brandon had been taken by a man who appeared to whisk him away in a baby carrier. Now, there was a lot more background to the story. I wanted to share with you here how the baby found, not immediately clear. The police are still keeping some of that information close to their vests there, but they did say that there was some different people of interest that they knew could be in connection to this abduction. And there was an unidentified woman who was with Brandon's grandmother as she was unloading groceries, and that's when Brandon was taken from inside of the apartment complex. So as we just heard from officials there, they do say kidnapping like this done by strangers seems to be a very, very rare occasion. Usually it's a family friend or another family member that they see involved in situations like this. So this investigation is still going to be continuing on. If they give more updates, of course, that's going to be something we'll follow for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Thank you again to all of our viewers who have been watching here with us. We have been going over a number of top stories, bringing you all the latest press conferences happening across the country. I'm Christy Larson and wanted to show you just some more pieces of content that you can expect to see a little bit later here on our Live Now from Fox stream. We do have a live picture coming to us from the State Department. We are expecting to hear from spokesperson Ned Price. That's going to be coming up here in about 12 more minutes. Now, is he going to make some comments on recently we had both Secretary Blinken, Secretary Austin who had visited in Ukraine, and then also this morning already, Secretary Austin doing a press conference from Germany saying that there will be a meeting once a month of allies of Ukraine to talk and discuss about the war. So I'm sure there'll be some focus on that, as well as the latest updates coming to us from Ukraine, as well as other pieces around the world. We do also have coming to us a live picture of the Johnny Depp trial. It is back in court here. You can see Johnny himself sitting there with his team of attorneys. So his portion of testimony done. Will Amber Heard be up on the stand? We'll keep an eye on that here for you on Live Now from Fox. And finally, turning our attention to Capitol Hill, we do have some of our Senate Democrats speaking at this time. We'll play out this press conference for you, expecting also our GOP leaders from the Senate side to be speaking here shortly after them. So we'll take you out to Capitol Hill after we return from this 2-minute break.
As productive as the last work period, which was extremely productive. We'll continue working on legislation to lower costs and improve Americans' daily lives. That's one of our primary focuses. We're pushing legislation to lower the cost of putting food on the table, fight price gouging at the pump, keep the cost of insulin affordable, relieve supply chain crisis, and increase competition through antitrust enforcement. In all those ways, just take the Just take the example of the oil companies. They made record profits this year, more than they ever have. I think it's over $200 billion for the top companies, and yet they did record stock buybacks. Here, price of oil is going way up, and what are they doing? Even from their own point of view, they're not improving their own production, let alone help their employees or reduce prices. Instead, it's to feather the nests of CEOs and rich shareholders. It's outrageous. And one of the reasons we want to get Bedoya on the FTC is to look into it, but as you'll hear from Senator Cantwell, we're exploring legislative approaches as well. These are all areas where Congress can now take action to help American families. But to move quickly, of course, the way the Senate works, we need cooperation from our Republican colleagues. Pointing fingers isn't going to help fight inflation. It isn't going to lower the costs for American families. They need to get on board and not let extraneous political issues get in the way of the Senate delivering help for families. We're also going to continue to confirm President Biden's administrative... Hey, folks, can't hear. Thank you. We're going to continue confirming President Biden's administrative and judicial nominees. This week, we're teed up to confirm President Biden's nominees to the FTC, the Federal Reserve, Department of Labor, Department of Housing and Urban Development, and District Court. Now, we've had some issues with attendance that just arose in the last few hours, but we're going to continue pushing to get the President's nominees confirmed. These health issues will not deter us from getting these done. Also, during this work period, the Senate's ready to work quickly to approve the President's expected emergency funding request to support the people of Ukraine in their fight against Russian aggression. Once the President makes his request to Congress, approving additional aid for Ukraine will be a priority. I expect both sides to work in the same bipartisan way we did the first time to get a Ukraine supplemental done. So we got a lot to do. Let me call on, who's more senior? You came the same year. We'll do it by alphabetical. Cantwell. Cantwell.
Thank you, Leader Schumer. Thank you. It's great to be here with my colleague, Senator Stabenow. As the leader said, we're working on issues that affect everyday consumers on price. As you know, we passed out of the Senate a shipping bill that we're working with the House to resolve the differences on. This is very important because shipping costs have accelerated greatly and have raised costs on average Americans. We also are working on trying to get the chip and the competitive bill to conference because that particular issue is also causing everything from used cars to appliances to everyday products that consumers need to be more expensive. But we're also working hard on other issues, as the leader said, confirming Bedoya to the FTC. The Federal Trade Commission's job is to be the policeman and make sure that there are not unfair or artificially inflated prices. We know that when it comes to the issues of drug pricing, something that we've talked a lot about and are going to continue to talk about, the price of insulin has tripled over the last 10 years from $230 to $735 per patient per month. And so that is why the Federal Trade Commission has tried to open an investigation but has had a tie 2-2 vote on the FTC. So believe me, Democrats want to get Mr. Bedoya appointed as soon as possible to break that tie and to move forward on investigating this important issue. We also want to move forward. We had a hearing on the dark market that exists in the spot oil market. As our witness testified before the Commerce Committee 2 weeks ago, it is a gaping hole. We believe there needs to be more transparency in the spot oil market, and we are working on legislation to try to close that loophole and give consumers some understanding there is someone looking at the high prices, particularly when you have prices on the West Coast as high as $7 in California and big differentials in other parts of the country. Thank you.
Senator Stabenow.
Well, thank you.
Stabenow, beginning with S.
Yes, I'm so glad that the leader knows the alphabet, so thank you so much.
On certain days.
Well, good afternoon. I just want to step back for a moment. I think it's so important as we talk about the things that we're doing this work period, the things that we've gotten done in the last year, to recognize again that President Biden, the new Democratic majorities, were left a big mess in terms of what's happening on COVID, loss of life, children not being in school, all of our small businesses, restaurants, others being threatened, and so on. Step by step, we are moving forward to address that. And I also want to note that when our Republican colleagues talk about the national debt, 30% of the entire national debt was created in 4 years by Trump. Over $4 trillion. So we continue to move forward. When I hear them, all I hear is they're complaining we're not cleaning up their mess fast enough. So now the next step is really fixing supply chains and bringing down costs and attacking price gouging. And once again, Republican colleagues talk about inflation, but where are they in working with us to be able to lower costs for Americans, including at the grocery store? And that leads me to what we did in the Agriculture Committee today. First of all, there are just 4 large multinational meat processing businesses that control 85% of the supply. 3 of the 4 are foreign companies. So when we look at this right now, the big guys are muscling out the newer, smaller meat processors who simply can't compete, which leaves both farmers and families in a very difficult situation. Lack of competition threatens our food security. We witnessed that during the pandemic. We saw empty shelves. At the same time, major meat companies saw record profits. And we know that price gouging does exist. So that's why the president, Senate Democrats are doing things to focus on this. The president has a plan he's moved forward. We have the American Rescue Plan, investments to create more competition with small and regional processors, which, by the way, every Republican voted no on the American Rescue Plan. And in the committee today, we took up a hearing on 2 bills to lower costs. Senator Tuster's bill to create Meat and Poultry Special Investigator Act and a bipartisan Cattle Price Discovery and Transparency Act to help our ranchers get a fair price while consumers are not gouged at the supermarket. I would just say that Republicans talk and talk and talk, and we act and act and act. That's what we do, and we're going to continue to lead these efforts that are related to price gouging that is causing the incredible prices that people are having to pay.
Okay, Senator S. I'm ready for Q's.
Majority Leader, there's been a lot of concern from some of your moderate members and those up for re-election about Title 42 and the administration's decision to overturn that at the end of May. Do you think that decision should be delayed?
Look, the bottom line is, let me say this about Title 42. Number one, no, it shouldn't be used to hold up important things like COVID aid, number one. And number two, we're going to be working through this to see if we can come to a position that our caucus can agree on. There's divisions there now.
Yes. Do you have any reaction to Elon Musk buying Twitter? And Amy Klobuchar just briefed your caucus on antitrust, big tech antitrust legislation. Are you going to bring that to the floor? Okay. On the second question, we had a very good discussion. She made very powerful presentation, and I'm working with her to see that we can get 60 votes to get to the floor. On Elon Musk, I would say, look, in many ways, Twitter has been a dark, dark place. I hope it doesn't get any darker. Yes.
The inflation package you talked about, is that going to move through regular order or budget reconciliation? And how does it fit with
inflation? What are you talking about?
There's talk of an inflation, of a package to combat inflation. Does that move through budget reconciliation or regular order?
Look,
and how does it fit with the other reconciliation effort?
Look, reconciliation is very, very important. I met, as he came out and told people, I met with Senator Manchin this morning. Our meetings were both preliminary and good, and we're going to continue to keep talking. If you want to get rid of inflation, the only way to do it is to undo a lot of the Trump tax cuts and raise rates. No Republican is ever going to do that. So the only way to get rid of inflation is through reconciliation. Yes.
Earlier this month, a report from the San Francisco Chronicle raised questions about Senator Dianne Feinstein's memory, including 3 Democrats raising concerns about this. Have any of these senators approached you about this?
No.
And are you confident in her ability to serve?
They have not. I've had a good number of discussions with Senator Feinstein, but I'm keeping them to myself.
Peterson?
Yes. Go ahead, we'll give you both.
Okay, thanks.
Who's his name first alphabetically?
Begins with an H. Ukraine supplemental.
Right in the middle.
So are you planning on putting the Ukraine supplemental as a standalone on the floor, or are you going to proceed with pairing it with international?
Look, we think COVID aid, both international and domestic, is very, very important. Let me say this. There's been reports, accurate as best I can tell, that a lot of some of the therapeutics, which are such an important part of the COVID relief, were developed, most of them were developed in America by American companies. But since Congress, blocked by Republicans, hasn't acted, these companies are very tempted to sign contracts with other countries. God forbid we have another variant that's fairly virulent. We need these therapeutics, but they're all going to other countries, even though they were made here, created here, and manufactured. So I would urge our Republican colleagues to pass COVID relief ASAP. It's very risky for the health of the American people for them to be playing political games with it. Last one.
Senator Manchin said earlier today there's not going to be a revival of Build Back Better. What do you think is feasible in reconciliation?
I said what I'm going to say about my discussions with Senator Manchin and about reconciliation. Thank you very much.
And with that walking away, Senate Democrats wrap up their remarks there. Did want to let our viewers know that we do, of course, then have Republicans who were stepping up to the podium directly after. We'll play out these comments a little bit later because all of our viewers who are watching here with us, we have Ned Price, who is up at the podium at the State Department giving us a briefing. We'll bring this to you in full right here for you on Live Now from Fox after this 2-minute break.
Intake in a decade. I think many of you saw the news earlier this month that we had the largest class of incoming officers, more than just under 200 officers, and we expect this year to be the best year for our intake in a decade. It is the most significant change to the Foreign Service selection process since 1930, and we anticipate this change will result in identifying a more qualified pool of applicants. Next and finally, the United States is deeply concerned by the Tunisian president's decision to unilaterally restructure Tunisia's Independent High Authority for Elections, or ISIE. A genuinely independent election authority is critical, given its constitutionally mandated role in Tunisia's upcoming referendum and parliamentary elections. The United States has consistently communicated to Tunisian leaders the importance of upholding the independence of key democratic institutions and ensuring Tunisia returns to democratic governance. We remain committed to supporting the Tunisian people and their democratic path and renew our call for an inclusive and transparent political and economic reform process with civil society, labor unions, and political parties represented at the table. With that, happy to take your questions. Matt.
Thanks. Ned, just first briefly on the FSO testing thing. You're aware that this is not being universally acclaimed, correct? That there's, particularly AFSA, has registered some, what seem to be some pretty significant concerns about this having been done without any input from them, without any other federal employee group, whether you want to call it a union or not. Will their concerns at all, do they matter?
We are in a regular discussion with outside groups, including, of course, in this case, AFSA. AFSA is an important organization. Their input is and will be especially valuable on these types of decisions. I am also aware, Matt, that the previous, or still the current process, also endured some criticism, given a narrow focus on a pass-fail foreign service exam that didn't take into account the applicant's holistic qualifications, what that person has done, that person's educational experience, that person's individual circumstances. We are confident that this restructured and revised process will help us select an applicant pool that is qualified, that is experienced, and that brings to bear the talents and diversity that this country offers.
Well, then why not eliminate the exam altogether?
We still need various metrics to measure potential new colleagues against. So the Foreign Service exam will continue to be one such metric, but we're going to look at a more holistic picture.
You would equate this to colleges and universities no longer requiring SAT or ACT scores for incoming students, or how you know?
Well, look, we are gratified that we have, and especially in recent months, received a tremendous amount of interest in this department. And with so many applicants, thousands upon thousands of applicants, we need various metrics against which to weigh applicants. So the SAT example is somewhat analogous. I'm not sure it's a perfect comparison, but just as the SAT is done.
It used to be that the test was administered by the same people as the SAT back in my day. But if you're getting so many more applicants, wouldn't you think that it would be more important to have a pass-fail on the Foreign Service exam,
we
rather
think,
than letting everyone go into everyone who takes the test, they all go? Doesn't that just bog the whole selection process down?
Not at all. We think it is important, again, to be able to measure different aspects of a candidate's qualifications. The Foreign Service exam will continue to be one input.
All right. On Ukraine, and I'll be brief so my colleagues can go. Two things. One is I realize that Secretary Austin spoke kind of about this earlier, but what you're seeing in Moldova and Transnistria right now, does that give you any particular concern? And then also yesterday it came to light that the Russians had launched attacks on several train stations in the west of Ukraine, and I'm just wondering if there was any indication that you guys had that this might have been related at all to the two secretaries' train journey into Kyiv and out.
When it comes to Transnistria, Matt, you are right. The Secretary of Defense addressed elements of this morning. But as I believe you've heard, we are aware of the explosions that occurred yesterday in Transnistria. We're closely monitoring the situation as we determine what happened. We reiterate the Moldovan government's call for calm in response to these incidents, and we fully support, as you have heard us say before, Moldova's territorial integrity and sovereignty. We respect its constitutionally guaranteed neutrality. We don't know all of the details beyond regarding what transpired yesterday, but we do remain concerned about any potential attempts to escalate tensions. I would just reiterate that over the past, in recent weeks, certainly since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, you have seen us demonstrate the partnership we have with Moldova in a number of ways. Some of you here in the room today were with us when we went to Chisinau with Secretary Blinken just a few weeks ago. We know that if left unchecked, Moscow's aggression could become a threat to the region. That's why we're not leaving Moscow's aggression unchecked in Ukraine. It's also why we are standing with our partners in the region, including all our Moldovan partners. Since February 24th, since Russia's renewed invasion of Ukraine started, we've committed more than $30 million in humanitarian assistance to support the humanitarian response in Moldova. As you know, Moldova is generously hosting many Ukrainian refugees who have been forced to flee their homes, and $100 million in development assistance to strengthen Moldova's long-term democratic and economic resiliencies. Our militaries work closely together. They cooperate in places as far off as Kosovo. We were, as I mentioned just there, a few weeks ago. And last week, we relaunched with Moldova our strategic dialogue, a dialogue that had been on pause for several years. Moldova is a strong partner. We are working to make sure that they have what they need to respond to the regional consequences of Russia's aggression against Ukraine. Yes, Andrea.
I want to ask you about Lavrov's comments from last night, not to underestimate their threat. And I know that Secretary Austin responded very briefly.
We are listening in live right here to the State Department briefing as spokesperson Ned Price talking about a number of topics. Just a reminder, Secretary Austin did speak earlier here today from Germany after his meeting with some of Ukraine's allies, saying that they will be meeting monthly now. We'll replay that press conference for you a little bit later, but going to continue listening in with the State Department briefing after some of you return from this 2-minute break.
Its head, using the nuclear threat against a conventional opponent that they have invaded, rather than
has confirmed and reconfirmed on any number of occasions, including with the UN Security Council statement that emanated earlier this year, that a nuclear war must not be fought and can never be won. That is a statement we heard from Moscow during the Cold War. It's a statement we heard from Moscow after President Biden's meeting with President Putin last June. It's a statement that Moscow signed on to earlier this year. Now, that is not to say that even as we talk about this in terms of bluster, in terms of propaganda, in terms of provocative statements or bellicose statements, that we're not paying very close attention and that we're not thinking through various contingencies. We absolutely are. When it comes to potential nuclear escalation. Of course, we are paying very close attention to Russia's activities, to what it's doing, to what it's not doing. You've heard from the Department of Defense that we are always evaluating our own nuclear posture, and at this point we have determined that there is no reason to change our posture. You said you had a follow-up.
Is there any, to any extent, do you think that Secretary Austin saying that our goal was to weaken Russia so they could never again invade when you were in Poland, or Secretary Blinken saying that Ukraine is winning and that Ukraine will be a sovereign, independent nation, I'm paraphrasing, long after Putin is gone. Was that in any way provocative or poking the bear or changing the mission to be not just helping Ukraine defend, but helping Ukraine win with the heavier weapons as well? I noted today in the hearing that Senator Romney, while praising, very fulsomely praising what has been done so far, said with the caveat of what Secretary Blinken had said, Secretary Austin had said.
I have to say, I've been a little bit surprised by the surprise that I've heard expressed regarding Secretary Austin's comments. This is a point that we have made for some time now. We have said for months that we intend to make this invasion a strategic failure for Russia. They have endured tactical defeats on the battlefield. They have lost the battle for Kyiv. They have lost a large number of Russian service members, Russian equipment. You look at Russia's economy, Russia's financial system. They are well on the path to strategic defeat. And one of our goals in seeking to ensure this outcome has been to ensure that something like this couldn't happen again. And that's precisely what Secretary Austin was referring to. It is precisely what Secretary Blinken was referring to some 6 weeks ago. The middle of last month, as I recall, he did an interview with NPR, and he made a couple of points then. He said, one of the things we're doing is denying Russia the technology it needs to modernize its country, to modernize key industries, aerospace, defense, high-tech, energy exploration. All of these things are going to have profound effects, not just the immediate effects we're seeing, but increasing and growing over time. He went on to make a second point. We'll want to make sure that they, Moscow, to make sure that anything that is done in effect is irreversible and that this can't happen again, that Russia won't pick up and do exactly what it's doing in a year or 2 or 3 years. So this is a point that we have consistently made. Not only that this will be a strategic defeat for Russia, a country that has, on an unprovoked, unjustified, brutal basis, invaded its neighbor, and that continues to rain down terror on its neighbor. But we've also made the point that we want Ukraine to win. And that is why we have a strategy that has these two principal prongs. Number one, we are doing everything we responsibly can to help Ukraine defend its sovereignty, its territorial integrity. We have contributed billions of dollars to this effort, more than $3.8 billion worth of security assistance since the invasion began, about $4.5 billion since the start of this administration. And as I alluded to before, the other prong is what we are doing to hold Moscow to account. And that includes the sanctions, it includes the export controls, it includes the visa restrictions, it includes everything that you've heard from us that places accountability on the decision makers who are responsible for this invasion in the first instance, and all of those in their inner circle and the circles surrounding them, who in some ways have supported this disastrous decision. And that is something that we will continue to do. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let me do one follow up, and Kylie, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a follow up too.
Kylie, go ahead.
Okay. I'm just curious. You said that Russia is well on the path to strategic defeat.
Yeah.
Can you expand on that idea a little bit for us? Because you talked about them militarily not doing well and the hope that they won't be able to invade Ukraine or another country again. But what does strategic defeat mean for the Russian economy, for Russia's place in the world going forth and some bigger ideas beyond the military?
Well, that's precisely what it refers to. You can talk about battlefield progress or lack thereof. And that, of course, is important when it comes to the fight for Ukraine's freedom, its sovereignty, its territorial integrity. But when we talk about strategic defeat, we're talking about Moscow's positioning in the international system. And the Moscow that prepared to invade and that on February 24th went forward with its invasion will not be the same Russian Federation in terms of its positioning on the world stage that will emerge when this conflict is over. And we mean that in a couple different ways. One, you can already see the toll on Russia's economy and its financial system. It's an economy that is forecast to contract by some 15% this year. It's an economy that is losing hundreds, some 600 multinational companies that have made the choice to leave the Russian marketplace, either not wanting to in any way support President Putin's war machine, or making the very strategic decision that it's not a market that will be worth the investment, either now or when this is over. You've seen what's happened to the Russian stock market, to Russia's currency, but you've also seen the toll that, and you will see over time increasingly, the toll that the export controls will have on Moscow's ability to wield strategic influence on the world stage, and the way in which we are choking off key inputs to Moscow's defense industry, its aerospace industry, its technology, its energy and oil and natural gas exploration capabilities. All of those things, coupled with the pariah status that President Putin has on the world stage and the diplomatic isolation that Moscow has endured especially since the start of this invasion, where it has seen itself handed really brutal defeats at the UN and be an object of scorn by the international community. All of those things add up to the simple fact that because of Moscow's unprovoked, unjustified invasion against Ukraine, not only will Ukraine emerge sovereign and independent when this is over, but Moscow will emerge weaker. And we're already seeing that. And many of these are tools that will have increasing effect over time.
All right, so believed right there by the State Department spokesperson Ned Price that Ukraine is going to come out of this victorious. It's something that many of Ukraine's allies have hoped for to come sooner rather than later. We're going to be sending our viewers off to one final 2-minute break of this hour. At the top of the hour, we do have the White House briefing that's set to happen. Looks like they're still filing in some of those reporters and the rest of the media crew. We'll stay on top of all these, plus our top stories across the country, right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Bringing this war to a conclusion. So we've made the point that demonstrated not only the capability, but I think even more disturbingly, a willingness to brutalize the Ukrainian people. Our goal is to see to it that this conflict, this war, Russia's war against the people of Ukraine, is brought to a close as soon as can be achieved, precisely to put this violence to an end, to put the bloodshed to an end, to put the brutality to an end as well. Follow up?
You mentioned isolation, I get the sentiment, but as a matter of fact, the propaganda that we are talking about right now is being pushed during Russian leaders' meetings with world leaders. UN Secretary General was in Moscow today, and Lavrov, some of the statements that came out of Russia today, in fact, came during those meetings. And President Putin made a statement during his phone call with Erdogan, talking about, already having Mariupol in his hands. My question is, do you think the world leaders' communications with Russian leaders should be, preconditioned with getting out of Ukraine first before we communicate with you?
We believe this war has to be brought to a close through dialogue and diplomacy. And we've consistently said that we support diplomatic efforts that are done in full coordination, in the first instance with Ukraine. That's most important because these are not choices that will be the purview of any other country, any other international organization. The Ukrainian government, an expression of the will of the Ukrainian people, ultimately is going to have to be the entity that makes decisions that affect its country going forward. So whether it's the efforts of the Turkish government, of the German government, of the Israeli government, of the French government, of other governments who have used their good offices or offered their auspices for dialogue between the parties or attempted to shuttle between Russia and Ukraine, we support those efforts as long as they're done in full coordination with our Ukrainian partners. Yes.
Thank you, Ned. A couple of questions about the secondary sanctions. This is something that the Secretary was asked in today's hearing at the Senate. As the leaked phone calls suggested yesterday, sanctioned the Russian oligarch, who is one of the major architects of this war, Mr. Evtushenkov, and Georgia's richest man, oligarch Ivanishvili, who controls the Georgian politics from the shadow. They are figuring out the ways to bypass the sanctions and secure supply of vital grain products to Russia. Evtushenkov himself confirmed the authenticity of this conversation in the interview with the Georgian media. Based on these leaked phone calls, David Arhamia, who is a leading Ukrainian politician who chairs the negotiations with Russia, he appealed to the Western leaders to consider imposing personal sanctions on Ivanishvili and his assets in the West. Does the U.S. track or assess these phone calls, this leaked phone conversation? Do you have any assessment of that? And what would be your response to that? When it comes to imposing secondary sanctions to those countries or institutions who are helping Russia or Belarus, bypass these harsh measures.
So I'm not in a position to speak to any purportedly leaked phone call or to confirm the authenticity or not of what you're referring to, but a couple points. Not only have we leveled sanctions and other tools against those who are responsible for the Kremlin's decision to go into Ukraine, those in Russia, those in Ukraine. But last week, we announced a large tranche of sanctions against those responsible for facilitating sanctions evasion. And so sanctions evasion is something that we are taking a very close look at around the world, whether that's in Russia, whether that's in Belarus, whether that is anywhere else around the world. And I think our actions last week demonstrated that we will go after those networks, those entities, those individuals who are willfully, deliberately, systematically evading or helping others to evade these sanctions. Of course, I'm not in a position to preview sanctions on any individual or any specific entities, but it's something we're taking a very close look at. Yes, Jane.
Thank you, Ned. I have two questions on South and North Korea. North Korean.
Sure. Before we go on to another region, we'll take a couple final Ukraine questions. We need to, Connor?
Just after Secretary Blinken announced, on Monday, that the State Department would return some diplomats to Lviv this week, can you confirm whether or not that has started today, and if they successfully made the journey back to Poland today?
I can confirm that. The Deputy Chief of Mission and members of the embassy team traveled to Lviv, Ukraine today, where they were able to continue our close collaboration with key Ukrainian partners. Today they met with interlocutors from the Ukrainian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. As Secretary Blinken announced yesterday, our diplomats are returning and have returned to Ukraine this week on a temporary basis. Today's travel was a first step ahead of more regular travel in the immediate future. And as we've said, we're accelerating preparations to resume Embassy Kyiv operations just as soon as possible. We are constantly assessing and evaluating and reassessing the security situation with a view towards resuming those embassy operations as soon as possible, again, to facilitate our support to the government and people of Ukraine as they bravely defend their country.
Can I just, on Bridget Brink being finally nominated, what took so long? It's been, over a year into this administration. You said you've prioritized this relationship. Why did it take so long to get a nomination here?
Well, the fact is that we haven't had, unfortunately, an ambassador in Ukraine in several years now. And of course, need not go into why we didn't have an ambassador there in the first place. But there are processes both within our government and coordination with the host country government, in this case our Ukrainian partners, that are a prerequisite before we're in a position to announce a nominee publicly. In this case, we've been gratified to hear of the reception to her nomination. Of course, we've heard a very positive response from our Ukrainian partners. And today, for those of you who are watching Secretary Blinken on the Hill, you heard again a very positive and welcome reception to the news from members of Congress, who we hope will be in a position to take up her nomination very shortly.
You think that no one went in yesterday?
Today was the first day.
Yeah, that's not what I meant. For those people, but did anyone go in yesterday? On Monday?
Today was the first day that we had embassy officers.
Anyone? Well, okay.
That's right.
Embassy officers.
Correct, yes. Let me take a couple. One more question on Ukraine? Simon, let's move it around.
The Secretary has spoken, including on the Hill today, about the war entering a different phase. And obviously this is something that was discussed in the meeting with Zelensky, with the other Ukrainian officials. In terms of what new weapons are required by the Ukrainians for this new phase, you've spoken about howitzers, long-range artillery. Are there any other types of weaponry that they're particularly asking for and that you're considering giving any more sophisticated systems than that?
Well, I think it would start by saying that we've already provided sophisticated systems directly, or facilitated the provision of sophisticated systems directly in response to what our Ukrainian partners have been asking for. And it is a regular staple of our engagement with our Ukrainian partners that they update us on their particular needs. And those needs are different now than they were in the earliest days and hours of the invasion, because, as you alluded to, Russia's aggression is shifting from its initial ambitions to take the capital city, its initial ambitions to engage in successful urban warfare, to now the campaign for the south and the east. And so as Russia's war aims have shifted after they've been defeated in their initial aspirations, the nature of our assistance has changed as well in terms of the capabilities and the systems that we are providing them. When Secretary Austin and Secretary Blinken met with President Zelensky and his team in Kyiv on Sunday, there was a discussion of the battlefield and precisely what implications that battlefield holds for Ukrainian needs. You heard from Secretary Blinken in the aftermath of that we had we're going to be in a position to provide hundreds of millions of dollars more in FMF, foreign military financing. This is separate and distinct from the presidential drawdowns that you've heard us put forward in previous weeks, but it is equally useful, and in many ways it gives our Ukrainian partners flexibility in terms of what it is that they are procuring from the United States for their defensive needs against this Russian aggression. Secretary Blinken also announced more than $150 million or so in terms of ammunition. The Department of Defense has talked about the artillery, the systems that the Ukrainians have requested for the battle for the Donbass, and I'll defer to the DoD to speak to that.
About the German tanks,
Sure.
which is, finally the Germans today agreed to send their tanks. Well, now according to Reuters, Switzerland is refusing to approve the re-export of the ammo needed for those tanks. Is there anything that the U.S. can do with Switzerland to try to smooth this out, given how long Ukraine has been waiting for the German weapons?
Well, Germany has been an important partner, an important member of the coalition that we have put together, not only in recent weeks, but over the course of recent months. And we welcome Germany's announcements over the course of months that it will increase defense spending, bolster defense capability and readiness. Its announcement that it had halted the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and its transfer of lethal assistance and now heavy weaponry to Ukraine. These bold moves, we think, will strengthen Germany's role as a leader in global security, in line with its diplomatic, economic, development, and humanitarian influence in Europe and around the world. It's not for us to speak to specific systems or assets or capabilities that any other country is providing, so I'll leave it to our German allies to speak to what it is precisely that they're providing, and I would have to refer you to the Swiss government for any discussions between those two governments. Yes?
Georgia participated in every peace mission and is a valuable NATO partner. Having this in mind, can Georgia get any tentative dates regarding its aspirations to become a NATO EU member? We all have heard that it's a consensus-based decision, but don't you think the Georgian people and government deserve to know how much longer they need to wait instead of being told that it will happen someday? And second question, please. You say you understand Georgia's position very well, but it's fact that there are both some opposition members inside of my country and also inside of my country who are trying to nudge Georgia toward a decided.
Thank you again to all of our viewers watching here with us. Want to remind you, once that White House briefing does begin, I'm going to be switching us into that, putting it in full here for you, especially since there's going to be a number of topics discussed and asked about in that briefing. Let's go ahead and send some of you out to a 2-minute break. Right back here listening in with Ned Price at the State Department in their briefing when you return, and Les Jensaki marches out that door.
Occupied by Russia. What objectives do you think this campaign for more radical stance and increased pressure?
And that's why what I want to do is spend some time talking to you about those tools, about our capabilities, what we're doing as an administration, and what we need from Congress to continue to protect the American people. So first I want to talk about Paxlovid, the therapy that is becoming increasingly available to the American people. For those of you who have not followed this very closely, Paxlovid became authorized by the FDA in late December. At that point, there was just a very limited supply of these pills. The clinical data suggests that it has an enormously beneficial impact, reduces hospitalizations by more than 90%, and is very, very effective at preventing severe disease. Over the last few months, the administration has worked very hard with Pfizer to increase the supply of Paxlovid and acquire more and more doses for the American people. And now our job is to make sure that these doses are getting out there and they're getting into the hands of patients who would benefit from them. So what are we doing? And I want to talk about 4 major things. The first is we are opening up the number of sites that can order directly from the federal government supplies of Paxlovid. Until this recent change, the way pharmacies got Paxlovid, either you were a test to treat site or you got it from your state. But now we're opening up a federal pharmacy channel, and what that means is pharmacies can order directly from the federal government. Currently, there are about 20,000 sites in the United States that carry Paxlovid. We expect with this change that we will very quickly get to 30,000, and within the next couple of weeks, I expect us to get to about 40,000 sites. Paxlovid will be widely available everywhere in America. That's going to help a lot. The second is the president announced the test to treat effort that we have launched. Right now, there are about 2,200 test to treat sites across the country, and we are going to make a series of efforts to expand the number of test to treat sites, including new federal initiatives that will allow for us to build on other federal testing sites to allow for those to also have a treatment component. So if you test positive, you can go and get treated with Paxlovid, of course, if you are eligible and deemed so by a provider. Third is we really are doubling down on our communication and education efforts with physicians and other prescribers. In the beginning, when Paxlovid first became available, the word on the street was these things are now widely available. You should restrict it to the highest risk patients. Too many physicians still have that mindset. And what we need to do is to help American physicians and nurse practitioners and others who can prescribe understand that we now have plenty available. And anybody who is eligible, anybody who's high risk, should be getting Paxlovid, obviously based as long as they meet the clinical criteria. And so that education campaign is going to be really important. And then last but certainly not least is we're ramping up our public awareness campaign so that patients also understand that if they test positive, they should consider going to a test to treat site or reach out to their physician, but to get assessed for whether Paxlovid would be useful for them. Those are all really critical steps that I think are going to make an enormous difference in getting more Paxlovid out to the community, to getting it out to patients, and with a very simple goal, right? Which is we want to lower the severity of the disease that people get if they get infected, and we want to lower the hospitalizations, we want to lower deaths. Paxlovid is a really important step in our ability to fight this pandemic. Treatments like these, vaccines that we have developed, these are the key essential tools that we're going to need to get through the rest of this pandemic. And that's the second part of the conversation I want to have with all of you. Because all of this requires funding from Congress. So far, Congress has not stepped up to provide the funds that are needed for our most urgent needs. Now, I know they were off on a 2-week recess. They are back. I'm looking forward to working with Congress, we all are, to get the funding needs of the American people met on this, on the issue of COVID and COVID treatments. Let me give you a couple of concrete examples of what will happen if we do not get the funding we need. You may have heard, if you've been tracking this, that FDA, working with Moderna and Pfizer, looking at what the next generation of vaccines may look like. And it is possible that we may get a whole new generation of vaccines in the fall or winter that may be more effective and more durable. None of those are going to be available to the American people if we don't get more funding. We are tracking new treatments that are coming online that are as effective, maybe even more effective, with fewer side effects. Those treatments will not be available to Americans because other countries are stepping up and making purchases for those treatments while we await funding from Congress. The bottom line is that none of us can predict with any certainty where exactly this pandemic is going, what the virus is going to do next. All we can do is prepare. And that's what we need Congress to do, is to help us prepare and be ready for whatever eventuality comes. Let me make one last point that I think is incredibly important. And that is that there are some people in this country who sometimes think that we can take a domestic-only approach to a global pandemic. That's not a thing. You can't do that. If we're going to fight a global pandemic, we have to have a global approach. That means we need funding to ensure that we're getting shots in arms around the world. The president and his leadership has enabled us to now have plenty of vaccines for the world. But vaccines don't save lives, right? Vaccinations do. We have got to finish the job. We've got to get the resources we need to get shots in arms so we can actually vaccinate the world and help bring this pandemic to a close. So those are the essential things that are in front of us. This will require a partnership between the administration and Congress. I am confident that Congress will deliver for the American people, and I look forward to working with them on that. Thank you.
Every time a high-profile person like the Vice President catches COVID for attention on the infection, for Americans following that news, what lessons should they draw from that experience that somebody as protected as her has caught COVID?
Yeah. Good question. So I think if you take a step back and look at the Vice President, she is boosted, actually twice boosted, right? We have a very, very contagious variant out there. It is going to be hard to ensure that no one gets COVID in America. That's not even a policy goal. The goal of our policies should be, obviously, minimize infections whenever possible, but to make sure people don't get seriously ill. The best ways of doing that are making sure people are vaccinated and boosted, as the Vice President is, and making sure we have plenty of therapeutics. So, so that is available as well.
All right, guys, do want to just mention here, he's talking about the Vice President testing positive. This happening just here today. We told to all of our viewers who were watching with us earlier, but the VP's office said Harris has not participated in any meetings at the White House on this morning on Tuesday. She had not seen the president since April 18th. Cameras did spot Harris arriving at the White House Tuesday morning wearing a mask. She was previously scheduled to join the president's daily brief meeting, but obviously you have to test, and must have came back positive because they do say that she, again, was not exhibiting symptoms but had tested positive. And this is, again, the highest level Biden administration official to test positive since Press Secretary Jen Psaki had tested back in March. So let's go ahead, continue to listen in. As they mentioned, once he does have to rush off, they're going to get into even more topics. I'm going to expect a lot of questions to come, not only around Elon Musk's Twitter deal, but also Title 42 coming to an end, a judge blocking that as well. So let's continue to listen in live right here on Live Now from Fox.
Is to potentially deal with the uninsured fund that has run out of money. What does the uninsured fund not having any money in it mean for Paxlovid? Or if someone who's uninsured gets COVID right now, what does that mean for them?
Yeah, so first of all, Paxlovid itself will be free, right? Because
they have to see a doctor?
But they have to see someone who can actually prescribe it for them. And this is one of the absolutely critical things in a pandemic, is that people need to be able to access healthcare. Turns out it's also critical not in a pandemic, right? But particularly in a pandemic with an infectious disease, it's really important that people be able to access healthcare services, get the care they need. It's good for them, it's good for people around them. And so making sure uninsured people have access is absolutely critical.
So right now, what does that look like? If someone gets COVID and they're uninsured, are they able to get treatment? Are they able to get tests? Or does CVS just eat the cost? How does that work?
So I think right now, because we don't have the funding, there's a little bit of patchwork of what is happening. There are obviously places that serve uninsured people, community health centers, others people can get care. There are still people are still going to CVS and other places that still are offering those services, but that's not a sustainable solution, right? So right now we're in this kind of middle ground where people are still getting care, but over time, if Congress continues to not fund these urgent priorities, it's going to get harder and harder for people to access care.
Kristen?
Kristen has to be the last one too. I apologize. I'll be back.
soon. Go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Shah. Thank you so much for being here. Just a couple of questions. One, can you tell us, was President Biden tested today, and has he tested negative? Do we know the last time he tested negative?
I don't know. I'm not involved in the president's testing protocol, so I just don't know the answer to the question.
He was tested yesterday and tested negative.
Okay, thank you. On Paxlovid, I just want to be crystal clear because you're trying to expand access to it, but you still say if people meet the medical requirements.
Yeah.
Does that mean that Paxlovid should only be taken by people of a certain age and who are immunocompromised, or that it should be taken by anyone who has symptoms?
No, so neither. FDA has laid out a very clear set of criteria for who should get Paxlovid. The FDA wants to CDC assessment. It's a long list, but of course age is important, presence of chronic diseases. But the bottom line is that, and what I am recommending to family and friends is, if you get COVID, you should see a provider and make that assessment with your provider. A lot more people are eligible and would benefit than I think people think.
And just very quickly, can you help us to understand this moment that we are in? Because on the one hand, cases are going up, particularly on the East Coast. As you have said, hospitalization and deaths are going down. But is the country in the midst of a surge?
What I would say is, we are going to see cases go up and go down during this pandemic as we head into the weeks, months, and years ahead. The key things that we need to be following are our healthcare systems getting stressed. Are people ending up in the hospital with severe illness? Obviously, are people dying at high rates? Those are, in my mind, the most important metrics. And right now, while infection numbers are rising, and of course we all want to see infection numbers coming down, the good news is, because of the extraordinary work of this administration, we've got Americans much better protected. And that means that we're not seeing a huge bump in hospitalizations. The deaths are still declining. Obviously, we want to continue tracking those metrics.
Thank you, Dr. Shah. You're invited anytime.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Okay, a couple items at the top. Today, we announced this morning that during Second Chance Month, President Biden made a number of announcements focused on second chances and reentry, which, as leaders on both sides of the aisle recognize, will help prevent and reduce crime and strengthen our communities. The president announced 75 sentence commutations and 3 full pardons. All of these individuals were convicted of non-violent drug offenses, and many have been successfully serving their time on home confinement. He also announced more than 20 major actions from a dozen agencies to expand second chance opportunities. This includes a first-of-its-kind partnership between the Department of Justice and the Department of Labor to invest $145 million in job training and intensive reentry in federal prisons. It also includes steps that will make more incarcerated students eligible for Pell Grants, make it easier for those who were incarcerated to enroll in Medicare, and help formerly incarcerated veterans get their benefits restored. As we speak, Susan Rice, Dana Remus, and Cedric Richmond are holding a virtual roundtable with 6 formerly incarcerated individuals to discuss the president's first clemency announcement, the new reentry policies and programs we announced today. Today's announcement marks important progress, and we will continue to review, the president will continue to review clemency petitions and deliver reforms that advance equal justice and public safety. Also wanted to note that today, Secretary Austin, you may have seen, hosted a meeting of the Ukraine Defense Consultative Group with ministers of defense and chiefs of defense from more than 40 countries at Ramstein Air Base in Germany. The goal is to bring together countries from around the world for a series of meetings on the latest Ukraine defense needs to help Ukraine win the fight against Russia's unjust invasion and to help Ukraine's defenses for tomorrow's challenges. As Secretary Austin said, it was an important and constructive day. Agenda topics included near-term priorities and longer-term planning, the latest battlefield assessments of the renewed Russian offensive, establishing a framework for prioritizing requirements and logistics for resupply, and energizing the defense industrial base to continue the steady flow of security assistance. More than 30 countries have now stepped up to meet Ukraine's urgent needs and have committed more than $5 billion of equipment, including $3.7 billion from the United States, to support Ukraine's defenses. We also wanted to welcome an important announcement by our German allies today to send Ukraine some 50 Cheetah anti-aircraft systems. We would also highlight the British government's announcement yesterday that it will provide Ukraine with additional anti-aircraft capabilities, and Canada's announcement that it will send Ukraine armored vehicles. I believe that's it. Why don't we jump around to people who didn't get questions initially? Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Quick question on Dr. Zhou talking about cases going up and the VP testing positive. Can you talk a little bit about whether the administration and society as a whole perhaps has moved away a bit too quickly from mitigation efforts such as masking? I mean, and is the administration perhaps thinking about strengthening any of those measures, especially the ones that were loosened?
Well, those decisions and those recommendations are made by the CDC and our public health officials, so I don't have anything to preview for you. Those are decisions that they make, and we obviously abide by that from here. I'd remind you that their recommendations include are based on what zone of the country you live in, right? Whether it is a green zone, yellow zone, or a zone that has a higher rate, and they continue to recommend masking on transportation, that we abide by that from here as well. So I don't have any changes on that to preview. But as Dr. Zhou noted, our focus, and as we noted when we rolled out our 100-page plan, continues to be on tracking and reducing hospitalizations and deaths. And we're certainly aware that with a very transmissible variant, that we expected there could be a case increase, as we've seen over the last few weeks with BA2.
Even in the regions that are witnessing a surge, I mean, there are no discussions that perhaps you can talk about what these latest sort of surge in cases could potentially.
Well, but masking requirements change depending on what the numbers look like in your community.
Right. Okay. And a quick one on the EU. Reuters is reporting that the EU plans to declare that it is entering a new sort of post-emergency phase for COVID. Given sort of the uptick in cases in the U.S., I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about that timing. I mean, is that unusual, or do you think it is the right time for countries around the world to be headed towards that goal, and if the U.S. is perhaps considering announcing something similar going forward?
You mean an end of the emergency? I don't have anything to preview. Again, those recommendations are made by our public health and medical experts, so we rely on them for their guidance on that.
And can I ask one on Ukraine?
Sure.
So just earlier today, the announcement from Germany on a new package for heavier weapons. That obviously comes, as Russia has said that such assistance would lead to a nuclear war. And it sort of seemed like the U.S. was brushing off Russia's recent nuclear threat. And I'm wondering if the administration, to what extent is it really taking this latest threat seriously?
Well, I think you heard some of our national security officials make clear there's no winning a nuclear war, and obviously our objective continues to be to call on reducing the rhetoric and taking the rhetoric on that front down, and I think there have been some officials who have abided by that. But I would note that the announcement by Germany is in line with announcements we've seen by a number of European countries in providing assistance they have never before provided, which is part of the significance here. So this is an unprecedented change to provide lethal aid to another country, and that's the significance here from Germany. But I'd also note that Norway provided Mistral anti-air missiles, that a number of countries have provided types of assistance that they have never done in the past, and that really speaks to the unity of NATO, of European countries, in confronting what we see as, of course, a horrific war in Ukraine launched by the Russians. Go ahead.
Is it possible that there might be any updates to protocols, COVID protocols, within the White House in light of Vice President Harris testing positive for COVID?
I would not expect that, no.
So there have been no discussions, and you don't expect that?
Oh, I think it's important to remember that we have stringent protocols here that go over and above CDC recommendations, even as it relates to how long you stay at home if you test positive. So individuals who test positive for here, and I can speak to this 2 times over, there you go. you don't return to work until you have received a negative test. If that is before 10 days, you are still going to be masking. That is beyond what CDC protocols are. There's a regular testing cadence. Obviously, the Vice President was tested this morning because of that regular testing cadence. And for the rest of us, anyone who's going to be around the President, to travel with him, to see him in the Oval Office, is tested that day. And even if you're not going to see him, you're on a regular testing cadence around here. We also take the step to socially distance in meetings as frequently as we can. And also, a number of us have chosen to wear masks in meetings as well, just as an additional step in protocol. So those have been in place prior to today, and we will continue to abide by those moving forward.
And just on a different topic, Senator Manchin told reporters this morning that there is not a Build Back Better revival. He said that social spending programs he believes should go through regular order, not through the reconciliation process. I wondered if you could explain, just from the White House's perspective, how you all are thinking about reconciliation versus regular order in terms of wanting to get done some of the president's top legislative priorities.
Well, you've heard the president say many times that he believes that a lot of the objectives he has should be achievable through bipartisan work together. It's not Democrats Democrats shouldn't be able to own efforts to reduce prescription drug costs or the ability to negotiate the price of prescription drugs, nor should we be the ones completely owning on our own efforts to lower the cost of childcare, healthcare. Those aren't Democratic ideals. Those are proposals that are broadly supported by many Americans across the country. So we know that Senator Manchin has, of course, talked about his efforts to pursue a bipartisan package or bipartisan plan as it relates to energy costs, and we're not going to prejudge that effort, but we're going to continue to engage with a broad range of Democrats, including, of course, Senator Manchin, about how to get the president's agenda done.
Is there anything you can tell us about the president's schedule today? There wasn't anything publicly announced. Is he in touch with members of Congress, particularly since they're coming back this week?
I expect he will have a range of conversations and engagements with members of Congress. He also has a range of internal meetings, policy meetings, planning meetings. There's nothing more I can preview on that from here, but if there's more I can tell you after the briefing, I'm happy to do that. Go ahead, Rita.
Thanks, Jen. I'll start with something else Senator Manchin said, since
Sure.
we were just talking about him. He said today we need an immigration policy, and Title 42 should not be done away with until we get an immigration policy, or until the CDC basically says we no longer have a health crisis. What does it say about the communication with members of the president's own party that Senator Manchin believes that Title 42 is an immigration tool?
Well, I can't speak to that necessarily. I can tell you that what it is and isn't. It is not an immigration tool. It is a health authority, and one the CDC, our health experts, of course, do have authority to make a decision about. And they've made the decision that the conditions no longer exist to keep Title 42 in place. We do agree with him. Absolutely, there should be an immigration policy, and there should be immigration reforms, and they are long overdue, and we'd love to work with him and any other members on moving that forward.
Does it concern you that he's saying that Title 42 should not be done away with until there is an immigration policy?
Well, that's just not how it works. Obviously, Title 42 is the authority was given to the CDC by Congress. They made a decision. If Congress wants to make any decisions about the next steps for Title 42, they can work together on that. But that is an authority or a decision that would have to lay in the body that he works in.
Okay. And then
go ahead.
A follow up on what Dr. Jha said about test to treat sites.
Yeah.
What is the administration doing to expand those sites, including converting some testing sites to have a treatment component? What are the challenges to that, and do you have any time frame for when you expect to ramp up those facilities?
Yeah, it's a really good question. We shall probably have to talk to Dr. Jha and others from the healthcare team about it. And next time he'll take more questions, I promise. You're right, there are some challenges, just like any aspect of applying COVID policy or COVID treatment policies or COVID efforts to fight COVID policies, in that we have to educate a large swath of the public, including healthcare providers, about how this works or how it would work. There's continued efforts to do that, but I'm happy to check with them on expansion plans or how that might work.
One more quick one on vaccines for children under 5.
Yeah.
The group Protect Their Future is just one of many groups that are urging the FDA to consider Moderna's application for an EUA before June, which is when Pfizer will also submit theirs. What is your response to these groups who are concerned that it appears the administration is doing Pfizer a favor by waiting to consider both Moderna and Pfizer at the same time, when Moderna's data is already ready for review by the end of this week?
I'd really point you to the FDA for their decision-making process, but I would tell you that, of course, as a parent of a child under 5, I am eager to have vaccines approved and available, and I want to make sure they go through the proper protocols and process. But I would point you to the FDA.
And on clemency,
yeah.
There are 18,000 petitions pending for clemency.
Yeah.
Does the president plan to increase his pace of consideration as he talked about possibly doing? And also, is there consideration of a permanent clemency review process that would kind of institutionalize this process going forward?
Well, first, it's important to note that the president has issued more sentence commutations at this early point in his presidency than any of his last 5 predecessors at the same point in their first terms. So we are far ahead of any of the last 5 presidents. That is because this is a priority to the president. And as I noted at the top of this briefing, he feels this is, second chances are important, and he believes this is absolutely a right step in our justice system. He's going to continue to review clemency petitions, and that is going to be an ongoing process that is, of course, run through our counsel's office. So it doesn't stop here. It will be ongoing, and there will be more in the future.
Thank you, Jen. On Title 42, we've heard you guys say that this is a public health order, it's not an immigration order, it's the CDC's decision. But yesterday, members of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus who met with the president relayed some of what he expressed in that meeting. And one of them said that the president told the group that he was looking forward to lifting Title 42, describing it as an excuse to keep people out of the country and anti-immigrant. Is the president really wanting Title 42 to go away because it was a Trump-era policy?
Well, the president has never felt that Title 42 was an effective immigration policy, and he talked about that during the campaign. But the authority has always rested in the CDC to make that determination. And he left the CDC to make that determination, unlike his predecessor about a range of decisions. So the president has never made a secret of the fact that he thinks immigration reform is necessary, and that Title 42 was never a replacement for comprehensive immigration reform. That would put in place smarter security, that would ensure there was an asylum processing system that worked, and that is something he would be eager to work with anyone on to get done.
So if this conditions warranted it, would the White House want to see the CDC reimpose Title 42 in the instance that the cases are up and the metrics that they use to measure that warrant that decision?
Well, the CDC, again, has the authority to make a determination about what the health conditions warrant. So we will leave it to them to make any decisions or recommendations.
And then with the vice president being out, obviously she's broken a lot of ties for votes. And then we have Senators, I believe, Wyden and Murphy also out. Is there any concern about ability to get confirmations through this week with her absence?
Well, I would say there are also some Democrats who have announced that they have also tested positive for COVID. You may be referring to the Federal Reserve nominees or others. That is something that members and leaders will work through in Congress. We are confident we have the votes to get them confirmed. We're eager to have them in place. But of course, we need all members there to do that.
And I had one follow-up on Dr. Jha, something that he said earlier.
Sure.
We've talked about the administration surging resources to the border, including resources to vaccinate migrants. And the last time I asked about this, I believe your answer was something along the lines of, we have enough funding and supply to take care of the 23 sites that DHS is going to be running to get migrants vaccinated and also take care of uninsured Americans. But it sounded in his answer like that might not be the case anymore. So are we in a place now where there might be a choice where people would have to choose, or the administration would have to choose between supplying resources to migrants coming across the border versus taking care of uninsured Americans?
I'm happy to check on those resources, Jackie. I would say that Our broad concern about COVID funding is based on a couple of issues that he talked about. One of them is making sure that we are ahead of the world on being able to order ahead, primarily, a lot of different treatments that will help ensure that we have the best vaccines, the best boosters, enough supply once individuals under 50 are eligible, and certainly we want to keep all of our programs running across the country. But
and I just have one more on the Hunter Biden reporting that we've seen come out. Does the president still maintain that he never spoke with his son about his business dealings? And given this reporting on Eric Schwerin, does he also say that he has never spoken to his son's business partners about his son's business dealings?
He maintains his same statements that he's made in the past. I would say, I know you're referring to Waves records that were released more than 10 years ago. I really don't have more detail or information on them. I'd note that there was a gap when Waves records were not released, but I don't have more information about visits from more than 10 years ago. Go ahead. Oh, well, let me go around to people who haven't got it. Go ahead.
Oh, thanks. Two questions on the war on Ukraine.
Yeah.
First of all, on food aid.
Yeah.
Does the administration have any idea of how much money you'll need yet for global food aid, given the shortfalls due to the war on Ukraine?
Sure. So well, let me first say that we are not expecting a food shortage here at home, but we are acting to bolster food security around the globe, both unilaterally and in conjunction with allies and partners. One of the steps we're taking is we're really conducting extensive diplomacy to encourage all countries to refrain from export restrictions and excessive stockpiling, obviously buying up or not exporting goods or products they would normally do, because it can exacerbate supply chain challenges and price inflation. And we want to consider how to expand production of key areas where we could see that happening: oil, seeds, and associated commodities. We're also working through multilateral channels, including the G7, to provide a range of funding to the Global Agriculture and Food Security Program. A $1.7 billion multilateral financing mechanism is part of what we've done there that has helped the world's poorest countries increase investments in agriculture and food security, as we're anticipating global shortages in some regions of the world. And through Feed the Future and new nutrition commitments, we're also committing over $11 billion over the next 5 years to address food security threats and nutrition across the globe, in addition to the over $4 billion in humanitarian assistance funding. So we've taken a number of steps: funding mechanisms, multilateral financing mechanisms, also contributing and trying to use through diplomatic channels, efforts to prevent stockpiling and decreasing of exports, because we anticipate it could be an issue, and we're already seeing that in some parts of the world.
So no idea what the global overall total would be for how much food aid?
I don't think we have a prediction of that at this point. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to get ahead of what we anticipate being a shortage or an impact in some parts of the world, and working through multilateral mechanisms to help address that, even as we don't foresee it being a food shortage issue here.
Then on natural gas, Russia says it's going to cut off Poland starting tomorrow, which is a pretty big escalation by Russia. Is the administration concerned that Gazprom might cut off other European nations from the natural gas supplies, and is the U.S. going to do anything to help Poland make up for shortages there?
Let me check and see if there's anything specific to Poland. What I can tell you, and we've talked about a little bit in here before, is that for the last several months, and even prior to the invasion, we have been working to increase natural gas supply and options to European countries that have been reliant on Russia for natural gas supply, in anticipation of the possibility of this happening or a decrease in what they're providing. So some of that has been asking some countries in Asia who have excess supply to provide that to Europe. We've done that in some cases, and it's been an ongoing effort, but I can see if there's anything specific for Poland given this recent announcement. Go ahead, Matt.
Thank you. Two questions on the pardons. Pardons and commutations. There were 3 pardons. 2 of them were for nonviolent drug offenses. Can you talk at all about sort of what it was about those 2 cases that stuck out to the president, given that there are a lot of people who applied for pardons that have similar circumstances and didn't receive a pardon today. Is there anything about those two that are emblematic of anything that is on his?
Sure. Well, I think many of you reported on these cases and the compelling nature of their personal stories. But I would note that his focus at this point in time was on individuals who had less than 4 years to serve. A number of them, a good percentage of them, and I can find the exact number in here, are also already under home confinement currently. And this is, again, just the first step. And he will continue to review clemency requests and petitions over the course of his presidency and certainly in the coming months.
In addition, there's a large backlog of people who have applied for pardons and commutations. And given that, was there any denials in this first wave? Is he denying anybody a pardon or commutation?
It's a good question. I'm happy to check with our counsel's office and see, or if it was just this was the first round that was granted through the process. Go ahead, Cheryl.
Two questions, Jen. First, following up on Dr. Shah, he said that he talked about global funding for the coronavirus pandemic.
Yeah.
Republicans have said that they want that money offset. So does the administration intend to propose ways to offset that $5 billion, or do you think that's a lost cause? And second, the president has a number of crowded events coming up on his calendar, a couple of funerals, the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and in light of the vice president's diagnosis, can you talk about the calculations that the president is making in thinking about whether to attend these kinds of events, and also whether he has any special obligation as president to keep himself safe?
Sure. Well, in the first question, Cheryl, we're not quite there yet. I mean, we have requested 22.5 in the past, and obviously that is where our emergency request will be moving forward for the short-term needs that we have. This has been passed. Past COVID funding, as you well know, has been passed through emergency authorities where it hasn't been offset, and we certainly think that's reasonable, but we're at such the early stage of this process, having not even sent it up to the Hill yet. We're going to have all of those conversations about how to move it forward. On the second piece, what I will tell you is that we make risk assessments here, just like every American does, and as it relates to, of course, keeping the president safe and all of us safe. Now, naturally, he has access to the best health care in the world. He consults closely with his doctor. We take a range of steps, I noted in response to MJ's question earlier, that go beyond even most workplaces in the country in terms of required testing for those who will be around him, social distancing. Obviously, he has his own regular testing cadence. But we do make assessments, and he makes assessments about when he feels it's important for him to attend or participate in an event. And you mentioned two of them. Obviously, this weekend, he'll be attending the White House Correspondents' Dinner. It's an opportunity to honor the work of all of you and many of your colleagues, and to talk about the importance of journalism in the world. That's an event he's attended many times in the past, and he made a decision through consultations that it was an event he could attend and wanted to attend again. And obviously, former Vice President Mondale is someone he had an important personal relationship with. He wanted to attend his memorial service. Obviously, these discussions are always done through our scheduling team, the COVID team, to make sure we're taking every step possible. But just like many Americans, he makes risk assessments. And I would say the last piece, which you didn't ask about, but people asked about in here as well, is he's been traveling the country more recently. He was traveling 3 days last week, and we, and of course, coordination with the president, made a decision that was vitally important to him, to his presidency, to the American people. And certainly that's one of the reasons we want to be very clear that it is possible he could test positive for COVID. That just like any American, even though he's double boosted, that is possible. We will, of course, be very transparent about that if that were to take place.
Do you have time for a few more questions? We're told you have a...
Yes, I do. Go ahead. Yeah, and then I'll try to go to the back. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks, Jen. Multiple outlets, CBS and Washington Post, have reported today that in yesterday's meeting with the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, that President Biden signaled that he was prepared to use executive authority to cancel student debt in the coming months. Can you confirm that this was something relayed to them by the president, and why? What exactly is the president considered doing when it comes to student aid debt?
Sure. Well, let me use this opportunity to reiterate that nobody has paid us a penny in federal student loans since the president took office. And what we've said from here is that, and what he reiterated is that he will make a decision before there's an end to that pause. Right now, it's been extended through August, and we have talked about how we are looking at, and he is looking at, other executive authority options he has to bring relief to people who have student loans. So that's what he conveyed during the meeting yesterday.
Well, regarding using executive action, though, I mean, is that something, a step now that the president is seriously looking at?
Well, we've talked about that in the past, so he's continuing to look at it.
And then lastly, going back to Vice President Harris's positive test for COVID, is the White House trying to determine exactly where and when she would have been exposed to COVID? Is the assumption that it was during her trip to California last week? And is the White House and the Vice President's office doing any effort to contract trace in order to maybe notify people during that lengthy trip who she might have ran into?
Just like for anyone who tests positive around here, we do contact tracing so that people are aware if they should take additional measures or precautions, whether it's masking or getting additional PCR tests, and we're certainly doing that in light of the Vice President's positive test as well. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. I wanted to ask if the White House had any reaction to that court case that put the temporary block on Title 42 being repealed. And then I have a follow-up question about Vice President Harris.
Sure. Well, things sometimes happen when I'm out here, but before I came out here, they had only done kind of the verbal briefing as of last night. So I'm not sure if has there been a new development or that. Okay. So what I will tell you is that the Department of Justice will need to review kind of any rulings before commenting, and that was verbal. There'll be something more formal as our expectation, and they would discuss any next legal steps or interpretation of the ruling. So we'll leave that to them, and we'll see if more comes out today.
Vice President Harris, do you know the last time she was tested prior to this morning? And is there any therapeutics that she's taking?
So she's on a regular testing protocol, just like the president. I can certainly check and see that information. And then, as Dr. Jha referenced, she would consult with her doctor on any treatments. Go ahead, Nadia.
Thank you. On foreign policy, a national security advisor, Jake Sullivan, is supposed to meet with his Israeli counterpart tomorrow. The Israelis have made it publicly known that there is disagreement with the White House vis-a-vis Iran and going back to the negotiation. Can you update us, first of all, why he's coming here, what's on the agenda? And I have another question.
Sure. Well, they consult regularly. I would say, as you know, the president had a fruitful conversation with Israeli Prime Minister Bennett just a couple of days ago. And so this is a follow-up to that conversation, and they'll discuss a range of regional and global security issues. And part of that, the president, when he spoke with Prime Minister Bennett, they also talked about a range of global and regional issues, and Prime Minister Bennett extended an invitation for him to visit Israel, which he accepted and will do. We don't have a date yet to announce. They also talked about the Iran nuclear deal negotiations, which we keep the Israelis briefed regularly on. So certainly that could be a part of this conversation as well.
Also, Secretary Blinken this morning testified at the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. He said that breakout time for Iran is weeks away. He blamed the previous administration from withdrawing from the deal. Does this worry the White House that we're talking about 2 weeks that Iran could actually develop a nuclear weapon?
Yes, it definitely worries us. I would say that if we go back, under the Iran nuclear deal, Iran's nuclear program was tightly constrained and monitored by international inspectors. And since the Trump administration seized U.S. participation in the deal, Iran has rapidly accelerated its nuclear program and reduced cooperation with international inspectors in non-performance of Iran nuclear deal commitments. So, as you know, what Secretary Blinken said during his testimony this morning was that their breakout period is down from about a year, which is what we knew it was during the deal, to just a few weeks or less. And certainly that is a direct impact of pulling out of the nuclear deal, making us less safe, giving us less visibility, and it's one of the reasons we pursued a diplomatic path again when the president took office. Okay, April, last one. Okay, April, last one. Go ahead.
Hi, Jen, 2 questions really fast.
When it comes... Tomorrow's a new day. Go ahead, April.
All right. Hello, this is April. I'm sorry. Jen, the two questions. On Haiti, what are the conversations? Can you shed light on the conversations about the Haitian immigration issue as Title 42 is set to end next month? And also, as the Vice President has tested positive for COVID, and it is in the realm of possibility as the President is traveling, if he gets COVID in this moment, what is the line of succession if both of them are very ill with COVID at this point?
Well, technically, the Speaker of the House is the third in line, so
I just
there
wanna
you
make
go.
sure.
No, I'm just confirming that for you. It is true, as we've noted many times, it is possible the President could test positive. We will be very transparent with you. If that were to happen, he has access to the best health care in the world, and we believe, because of all of the precautions and steps we have taken, that he would be able to continue his duties as the Vice President is as well as Vice President. So I don't have any prediction of that at this point in time. In terms of your first question on Haiti, tell me a little bit more about what you mean.
The way I understand that there has been a conversation, or various conversations, to include at the UN here, about how do you handle the Haitian migrant issue when Haitians are being sent back and then you're bringing other refugees in. And I'm hearing that there are conversations around the administration about how to handle once Title 42 ends.
I would have to dig into this a little bit deeper. And as you know, there's TPS, right, that has been granted for a period of time. So that is something that Haitians who have been here at from a certain point in time have access to. Beyond that, our focus, though, is, of course, on continuing to be the largest provider of aid and assistance to Haiti, ensuring we can take steps there to lead in the world, encouraging other countries in the world to take steps as well. Beyond that, maybe we can talk after the briefing and I can find out a little bit more about what you mean. I will go to the back tomorrow first thing. Thank you so much, everyone.
Americans continue to suffer on high gas. Watching live now from Fox, everybody, as a White House briefing concludes. Of course, we got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox. One of the big stories out of the White House today was that VP Harris testing positive for COVID. COVID doesn't have any symptoms and didn't have close contact with President Biden. That's what they say. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Let's take a quick 2-minute break here. Last one of the hour. Right now, is the Johnny Depp defamation trial still going on right here on Live Now from Fox.
Okay, and then
All right.
we can
Okay.
keep going.
first page of exhibit number 3. It's an incident recall from specifically May 21st, 2016. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
And please explain to me what it is.
It's a summary of our radio call.
All right, and how is this recorded?
By dispatch.
And how is it communicated to you?
A computer in our car.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you to take a look at the very beginning of this. It starts out, it obviously has an incident number. Is this your understanding of the incident recall for the report to 849 South Broadway involving Amber Heard?
Yes.
It starts out with 5/21/16 at 20:30:58, which is 8:30:58 or almost 8:31, and it says incident initiated by such and such. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And the next thing that's communicated is Penthouse 3, PR received call from victim's friend Amber, assaulted by boyfriend. PR refused to give further. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Now, when you were out on the road, did you see that right away, or did you have to look this up later when it was you that was going to respond?
We review the calls as we're driving to the call.
Okay. Then we have at 5/21/2037, which is 8:37, a duplicate call. Do you see that?
I do.
All right, let's go down to 5/21/16. Officer Science, can you go where I just highlighted here? And it's 20:57, which would be what time?
8:57.
All right, and it has STAT:AS. What does that mean? So would that be when you and Officer Haddon arrived at 849 South Broadway?
Correct.
And then it has the next entry is 5/21/2016. It has 21:22:57. So that would be 9:22.
Correct.
Okay. And it says, go ahead. I'll have you read this. What does it say after that?
Met with Vic, Chuck Lope, verified husband left Lope, Vic advised verbal.
Okay, go ahead and go into the next page or next line. Go ahead.
Dispute and refuse to give any further info. Issued business card.
Who wrote those two lines?
I don't recall.
And what did that mean to you? Those two lines that you just read.
It's a disposition of what happened at the call.
Okay, can you tell me what that means? I mean, just tell me in real person's words what those words are.
Yeah, that we met with the victim. We checked the location. The husband wasn't there, and that the victim advised us that she just had an argument and that she wasn't going to give us any further information. And because we didn't identify a crime, we issued her a business card letting her know that she could reach out to us later if she changed her mind and wanted to cooperate.
Okay. And at what point did you close this incident?
Whatever it says on the screen, let's see, 9/22/57.
Okay. And what did incident closed mean?
That we cleared from the location. We were complete. Done.
Okay. Now, if we could go to page Bates stamp number 12. And do you recognize this document?
I do. It's a summary of all of our calls from that day.
All right. And I believe you testified earlier that you reviewed this document in preparation for this deposition. Is that correct?
Yes, I did. Correct.
Okay. And if we can go down to right here, that's 922, correct, at the end of that?
Correct.
All right. And it says 242D, domestic violence. What is that?
It's a code for domestic violence.
And what does the 242D mean?
That's battery.
Officer Science, when we broke before the lunch break, I had just asked you about whether you had believed that you were at the penthouse on May 21st, 2016 for 30 to 60 minutes. Do you recall me asking that?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall testifying that that's what you thought was the time that you and Officer Haddon spent at the penthouse on May 21st, 2016?
Yes, I recall.
Okay. And in fact, it was significantly less, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in fact, it was, you entered from the elevator at 9:04 p.m. and went back into the elevator at 9:19 for a total of 15 total minutes, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And we've seen the video clips of you getting on the elevator and getting off, and that's where those timestamps come from. Now, once you got off the elevator at 9:04 p.m., the first thing you did was listen for some noise, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then you went around and checked out the outdoor courtyard to see if anyone was outside. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And you saw that there was a woman in the gym who was not related to the incident. Do you recall that?
Correct.
How did you know the woman was not related to the incident?
Because she seemed unfazed. She was just working out.
Did you speak with her?
No, I didn't.
Do you recall what she looked like?
I don't.
Now, did you take any notes during the entire 15 minutes from when you got off the elevator till when you got back on the elevator from the penthouse?
I did not.
Did Officer Haddon, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. Did you take pictures or record anything?
I did not.
So after you saw the woman in the gym and looked at the perimeter, you went back to the hallway and you met with what you called a white male who was generic. Do you recall using that term?
They asked me to describe him, yes.
And you said generic, correct? And what do you mean by generic?
He didn't have any identifying, I don't know, nothing that I could remember. I just remember a male white, nothing out of the ordinary.
What color was his hair?
I don't even remember now.
Did he have facial hair, a beard, or a mustache?
I don't remember.
Do you recall how tall he was, roughly?
I don't remember anything about him.
Did you ask him his name?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, the generic white male talked with you. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And when you first saw Amber Heard, she was crying, red-eyed, and was not making eye contact with you, correct?
Correct.
And you asked her a few questions, and it was quite clear that she did not want to speak to the police. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, Amber Heard was visibly upset, so she would look down. Sometimes she would look up at you when she spoke, but was back and forth, correct?
Correct.
What was Amber Heard wearing that night?
I don't recall.
What hairstyle did Amber Heard have that night?
I don't recall.
Now, when was the first time you were asked to provide details of the events of May 21, 2016?
I don't recall.
Do you recall providing your testimony at a deposition in July of 2016?
Correct.
Is that the first time you were asked to provide any details of what your recollection was of the events of May 21, 2016?
Correct.
Okay. And that was roughly 2 months later, is that correct?
Correct.
And how many shifts had you worked in that 2-month period?
I'm not aware. I don't know.
How many calls had you answered in those 2 months?
I don't know that number.
How many of those calls were domestic violence calls in those 2 months?
I don't know that number.
And if you saw any signs of injury on Amber Heard, or even just damage to property, would you have been duty bound to make a report?
Correct.
Now, your recollection is that there was no damage to the flat. You searched the entire flat and there was no damage, broken glass, or anything out of the ordinary. Would you agree?
Correct.
Did you see anything, did you observe anything out of the ordinary during this particular call that you answered at the penthouse on May 21, 2016?
I did not.
When you left that call, when you got back into that elevator, do you recall what you were thinking?
I remember being impressed by the penthouse, how big and beautiful it was, yes.
But anything else?
No, nothing.
And just so we can stay on that for a minute, you had not heard of Amber Heard at the time of this report, right, on May 21st, 2016?
Correct.
But you did know that Johnny Depp was an actor, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you didn't know that that was Johnny Depp's penthouse when you reported there, correct?
Correct.
But you, as you just said, were impressed with the penthouse. Would it be fair to say you thought probably somebody with some wealth lived there?
Correct.
Can you bring up plaintiff's exhibit number 23? Officer Science, do you recognize this elevator at all?
Yes, I do.
What do you recall?
That's the elevator from the location.
Okay. Alex, I'm going to ask you to go to 211940. And as you're moving that, Officer Science, I'm going to ask you to take a look at this and see if you can tell me what you are saying to Officer Haddon in this video clip. That's you, is that correct?
Correct.
And Officer Haddon, do you recognize? Officer Science, can you tell what you were saying to Officer Haddon?
I cannot.
Does it look like you might have said at the beginning that was crazy?
I can't tell what I was saying.
Would you agree, though, that you were quite animated in your discussion with Officer Haddon?
No, I wouldn't agree.
How would you describe your demeanor?
Comfortably talking to my partner.
All right, I'm going to ask you to take a look at plaintiff's exhibit number 17. And while Alex is bringing that up, so your best recollection is that you saw no injuries on Amber Heard, correct?
Correct.
And your best recollection is you saw no property damage, nothing in disarray, nothing out of the ordinary, correct?
Correct.
And if you had seen either of those, you would have had to file a report, correct?
Correct.
Officer Science, let me ask you this question. So we've established that you got off the elevator on the penthouse level at 9:04 p.m. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you recognize the person here?
Yes, I do. Amber Heard.
Okay. And do you see any signs of injury on Amber Heard's face in this picture?
I do not.
Is it your testimony that you do not perceive this cheek to be reflecting an injury on Amber Heard?
Correct. No injury.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at this section here above the eyelid, and now I think with the, I'm going to ask you to take a look at that eyelid. Is it your perception that that eyelid does not reflect an injury? I'm sorry, what was your answer, Officer Science?
Correct. No injury.
Okay, and then up above on the forehead level where the redness is, and it looks like there's a couple of bumps. Is it your perception that does not reflect an injury?
Correct.
Officer Science, I'm going to ask you to look at what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 18, close to the time that you alighted from the elevator, correct?
Correct.
Please describe for me what you see in this photograph.
I see a striped carpet with discoloration on the right-hand side of the photo, and what I perceive as, I don't know if that's a reflection, some sort of mark.
Now, you believed and testified, in fact, that you considered the hallways to be very well lit that night, correct?
Correct.
Did you see these stains?
No, not that I recall.
Right. Would you agree that those are reddish stains on the right side?
Correct.
What does it look like from your experience?
Like a stain, like from a liquid.
Red wine, possibly?
It could be, yes.
Okay. But you don't recall seeing that in the hallway after you got off the elevator?
I do not.
And you did not investigate this or take any pictures or record anything about it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now let's go to number 19. Do you recognize what is depicted in exhibit number 19?
Yes, it's our business card.
And it has 1A1 on the front of it. What is that?
That's our unit designation.
Okay. And then it has Haddon and a badge number. Is that his badge number?
That is his serial number.
Okay, serial number, thank you. And it has your name, and is that your serial number?
Correct.
Who wrote this on the card?
I don't recall.
Would it have been either you or Officer Haddon?
Correct.
Do you recognize your handwriting?
I can't tell from this.
Now, I think you indicated when you were looking at the incident recall and the CAD summary that a business card had been left. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And why did you leave a business card?
I advised Amber Heard that she could contact us at any time if she changed her mind and decided that she wanted to speak to us and cooperate.
All right. Let's go to number 20. Do you recognize this? What's been depicted in this picture?
Yes, I do. It's the back of the business card.
All right. And it says 5/21/2016, and the time is 9:16 p.m. Is that the time that it was written?
Correct.
Okay. And do you recognize the handwriting on this side?
It looks like my handwriting.
Okay. Now it says radio call of dispute. Do you see that?
I do.
Why didn't you put verbal dispute?
It didn't. Verbal dispute. It's the same thing to me.
And you have refused report on here, correct?
Correct.
Could you just read this next part that you wrote on here?
Sure. Advice can call at later time if changes mind, because she was uncooperative and didn't want to speak to us.
Okay. Now, why did you say if changes mind?
Because I was giving her the opportunity to have a resource if she changed her mind.
But if Amber Heard had no injuries and there was no evidence of any type of physical property issues, disarray, breakage, etc., then why would it matter if she changed her mind?
It's a courtesy that I choose to give people when I go to calls.
Now, if Amber Heard had called you later, you had already closed this out and had not written a report and had taken no notes, correct?
Correct.
But if I'm understanding your earlier testimony, that if you saw evidence of injury or if you saw injury of evidence of property damage, even if the victim did not cooperate, you would write a report, correct?
Correct.
And we'll go to number 21. Officer Science, this is just a picture. Do you recognize you and Officer Haddon here?
Yes, I do.
Okay, Officer Science, is the timestamp on here of 9:19 p.m., 49 p.m., does that comport with your recollection of when you left?
I don't recall what time I left. I'm just going based on the video that is in front of me.
Okay, do you have any reason to believe that's incorrect?
I don't.
Officer Steins, I'm going to ask you to take a look at exhibit number 24. Okay. Do you recognize the person in this photo?
Yes, Amber Heard.
Okay. Do you perceive there to be an injury or evidence of injury on Amber's face in this photo?
No, I do not.
What is your perception of the redness on the cheek and the eyelid and above the eyebrow?
It's consistent with observed. Her crying, she's fair-skinned, her face is flushed.
I'm going to ask you to look at what has been marked as exhibit number 25. Do you recognize this as Amber Heard?
Yes, I do.
Do you see a red mark on Amber Heard's cheek and above her eyelid and above her eyebrow on this picture?
Her face looks flushed, yes, redness.
Okay. And what is your perception of what that is caused by?
Like I said earlier, it's consistent with what I see in her crying.
Right. But you don't think it's consistent with a cell phone being thrown at her?
Correct. It does not look like an injury caused from a cell phone.
Okay. And why not?
Because it's consistent with somebody crying. Her face is flushed.
This was taken on May 21st. I'm going to ask you to look at what has been marked as exhibit number 26. Do you recognize this as Amber Heard?
Yes, I do.
Officer Steins, do you see any redness on Amber Heard's cheek and above her eyelid? And we'll go with those.
I do.
And what is your perception of what the cause of those is, those red marks?
It's consistent with her crying. Her face is flushed.
And is it fair to say that you do not believe that this reflects an injury?
Correct.
And would it also be fair to say that you would not consider it sufficient to investigate further, whether it's an injury?
There's nothing that would stop me from investigating. I would continue to ask her questions, and it's up to the victim if they want to cooperate.
But just so that we're clear here, even if the victim doesn't cooperate, if you see signs of injury, you still, and I believe you testified to this, believe yourself duty-bound to write a report, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But in your mind, you don't perceive this as to be reflective of an injury, is that correct?
Correct.
And I'm going to ask you to take a look at exhibit number 27. Again, do you recognize this as Amber Heard?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you see redness on the cheek of Amber Heard on this one?
Yes, I do.
All right. And then you had testified on a number of these other pictures and on this one as well that this is consistent with crying. Do you see any redness on Amber's other cheek?
Yes, I do.
Is it the same or similar to the redness on the cheek, on the right cheek?
Based on this photo, it looks like one cheek is redder than the other.
But you also don't see any swelling with that?
Correct.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as exhibit number 28. Do you recognize this as Amber Heard?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you see redness on the right cheek and above the eye?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And is it your perception that this reflects any type of, or could reflect any type of injury?
No.
Why not?
Because my perception is it was consistent with her crying.
All right, let's take this down, go to 29. I'm going to ask you the same questions. Do you recognize this as Amber Heard?
Yes.
And do you see any redness in the right cheek and above the eyelid?
Yes.
Okay. And is it your perception that these are not indicative of injury?
Yes.
And what is your reasoning?
It's consistent with her crying.
Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are live here with breaking news out of Houston right now. A water rescue is underway after a boat accident happened here. One person had to be taken by helicopter, and 3 people are being currently evaluated at the scene here. And you can see a huge response there from officials right there, as the officials saying, please avoid this area. It's near the Katy Freeway outbound and North Eldridge Parkway, for those of you that know the Houston area. So this is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. Manage live feeds from all over the country, and right now we're following this breaking news happening right here of this water rescue, this boat accident that happened. Skyfax providing the visuals here for us. And once again, if you're just joining us here, one person had to be taken to the hospital by helicopter. 3 other people are being treated there right at the scene as it continues right here on Live Now from Fox. We'll keep an eye on this, and once we get more updates, of course, we'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. This shot is going a little bit in and out there, but water rescue underway after a boat accident happened, and one person had to be taken by helicopter. And you can see there the first responders there. Looks like to be maybe all done here. 3 people had to be treated at the scene right there. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll definitely be keeping an eye on this one right here for you. Let's go back out live, though, to the Johnny Depp defamation trial.
When I asked the questions, I got no answers. Therefore, I didn't take out any notebooks or pens.
Did you have any reason to fear for your safety at the time that you were talking with Amber Heard and the woman with her?
I always fear for my safety. A potential suspect could have been in the house. So yes, my guard was not down, if that's what you're asking.
Were what did you do first? Did you look at throughout the house to ensure that the person wasn't there, or did you ask the questions first and then look at the house?
I attempted to ask questions first. I can't just go into a house and start checking it without asking questions.
So what questions did you ask first?
I don't recall specific questions.
Do you recall any of your questions?
I don't.
Do you recall any of the answers that you were given?
I don't recall.
Now, we went through the domestic violence supplemental report and some of the guidelines for officers on domestic violence. Do you recall that the crime scene, a number of the items reflected location ransacked, location vandalized, furniture in disarray, personal property damage? Do you remember those being items as the checklist for crime scene for domestic violence?
As they pertain to domestic violence reports, yes, I do.
Right. Now, did you ever speak with the two officers who answered the second call to the townhouse that night?
I did not.
Did you ever communicate in any manner with the two officers who answered the second call to the penthouse?
I did not.
Did you communicate through a third party to the second set of officers relating to the domestic violence call and your determination?
I did not.
Did you know the two officers who responded to the second call?
Did not.
Sorry. Do you know who they are to this day?
I do not.
Have you ever spoken to the other two officers about the responding to this call on May 21st, 2016?
I have not.
Have you ever spoken with anyone else about your response and their response to this call on May 21st, 2016?
I have not.
And just so everybody's aware, up until now, you've been listening to questioning from Ms. Heard's counsel. At this point, I believe we're going to shift over to questioning from Mr. Depp's counsel.
I want you to focus on the date of the incident that we have been talking about during this deposition, and that is May 21st, 2016. I'll refer to that as the date of the incident. Do you understand what I mean when I say date of the incident?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So as of the date of the incident, for how long had you been a training officer?
Since, I believe, the end of November of 2015.
So between 6 to 8 months?
Yes.
Prior to the date of the incident, for how long had you been a training officer?
4 to 6 months.
Okay. And as of the date of the incident, approximately how many incidents of domestic violence had you come across?
I couldn't tell you. I believe you said hundreds.
Yes, that's how I understood it from testimony I read in previous depositions of yours. So it's in the hundreds?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you and you indicated that you proceeded to the incident at the Eastern Columbia building due to what you heard from dispatch, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you recall, as you sit here today, what you were told from dispatch that led you to the Eastern Columbia building on the date of the incident?
I don't have an independent recollection.
Okay. As you sit here today, do you recall that it had something to do with a dispute at that location?
Correct.
And when you first arrived at the scene of the incident, what did you first do on entering the building?
We met with a security guard in the lobby who escorted us to the elevator.
Did you ask that security guard any questions about the building? Strike that. Did you ask that security guard any questions?
Not that I recall.
Did the security guard escort you up to the penthouse?
They gave us access through the elevator. I do not believe that they came up to the penthouse with us. I believe they just accessed the elevator.
Okay. And when you arrived at the penthouse and exited the elevator, was it just you and your partner, Mr. Haddon, Officer Haddon?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do next?
We tried to listen for any kind of sounds of domestic violence. We checked the hallways. We didn't observe anyone. We went out to a courtyard, didn't observe anyone. And based on what I was just reminded of, there was a woman in the gym who didn't seem involved, was working out, looked fine, nothing out of the ordinary. And then we responded to a door in the hallway, and I knocked and was met by a male.
Okay. Up until that point in time, from exiting the elevator to knocking on that door, did you see anything that indicated a crime?
I did not.
Up until the point where you knocked on that door, did you see or hear or witness anything indicating that there had been a domestic violence perpetrated?
I did not.
Up until you knocked on that door, did you see anything which you would have considered out of the ordinary?
I did not.
And I guess what I'm asking is, walking from the elevator to the gym and then to the door that you knocked on, were you in the hallway?
Yes, I was in the hallway.
Okay. And during that time period, from exiting the elevator through to knocking on the door, was there anything in the hallway that was unusual to you?
Not that I observed, no.
Did you see any stains on the floor?
Not that I recall.
Did you see any vandalism in that area?
No, I did not.
Did you see any broken glass in that area?
I did not.
Okay. And upon knocking on the door, what happened next?
A male opened the door. I don't remember the exact questions and conversation we had, but I remember asking if they called for help, and he said that it was the neighbor and that she was inside of his house apartment with his girlfriend. And I asked him if they could step out, and he told me to wait, and he shut the door. And we waited. We waited for them to exit. I don't remember how much time passed by, and they came out, and that's when we were met with his girlfriend and who I know now as Miss Heard in the hallway.
And up until that point in time, did you hear anything that led you to believe that a crime had been committed?
I did not.
Up until that point in time, did you see anything that made you believe that a crime had been committed?
I did not.
Up until that point in time, did you hear anything that made you believe that there had been an act of domestic violence there?
I did not.
Up until that point in time, did you see anything that made you believe that there had been an act of domestic violence there?
I did not.
Okay. So you indicated that after you knocked on the door, you spoke with a gentleman. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you previously testified to someone as a generic white male. Is that the same person?
Yes.
So your previous testimony, when you were referring to a generic white male, that's the person who opened the door when you first knocked on it, correct?
Yes, there was only one male at the location besides my partner.
And there was only one male? Is that for the entire time you're at the location?
Yes.
So in the hall, you met with a generic white male, Ms. Heard, and the generic white male's girlfriend. Is that right?
Yes.
And it was just those three folks?
Correct.
And you were there with your partner, Officer Haddon?
Correct.
Okay. And how, in the hallway, how far were you standing from Ms. Heard?
It was close, probably like 2 to 5 feet.
Okay. And at that time, did you notice any injuries on Ms. Heard?
I did not.
Okay. Were you looking to see if she had any injuries at that time?
Yes, I was.
And so you were looking to see if Ms. Heard had any injuries, and you determined that she did not. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And was the lighting good enough in the hallway for you to make that determination?
Yes, the hallways was well lit.
Okay. And at the time, were you wearing any sort of corrected lenses?
I was not.
Although you were not wearing corrective lenses, were you prescribed corrective lenses at the time?
No, I have never worn glasses, and I'm not prescribed. I have good vision.
Okay. And at that time, did you have good vision?
Yes, I did.
At the time you were observing Ms. Heard, did you have good vision?
Yes, I did.
And did you observe any injuries at that time?
I did not.
What did you ask Ms. Heard at that time, if anything?
I don't have an independent recollection. Again, it's been so long. I don't remember specific questions.
Okay. Now, let me just back up a little bit. During the time period from when you left the elevator and when Ms. Heard came onto the hallway, at any time did the generic white male tell you that there had been an act of domestic violence?
No, he did not.
Did he tell you anything that made you think there may have been an act of domestic violence?
No, he did not.
Did he tell you anything that made you believe that a crime may have been committed?
No, he did not.
And during that time period, did you ask him what had happened or what was happening?
Yes, I did ask him, and he just refused to give me any information.
Okay. So now, fast forward to what we were talking about with respect to you in the hallway with the generic white male, Ms. Heard, and the generic white male's girlfriend. After you observed her and saw no sign of injury, what did you do next?
I advised her that we would be conducting a protective sweep just to make sure that there was no one else in the house. And she agreed if her neighbor, the male, could accompany us with the protective sweep.
Okay. Up until that point in time, did you ask Ms. Heard what happened?
Yes, I did.
And what was her response?
No response. She was uncooperative.
And Officer Simon, at that time, was Ms. Heard cooperative?
Ms. Heard was uncooperative.
Thank you. And by uncooperative, does that mean that when you asked her a question, she wouldn't say a word? Did she say something that made you think she was not cooperating?
She wouldn't say anything.
Okay. So just to be clear, you would ask questions and she wouldn't say anything?
Correct.
Okay. And what did you do at that point?
After the protective sweep, I asked her again if she wanted to talk to me, if anything happened. Again, I don't remember the specific questions that I asked her, but I asked her questions to establish if there was some sort of crime, who was involved, and again, she wouldn't give me any information. I attempted to ask her friend, the other woman in the room. I even asked the males to wait in the hallway so it could just be us women in there so we could talk privately. Maybe she felt more comfortable that way. Still, they denied that there was any crime. They wouldn't answer any specific questions. So I wrote a business card. I advised her if she changed her mind that she could call us at any time and we would respond to help her out.
So backing up a bit to the time you were in the hallway with the three of them, and you testified that Ms. Heard was uncooperative, and then you indicated you did a sweep. I want to start with from the point of time in the hallway where she was uncooperative, transitioning to the sweep. How did that occur? Did you ask her if you could look in the penthouses? How did you go from standing in the hallway to conducting a sweep?
I don't recall.
Now, before you swept the penthouses, did you ask if you could enter the penthouses?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what was the response?
I can't remember if she gave me a response or nodded her head. I can't remember.
From what you observed or heard from Ms. Heard, you took it that she was permitting you to enter the penthouses and look around. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. Was it more than one penthouse?
There was two.
Okay. And this term sweep we've been using, is that a technical police officer term?
Yes.
What do you mean by conducting a sweep?
It's called a protective sweep, and we do so to make sure that there's no other individuals that may be victims that are hurt inside of the location or suspects hiding, concealing themselves from officers that would attack the victim after we left the location. So we go in to verify that any potential suspects are gone from the location for the victim's safety.
Thank you. And you conducted a protective sweep of two penthouses, correct?
Correct.
What was your understanding of who owned or lived in the first penthouse that you performed a protective sweep on?
It was my understanding that Amber Heard, that it was her home. Again, the gentleman directed us. That's why he came with us, so we wouldn't get lost.
I see. And during your protective sweep during the first penthouse, did anybody accompany you during the entire sweep?
Yes, the only male that was there besides my partner.
Okay. And your partner conducted the sweep with you?
Correct.
Okay. And as to the protective sweep of the first penthouse, did you go into every room of the penthouse?
To my knowledge, yes.
And was your knowledge based on the generic white male leading you around?
Correct.
Was it your understanding that your protective sweep included you looking in every room in the penthouse?
Correct.
During the protective sweep of the first penthouse, did you see anything that led you to believe that a crime had been committed?
I did not.
During the protective sweep of the first penthouse, did you hear anything that made you think a crime had been committed?
I did not.
During the first protective sweep, did you see anything that made you think that an act of domestic violence had occurred?
I did not.
During the protective sweep of the first penthouse, did you hear or see anything, did you hear or see anything that made you believe an act of domestic violence had occurred?
I did not.
Okay. Upon your completion of the protective sweep of the first penthouse, up until that point in time, from you exiting the elevator up until that point in time, did you hear or see anything that made you believe that a crime had been committed?
I did not.
Up until that point in time, did you hear or see anything that made you think an act of domestic violence had occurred?
I did not.
Now, I want to ask you, you testified that to you viewing Ms. Heard and not seeing any signs of injury. Did you view her again after that first viewing?
During the interviews and throughout the entire investigation, I'm constantly scanning her and watching. So if I see any other observations that would indicate any injury or domestic violence.
And did you see anything like that?
I did not.
And you didn't see, did you see anything like that during the entire time period you were on that call? And do you believe that you had enough time viewing Ms. Heard to determine whether or not she had sustained any injuries?
Yes, I do.
And did you determine that she sustained any injuries?
I determined that she did not sustain any injuries.
So other than the conversation you had with her in the hallway when you first got there, did you have any other conversations with Ms. Heard?
I did. Inside of the loft, or penthouse, sorry.
Okay. Was that before or after the protective sweep?
I believe both, before and after. I attempted.
Okay. How many separate conversations did you have with Ms. Heard?
I don't recall.
Okay. There was at least the one in the hallway, and there was one before or after the protective sweep, correct? I'm sorry, I missed that answer.
Correct.
Okay. And during the second conversation you had with her after the one in the hallway, how close were you to her?
The same, 2 to 5 feet. She was right in front of me.
Were you close enough to get a good view to determine whether or not she had any injuries?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And during that second conversation, did you determine whether or not she had any injuries?
I determined that she did not have any injuries.
Okay. At any point in time during the incident, during the date of the incident, did she complain of any injuries?
She did not.
During the protective sweep of the penthouse, did you see anything in disarray?
I did not.
Okay. Now, you indicated, let me ask you, did you do a protective sweep of the second penthouse?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did the generic white male accompany you on that sweep as well?
Yes, he did.
What was your understanding of who owned or resided in that second penthouse?
I had no idea.
Okay. Did you, during that second protective sweep, did you walk through every room in that penthouse?
From my understanding, yes, we did.
Okay. And during that second protective sweep, did you see anything that you would say was in disarray?
I did not.
During that second protective sweep, did you see anything that made you believe there had been a crime committed?
I did not.
During that second protective sweep, did you hear anything that made you think a crime had been committed?
I did not.
During your protective sweep of the second penthouse, did you see anything that made you believe an act of domestic violence had occurred?
I did not.
during the protective sweep of the second penthouse, did you hear or see anything that made you believe a crime had been committed?
I did not.
After you performed the protective sweep of the second penthouse, what did you do?
I re-responded to where Amber Heard was, and I again tried to see if I could get any information from her. I was unsuccessful, and then I issued her the business card and let her know that she could call us back if she wanted to talk.
Did she answer any of your questions?
No, she did not.
At any point in time during the entirety of the incident, did Ms. Heard answer any of your questions?
No, she did not.
During the entire time of the incident, did Ms. Heard complain of any injuries?
No, she did not.
During the entirety of your time at the incident, did anybody say anything that made you believe a crime had been committed?
No, they did not.
During the entirety of the time you were at the incident, did anybody say anything that made you believe an act of domestic violence had occurred?
No, they did not.
Okay. During the entirety of your time at the incident, did you see anything that made you believe a crime had occurred?
I did not.
During the entirety of your time at the incident, did you hear anything that made you believe a crime had been committed?
I did not.
During the entirety of your time at the incident, did you hear or see anything that made you believe an act of domestic violence had occurred?
I did not.
Had you heard of anybody by the name of Ms. Heard at that time?
Never.
Amber Heard?
No, I have never heard of Amber Heard before that time.
Okay. Did you recognize any of the people that you encountered during the incident?
I did not.
At the time of the incident, did you have any reason to believe that anybody you encountered at the incident was famous?
I did not.
Okay. And during the entire time that you were at the penthouses during the incident, did you have any reason to believe that Mr. Depp was affiliated or involved in the incident?
I did not.
Madam Reporter, can you repeat my last question? I lost where I was.
Sure.
Question, during the entire time you were at the penthouses during the incident, did you witness any bruises on Ms. Heard? And there was not a response.
I did not observe any injuries on Ms. Heard.
Okay. Did you observe any swelling on Ms. Heard's face?
I did not.
Did you observe anything that led you to believe that she was a victim of domestic violence?
I did not.
Alex, if you can pull up Exhibit 2.
So is this going to be Exhibit 57?
Yeah. Officer Sines, do you recall having your deposition taken on July 18th, 2016 in connection with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall giving testimony in connection with that deposition under oath? Is it yes? I'm sorry, officer.
Yes.
Okay. And did you give accurate and true testimony at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And you understood you were under oath, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Alex, if you can go to page 26. Officer Sines, do you recall testifying as to, do you recall testifying that, and I'm talking about today, do you recall just testifying that you can recall what Ms. Heard said to you, if anything?
I do not have an independent recollection, but I can go off what I'm seeing here on my screen.
Okay.
Your Honor, we're at 5 o'clock. It looks like we have about 18 minutes left. Do you want to?
You don't have any problem finishing it tonight, do you? Let's go ahead and finish it.
Okay.
Thank you.
And do you agree with me that your memory of the day of the incident was fresher on July 18, 2016 than it is today?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And the incident was May 21st, 2016. This deposition was taken July 18th, 2016. How long after the incident was this deposition taken?
A few months.
Okay. And Alex, if I could have control. A little delayed, Alex. Can that be fixed, or is that just the way it is?
This is Alex speaking. Yeah, I'm afraid I can't help that. I'm sorry, Mr. Preciado.
That's fine. Officer Sines, I'm going to start here. Do you see my cursor?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I'm going to start here at line 3. The question is, okay, but we'll get back to that. Before you did a sweep or a check of the rest of the penthouse, did you have an opportunity to speak with Ms. Heard when you were in the apartment? Answer, yes, I did. Okay. Question, okay, can you tell us about that conversation? Answer, sure. I asked her what happened. Opening question. She said nothing, and she continued to cry. I said, who do you live with? Who do you live here with? She shook her head as if she did not want to answer. I asked her, are you hurt? Do you need an ambulance? And she shook her head again, no. At that point, I asked her if she would mind if I checked her apartment. And that's when she said no. Officer, does this refresh your recollection of the conversation you had with Ms. Heard at that time?
Yes, it does.
And your testimony that I just read, is that true and accurate?
Yes, it is.
During the entire time period you were at the penthouses on May 21st, 2016, did Ms. Heard say that she had been assaulted in any way by anybody?
No, she did not.
During your protective sweep of the two penthouses, did you view anything that you would characterize as vandalism?
I did not.
During the entire time you were at the penthouses on May 21st, 2016, were you looking for any probable cause to believe that a crime had been committed?
Yes, I was.
And what did you determine?
I determined there was no crime.
What did you determine with respect to an assessment of probable cause?
There was no probable cause of any sort of crime.
Thank you. During the entire time you were at the penthouses on May 21st, 2016, were you wearing any body-worn video cameras?
I was not.
Are you certain of that?
I am certain.
And how is it that you are certain of that?
Because I didn't start using body-worn video until June of 2016.
And that's after the date of the incident, correct?
Correct.
Alex, if you would mind putting Exhibit 9 back up. Officer Sines, you were shown this document earlier. What is this document?
It is a domestic violence supplemental report.
And do you recall counsel asked you about the victim column and the crime scene column?
Yes, I do recall.
Do you also see that there's a suspect column in the middle?
Yes.
Okay. And is there any difference between the victim column and the suspect column with respect to the box terms?
No difference.
Okay. Did you fill out one of these forms in connection with your investigation on May 21st, 2016?
I did not.
Why not?
Watching live now from Fox, everybody, as we continue to really feature the Johnny Depp defamation trial. We will have full coverage tomorrow as well. They're going to be ending in about 5 minutes here as they continue to talk to this witness. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we'll have an update on the Queen's murdered mom and the latest update with that one. That was a big story and continues to be talked about right now. We'll have the very latest coming up in just 2 minutes. here of the day. Well, the next story here takes us out to New York, where we have an update on the Queen's mom who was murdered and stuffed in a duffel bag. Let's join in Fox 5's Antoine Lewis with the very latest. He's been following this story from the very beginning. Antoine, what do you know?
Well, what's new today is the fact that the suspect in this case has been formally indicted by a grand jury on criminal charges. These include second-degree murder. So we were in the courtroom today as he came in. He was accompanied by a Spanish interpreter because he's been in the United States for about 21 years. Also coming to light is information that he may have been here this whole time illegally. He's originally from Mexico. But again, indicted today by the grand jury. Now, police say and prosecutors allege that he killed Osalia Gall, 51 years old. They said that he was in an on-again, off-again relationship with her for about 2 years. They say that he stabbed her repeatedly in the neck about 50 to 60 times, somewhere in that neighborhood, stuffed her body in the duffel bag of her son, his hockey bag actually, and then dragged it about 9 blocks from her home here in Queens, the Forest Hill section of Queens, and left it underneath the Jackie Robinson Parkway. And it was a bloody trail that led back to her house. That, along with surveillance video, along with other statements and other evidence that was collected inside the house, is what led them to him, and he was arrested and taken into custody late last week. So this proceeding here today, again, the grand jury's indictment moves this case forward. He'll be back in court for a formal arraignment on May the 10th, so in about 2 weeks, just over 2 weeks or so. And again, they said they were in a relationship. Comments that have yet to been confirmed. You know, we were still trying to get more information about what exactly took place during the final hours when her body was found on the 16th. We do know that they had been in touch through text, according to authorities, that she may have been trying to break it off, you know, trying to end the relationship. But again, this will likely all come out moving forward. These are just questions we were trying to get answers to because of all of the rumors and the circulation that was going around. But as you know, in these types of cases, prosecutors, authorities, they keep things close to their chest until they have to then, of course, make them public in the court of law. That's the very latest where we are in Queens. Back inside to you.
All right, Antoine, we appreciate it. There's such a shocking story, and one that we'll continue to learn more about as it goes through the court process. But we appreciate you joining us here.
No problem. Stay safe.
You. And we'll continue to bring you the top stories here of the day right here on Live Now from Fox when we come back here on the show. Mike Page, as we continue to bring you top stories and headlines from all over the country. Well, it was a spring break trip that went terribly wrong for one teenager from St. Louis. We all remember the reporting there of the Orlando amusement park ride that went wrong, and he fell to his death there. But now we are getting a new updates, as it was a big moment today as parents filing a lawsuit. And now we go out to Fox 35's Ray Vieta, who joins us from St. Louis tonight with the very latest on this big story. Ray.
Hi there, Mike. Today we heard from Tyree Sampson's mother, who lives here in St. Louis. Sampson was visiting Orlando for spring break from St. Louis. She told us he was an honor roll student, was a football player. She called him her giant teddy bear. She described getting the phone call, letting her know her son had died. She also talks about what she wants now. She wants legal action. She wants to make sure no other family has to go through the pain she's living with right now.
To get the news over the phone, that is devastating.
It was a call she never expected, hoped, or imagined. Late on the evening of March 24th, she got a call from close family friends. Her son, Tyree Sampson, had fallen from the freefall ride at Icon Park. The family friend he was with called Nakia Dodd.
What was my main concern? Were you with him? I needed you to be with him because I wasn't there. So I needed somebody that I left in charge of Tyree to comfort him for me.
Since then, she's received support and tried to stay strong for her younger daughter, just 9 years old.
Still texts his phone to this day. She tells him, I did this at school. I did this with the teacher. She lets him know what she's doing to this day still.
Standing with her attorney by her side in St. Louis, the mother is suing the owner and manufacturer of the ride, among many others.
Take the ride down completely. Just get rid of it altogether. That's too big of a risk. Not enough safety measurements. Take it down.
Holding a seatbelt, her attorney says it could have made the difference between life and death. Now legal action to make sure this ride and others like it are safer.
One thing that I think simply what Nakia wants out of this is secondary restraints on rides that require it.
The owner of Slingshot, the company that owns that ride, says they are following with the investigation, cooperating with the investigation, and followed all protocols as the manufacturer had given to them. They say they are working as much and as fast as they can with this investigation. We're live in St. Louis, Missouri. I'm Ray Vieta. I'll send it back to you, Mike.
Ray, thanks so much for that update there from St. Louis. We appreciate it here on Live Now from Fox. We're actually going to take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us as we continue to bring you the latest and top stories from across the country. in Orlando earlier today, talking about the amusement park ride. Death investigation that continues, but the parents have filed a lawsuit. Earlier we heard from the mom, and now we will hear from the dad right here on Live Now from Fox.
Is because these corporations put profit over safety. And when you put profit over safety, it is foreseeable that harm can come to innocent people, innocent children, like Mr. Yarnell Sampson's only child, his only child. And that's why this is so very emotional for him this afternoon. Attorney Natalie Jackson and I were talking about this matter, and it was just logical to us, Attorney Christmas. If you're going to advertise for children to come to your amusement park, then you have an obligation to protect children. I mean, it's not a complicated dynamic. You have a duty and a responsibility to make sure the children who visit your amusement park that you solicited are safe. Now, my learned co-counsel, Attorney Hilliard, is going to talk to you in a few minutes about some of the technical aspects of the lawsuit, the multi-million-dollar lawsuit, because we believe our children are just as valuable as anybody else's children. Yes, sir. And Attorney Hilliard is going to talk about some of those technical things, Representative Thompson, that you and Commissioner Freed and the state investigator discovered that was part of the reason why this broken-hearted father is grieving his son's absence today. But you all, it doesn't take all these experts and all these studies and all these reviews to tell us that when your child comes to an amusement park, they are not supposed to fall out of the ride over 100 feet and crash to the earth to their death. That is not supposed to happen. And they can say what they want to say. There is no excuse. There is no way to justify this, Attorney Hilliard. I mean, you cut corners to save pennies, and it costs people their lives, and that is not acceptable. Mr. Sampson was very clear from the first day I met him and talked to him. He knew that his son was gone and that he didn't have a voice anymore. So it was up to him and their family to give the world the legacy for Tyree Sampson. And that's what this lawsuit is about. It is about the legacy of Tyree Sampson and making sure that we can get change, positive change, where no other family will have to suffer such a senseless, unnecessary loss, an unjustifiable loss. I mean, you look at that ride, over 400 feet. There is no way. You shouldn't take every safety precaution, every precaution. I mean, you got children, innocent children, trusting you, trusting the corporations, trusting the manufacturers to do everything to make sure that these children are safe. And these defendants named in this lawsuit, Slingshot, Icon Park, Funtime, and all the others, not only did you fail to follow the safety rules, but you failed our children. And that we can never ever forgive you for. Because you're gonna hear from Mr. Sampson after Attorney Hilliard. And he's gonna talk to you about how special his child was and why he had to come here. And how there's a hole in his heart about this wonderful little boy being taken from this earth far too soon. And so we filed this lawsuit because we not only want to get justice and accountability for Tyree Sampson's family, but we want change. We want change here in Orlando, all the way to the State House, that will impact not just the ground zero for amusement parks here in Orlando, but will impact the world, where we don't want to see this happen anywhere, where you have to bury your 14-year-old child after seeing the most horrific video that you will ever see. As I said before, other than the horrific torture video of George Floyd, it is one of the most horrific videos ever captured on cell phone video. And that's why we're going to continue to fight, because Tyree did not deserve to be killed that way. At this time, Attorney Bob Hilliard, a great trial lawyer in Texas and one of the best in America, is going to address you. And then I will introduce you to State Representative Thompson to tell you about some proposed legislation that her and leaders of the state caucus are putting forward in Tyree Sampson's name. And then I will introduce you to his father. Attorney Hilliard.
Thank you, Ben. Good afternoon. My name is Bob Hilliard, and we've come today with Yarnell to honor Tyree's memory. And as Ben said, the lawsuit was filed yesterday. I have a few remarks. As a parent, Yarnell Sampson allowed his son Tyree to come to Florida on spring break and enjoy these rides, including the ride that you can't even see the top of behind me unless you crane your neck. Why did he do it? Like thousands of parents, he put his trust and his faith, and quite literally Tyree's life, in the hands of those who build and operate these rides. Yarnell trusted that before the first child got on the first ride for the first time on this free fall, that everyone involved in this ride, from the designer to the manufacturer, to the owner, to the property leasing company, to the operator, that they all have done everything that they were supposed to do from a safety standpoint, to keep Tyree safe, to keep all the kids who pay money to ride this ride safe. We all understand that rides like free fall are supposed to scare our kids, but it's a false fear. They build these rides so our kids will get the rush while being safe. We would never let our kids on a ride that actually put their lives in danger. The scarier the ride, the bigger the draw. The bigger the draw, the more money they make, which is fine. But in return, we have a high expectation that the most precious thing we have, our children, which we're letting ride these rides, will get off that ride, will go home with us that night. No one would allow their child to actually ride a life-threatening, dangerous ride. There's broken trust around the country when you watch this video. The mid-fall moments of Tyree stopped all of us, every single one of us, every parent that has seen it. Every one of the millions of parents who have viewed the accident video thought three things and thought them immediately. Every one of you who are parents thought them too. First, it took our collective breaths away. We couldn't believe what we saw. Second, but for the grace of God, that was my daughter or my son. Everyone thought that as well, because it could very well have been. And finally, regardless of the reason, every parent says, my child is never getting on a ride like that, ever. No amount of promises from these defendants can mend the trust that was broken and that this man feels. You know, they say that the loss of a child is like a water spigot being turned on full and then the handle being broke off, and instead of water, it's pain that flows out forever. And that's true. That's true for this man who changed his life when this boy was born in order to be part of his life, and who was proud of the man this boy was becoming, and this boy was proud of his dad. We hope that the golden age of rides that simulate danger and attract our children come to an end. The only hope now for Yarnell, for Tyree's mom, is that the myth that these rides are safe and they just appear to be dangerous died that night with poor Tyree when he hit that concrete. That everyone now sees that this ride, the ride behind you of that Ferris wheel, broke in two with people on top, with children on top. We now learn that their safety measures don't exist that we trusted in. So the lawsuit has been filed. The litigation will proceed, and during the trial of this case, if this ride is still up, we're going to ask the judge to allow the jury to come and do a jury view, because you just do not appreciate until you stand here and look up at how high that is. And even now, anyone that looks up there just can't believe it. People that walk by shake their heads at how high that is. You would think that NASA's best engineers would have designed this if they're strapping our children in it and dropping them at 4 Gs, which is a G more than the shuttle astronauts experience. So Yarnell is heartbroken, and on his behalf, we funnel that heartbreak into righteous indignation and anger at what happened. And we're going to represent him and his interests, and we're going to make sure that every single defendant that caused this will be brought to justice. Thank you, Ben.
Thank you so much, Attorney Hilliard. And you may have more questions about the lawsuit, and we will answer those. But first, we want to hear from one of our sheroes, one of my personal mentors. Her and her husband, Judge Thompson, has mentored so many young people like me and Attorney Jackson, and thank you for continuing to exhibit great leadership. State Representative Geraldine Thompson.
Good afternoon. I am here because it is important to honor Tyree's memory, to honor the promise that was ahead of him by making sure that no other child comes to Central Florida for spring break and returns home in a coffin. And the responsibility for overseeing rides like this rests with the state of Florida and is assigned to the Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services that inspected this ride in December, gave a permit so that the ride could open in January, and had planned another inspection for June. In the interim, someone who disregarded the manufacturer's guidelines altered and adjusted the harness that came across the body that was supposed to keep Tyree and other young people safe. And we want to know how that happened. I'm looking at the law to require more frequent inspections, more than just every 6 months. I'm looking at the law to focus on training. You shouldn't have people who were hired yesterday operate these rides today. So training is going to be very important. I'm looking at the law to make sure that anytime there's any adjustment on an amusement ride, that the state is notified, and that then leads to another inspection. We require that today of rides that are temporary. And if those rides are disassembled and reassembled someplace else, it requires an inspection. And there's no reason why that should not be the case with this permanent ride. You know, there's an African proverb that asks the question, how are the children? And in Africa, they measure the health of their community, of their society, by the health of the children. And the response that they're looking for is all the children are well. In this case, Tyree was not well. Tyree is not here today because of some things that happened. We want to get all of the questions answered, as many as we can, and then we're going to write and introduce the Tyree Sampson bill in the Florida legislature to honor this young man so that his life will have meaning going forward for the protection, for the wealth, for the health, for the safety of other young people. So we appreciate you being here today. The pain that you see in Mr. Sampson's eyes, that you will hear in his voice, should not be what parents experience when they entrust the lives of their children in terms of these kinds of rides. And so we want to send that message forward and want to have you help amplify the fact that there will be the Tyree Sampson bill to make sure that all the children are well.
Thank you so much, Senator Geraldine Thompson, for your leadership and the proposed legislation in Tyree Sampson's name. This is gut-wrenching. Very, very, very emotional, very raw. But Tyree Sampson's father, Yarnell Sampson, is now going to address you and talk to you about his son, his feelings, and the fight for Tyree's legacy. Attorney Hilliard and Christmas and Thompson, Jackson, all of us, you know, this is our job, this is what we do. He didn't sign up for this. So he's gonna do the best he can in trying to talk about something no parent ever wants to have to talk about. But he understands it's about accountability and justice and legacy for his child. Tyree Sampson's father, Mr. Yarnell